White, and I am going to be your host today for the VIP Ignite Rising Star Model and Natural Bootcamp. I am so excited to be here today. So before we get started, there are some of you that have decided, you know what, I'm going to watch this on YouTube, or I'm going to watch this on Facebook. I don't know why you're doing that. You should be here live with us on the Zoom call, because you know what? We're going to have a casting director in 15 minutes who's looking for new talent. We have a SAG franchise agent who's looking for new talent. We have another agent looking for new talent. So why are you sitting there watching us when you could be here seen? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, it's VIPigniteSummit.com. I want you to come on over here to the Zoom and come on join us. So type in VIPigniteSummit.com. You're going to put in your information. You're going to get a Zoom link. You're going to click join now, and then you're going to come join us here on Zoom. Awesome. All right, guys. So we have an amazing, amazing day for us today. Today is going to be an intense day. Yesterday, we laid the foundation. Today, we're building upon that. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get into it, because before we get started, I want you guys to hear some stories of people that we work with that have gone through the process that I'm explaining to you, that have found success. All right. And I want you to remember one thing, that success with us, literally, it all starts on Zoom. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some stories of some people that we work with. And I'm going to tell you not only where they, from this perspective, but we're also going to talk about where they are now. All right, can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Someone? Okay, awesome, very good. Let's go to the slideshow. So VIP Ignite Talent Success, it all started with a Zoom call. So this is Brandon Hunter. Some of you heard his story yesterday. When we first interviewed him, he was a college student in Montana. Then after he was finished in Montana, he went to get his MBA in Reno. And now he's with Ryan Cole. He's in New York City full-time as a working model. And I believe he's getting into TV and film now that the SAG strike is over. But the amazing thing about Brandon's story is that this is something he wanted to do, but he knew he needed to complete school. He was in a relationship, and he had to make some drastic changes to get where he is. He had to take action. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, type action in the comments, because every one of our success stories started with someone getting on a Zoom call, just like you are right now, but then taking action. So this is Brandon Hunter. I want to show you guys some photos in a couple minutes of what he's been doing since over the last couple of weeks. Okay. This is Masharad. He's another one. He's one of our Inner Circle members. Inner Circle is one of our highest level of talent that we work with. It's not even something you can really get into. Like, we have to interview you and get to know you before you can become a part of our Inner Circle. Masharad was a perfect candidate for it. When we first met him, he was like really shy and reserved. He was a theater student in San Francisco, and he came out and met us at one of our live events. And it was actually like a networking event for business. And it was so funny when he tells me the story. He told me the story a couple months ago. He's like, Deneen, can I tell you something? I was like, sure. What's up, Masharad? He was like, I don't even know how I said yes to coming to that event. I was like, what do you mean? He said, literally, you sent me the text message and I said yes. And I wasn't expecting to say yes, but I said yes. I was like, so you basically met us live in person the first time by accident? He was like, mm-hmm. I was like, but did it change your life? He was like, yes. Masharad now is one of the most confident people that I know. He's spoken from stage to over 200 people. Not only that, he walked New York Fashion Week, some of the biggest shows in New York Fashion Week this past season. And there are agencies in Paris that are knocking on his door to have him come over. He's currently working to save so he can go to Paris. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many of you would love the opportunity to take action and to have the opportunity to travel internationally as a model? Like, how amazing is that? Because he took action. This is Brandon and Masharad in New York City. At New York Fashion Week. They were at the CFDA meeting. That is like one of the CFDA party. So that's the official party of New York Fashion Week. Here they are with Isaac Mizrahi. This is Brandon at a casting for one of the New York Fashion Week shows. And this here is Masharat with one of the biggest producers and casting directors in New York City at that show. It all started with action. In the comments, type action. This is Natasha. She's 14 years old. When she first started working with us, she was already signed to a huge agency in LA. And she got on the call and Alicia was like, okay, her mom's name is Rubia. Rubia, okay, this is great. Natasha's amazing, but what can I do for her? She's already signed to a huge agent. She said, Alicia, my daughter is amazing. She has a lot of talent. And obviously you can see that as well. But the one thing I know is that the more people I get her in front of, the more success she's going to have. Natasha is one of our inner circle members. She has been recording voiceover work in LA. She was walking in a showroom in Miami for an exclusive designer. These are some of her photos that she took at our last photo shoot. This is Adi. Adi was at a conservatory in New York City right before we met her. She's invested a lot of money. She was there for a month, and she actually left in less than a month from the conservatory because she just wasn't getting a lot out of it. She came to our event in Miami. She's one of our inner circle members. She came to our event in Miami. She took our PA training. So now not only is she a certified production assistant, but she's also being sought after by multiple agencies because of these photos. The photographers loved working with her, not only because she's obviously stunning, but because she was great to work with. And now there are agencies that are like banging down her door because they want to work with her because of her work ethic and because of her look and because of these photos that she took. All started with a Zoom call. And then finally, this is Mireya. I love telling her story because when she first started working with us, she was like, yeah, I'm going to try this out. I was like, oh, you're going to try it out. She's lucky she spoke to me because anyone else would have just said, we don't try. There is no try. There's do or don't. But I was like, okay, you want to try this out? Let's see how this works. A couple months later, she's on a Zoom call just like you are now. Her agent discovers her. She signs a contract. 3 months after that, she's literally in a commercial for the NFL shop. I almost got the police called on me because I saw her. I was watching opening night of the NFL season. I saw her. Oh, I was freaking out. You can ask Mike. He was like, what's wrong? I was like, she's one of our town. I was freaking out. When she first started working with us, she was a church secretary making $35,000 a year. Now her agent won't book her for less than $35,000 a day. How many of you would love the opportunity to go from making $35,000 a year to making $35,000 a day? Imagine you work 1 day a month for 12 months. You're making 12 times what you were in 1 year for working 12 days. How many of you want that type of acceleration for your career? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. What we do works. We give you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. We put you in front of the right people. Then it's up to you to take action. And you are here because you are an action taker. So as we go through this day, I want you to understand one thing. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. Everything you want is on the other side of you being on this Zoom call until the end. At the end of this day, you're going to have the opportunity to start working with a lot of the people that you're going to meet, that you've met over the weekend. If you thought that yesterday was life-changing, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Imagine working consistently with people, being a part of a community of people that the only thing that they want is the same thing that you do. They're not going to be like, no, you can't do it. How many of you have crabs in your bucket that are like, yeah, I don't think so. Are you sure you don't want to do something safe? We don't play it safe here at VIP Ignite. We're asking you to go against the norm. We believe in what we do so much that we have this phrase that we call ourselves. It's called the Fearless Rebels. How many of you feel kind of like a rebel for even being on this Zoom call today? Your friends have been like, oh, what are you doing? It's football. Hey, you want to come watch the game with me? I'll catch the Sunday night game. But I'm here because I have stuff to do. Or, hey, you want to catch a brunch? Who wants to go to brunch? You know what? How about we get dinner? Because I'm here taking action on my career. Because you know what? My future self is waiting for me to do amazing things so that I can do all those things I've ever dreamed of. And you know what? You're not going to step in my way. And I'm talking to you who are on this Zoom call. That's you I'm describing. Is it okay? Is it okay if I'm telling you who you are? Is it okay if I believe in you? Is it okay if I know that if you make the investment of this day, life will never be the same again? And I don't take that lightly. I don't say that lightly because you know what? I understand that time is your only non-renewable resource. But here's my question for you. Do you want to be someone who's investing your time in something that is moving you forward or something that just feels good in the moment? It's kind of like going to the gym, right? You go to the gym and that first time you go to the gym after a long time, you're like, I hate this. Oh, why am I even at the gym? Why am I even doing this? Oh, and then the next day you wake up and your muscles are sore, but you're like, whoa, that kind of feels good. Maybe I'll do that again. I want you guys to understand that today is the first day of the rest of your lives. Today, what we have coming for you is going to change your life. But you have to choose to take action. And for you, taking action is staying. For you, taking action is when I ask you a question, answering it. For you, taking action is being on camera. Here, let's see. Because let me tell you something. I get calls from agents who are on these calls all the time. Oh my gosh, Deneen, this person looks amazing. Oh my God, they have a great look. You know, I have a project I can cast them in. But I've never once had them say, hey, Denise, that black box that answered, but I didn't see them. Let's get them on a call. So take action. Make sure that you're on camera. Make sure that you're answering questions. Everyone sit up a little bit straighter. Sit up a little bit straighter right now. Take notes. How many of you, let me see your notebooks. How many of you have your notebooks? All right, good. I want you guys taking a lot of notes today. I want you guys to take this seriously because you know what? I take it seriously. I've never wanted to be a model or actor. I do this because I truly love helping people. So let's make today the most amazing day you've ever had. Is that okay? Is it okay if we make today the most amazing day you've ever had? If that sounds good, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Hi, Lauren Cunningham. Okay, so you know what? Is it okay if I brag on Lauren Cunningham real quick? She was on set yesterday, sharing photos of her being on set. It was pretty amazing. We're like, whoa, this is cool. Like she was sending us pictures of a project that she's working on. It was pretty amazing to see that. When we first met Lauren, this is something she wanted to do. When we first met Lauren, she was literally working at the Padres baseball field, seasonal work. She wasn't working in the entertainment industry. She came out to see us. We did a photo shoot in Phoenix. She came out to Phoenix. I believe she came to another shoot as well. But here's the thing. During one of these events just like this, she met someone who changed her life. That person's name is Haviland Stillwell. Does anyone remember Haviland from yesterday? Oh, it was our last LA event. She met Haviland, actually. She met Haviland, and because they lived close, they kind of connected. A couple of weeks later, she's on set because Haviland and her spouse are producers. She made the connection. She stayed in touch because they met face to face. There was a connection there. Now she's on set every day. I have no idea. I'm like, okay, Lauren, where are you today? I don't even know. Like, what are you working on? That's what we do. It works. So it doesn't matter where you start. Because let me tell you a secret. Can I tell you guys a secret? Is it okay if I tell you a secret? Yeah? Okay, good, because I'm going to. Everyone started somewhere. Meryl Streep did not wake up one day as Meryl Streep. There was a day where no one knew her name. Denzel Washington. He wasn't born fabulous. I mean, I'm sure he was, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't born a famous actor who takes time off of acting and film so he could do Broadway shows and TV and film. I mean, to do Broadway shows, to do theater. Do you know Denzel Washington's why? Denzel Washington grew up in the Boys and Girls Club. The reason that he takes time off of his busy schedule, he always wants to give back. His why is he wants to be a role model. So on the bad days, he looks back, he says, okay, you know what? This is why I'm doing this. And on his good days, he's like, let's celebrate. Aren't you guys glad I'm doing this? I want you to think about that. What's your why? Why do you want to do this? Because you need a really strong, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but you need a really strong why to keep going. Because there are days this industry is amazing. Look at Lauren. Yeah, I've been to New York, Florida, Phoenix, did combat training in Atlanta, LA event, done a lot. It's changed my life and opened so many opportunities for me. I didn't ask her to say that. It's the truth. So I want you guys to think about that. As we're going through this day, I want you to think about that. Okay? I want you to think about how everything you want is on the other side of being here on this call. All right. Are you guys ready? I see our first guest is here. Are you guys ready? How many of you love watching movies on Lifetime? How many of you would love to know how exactly does that process? Oh, hold on, Melissa. Sorry, that's the wrong person. We don't need Melissa pinned. We need Michael pinned. Okay. How many of you are here because you want to start booking more work? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. All right. Well, we have a very amazing opportunity for you today. We have Michael Testa here, who is one of the head casting directors for Lifetime. Okay. He's had the opportunity. He actually cast one of our talent, Jonathan Stoddard, in movies. So Michael, we are so excited for you to be here. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hi. How are everybody? How many people do we have today?
We have 66 at the moment. And I'm going to bring Ryan Colby on to say hello to you as well.
I just want to correct one thing. I'm not a casting director for Lifetime. I do a lot of Lifetime movies or things that get sold to Lifetime. I'm an independent. I've been an independent for over 25 years. So
I apologize for the misunderstanding.
No, that's okay. That's a big mistake, but that's a common mistake. It's a big mistake. It's common. But I would be remiss to say that I love to be known for those, but that's sort of not the one I really want to push. It's more of the Roswell cold case on CBS. My most famous Lifetime movie was called The Deadly Adoption with Will Ferrell and Kristen Wiig. A lot of movies, some Sundance winners, like a movie called Everything Put Together and Buddy Boys, Latter Days, which is a big indie hit. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm very proud of some of the movies that go to Lifetime, but that's sort of not my thrust of my career.
Awesome. Hopefully. Well, we have Ryan Colby here to say hello.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi,
there he is. Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm at a shoot with Ben shooting for Japanese Vogue.
Oh, tell Ben I said hello.
Yeah, I will. Hold on a second. Oh. Hold on a second. Let me find him. Oh, here we are. Hi. Hold on.
Like that doesn't look
Ben,
like
Michael's here. Say hi.
Hey, Ben.
Michael Testa.
Hi, Ben.
Good, how are you? Hi, guys.
Anyway,
is this the kickoff comma for the day?
Yes.
Oh no, I was just saying hello. I was just saying hello.
No. I mean, like me. I'm on the kickoff conversation.
Yeah.
You're the kickoff conversation.
I'll let you get to it. I just wanted to say hi.
Hi, good seeing you. Hit me up when you're back in LA.
Everyone learned from Michael. He's very knowledgeable. He's very good, and he'll tell you about the business in LA, New York, and all his little knowledgeable bombs, and just listen and learn, and that's it.
Yes, I am a bomb thrower.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'll see you guys later.
Oh, have a good shoot.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
And Michael, we have Alicia K back here. She's the co-founder of VIP Ignite.
Hi,
and
Alicia.
She was so excited when she heard you were going to be on too.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you? There you are.
in a Zoom
There's
world.
a lot of
Nice to
little,
meet you.
there's a lot of little frames on my computer.
I know.
I'm not very technologically savvy. So the fact that I actually gone on here is a miracle. So
It is, and you're currently in LA?
I'm actually in Texas right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm here visiting a friend in Fredericksburg, and then Ryan talked to me about this a little bit over a week ago, and here I am. Why not some downtime?
Yay. Do you want me to ask you some questions, or do you want to just
However,
start
you
about?
guys, I don't know how you
I could ask some
this.
questions, and then that way we could just roll with it. But
Yeah, and I would love to
Okay.
hear questions too from some of the participants, and since
Yeah. for sure.
their lives that we're talking about, I guess.
Yeah. So right now you're in Texas. So thank you so much for spending Sunday morning with us. We very much appreciate it. We're honored to have you. So tell us, when you were younger, did you always dream about being a casting director, or how did that come about?
Oh God, no.
God.
And it's hard to remember my younger days. But no, I just kind of fell into it, and I wanted to be in the entertainment industry, primarily as a writer. And then after college, after studying some work, I'm from New Jersey originally. After some work there, I decided that, really at that point in time, the only place to be if you wanted to be in the industry was Los Angeles. So I got my little Honda Civic and I drove out and, drove until I hit water, so to speak, and started a career and fell into casting quite by happenstance and just sort of loved it. I'm very instinctual the way I work. I work with my gut. And so I loved it and kept going and kept doing it. And I eventually have been writing now for the past 6 years. I've sold 4 or 5 things and I continued that. So I kind of incorporated that into sort of my casting career as well. So right now I'm a hyphenate with casting director hyphen writer. So
What was your biggest surprise about being a casting director? I mean, like, what did you think it was going to encompass? What were some of your biggest aha moments?
I gotta be honest. I don't think I didn't know anything about it. I just didn't know. I just knew instinctually. Like I always knew kind of actors and sort of what they did. It's sort of just, I'm a vessel of useless knowledge, I guess. And so I always kind of knew that. I guess my biggest surprise was how much fun it is. It's a lot of fun on our end because I get to meet, a whole bunch of people on a whole different day. That's why I really do enjoy doing these kind of events, is because, nowadays everything's on tape, it's self-taped, you don't sort of get a personal connection. Here I get to see, 66 different faces and 66 different personalities. And I like that. And back in the day when I used to do in-person auditions, I would meet, 30, 40 people a day. And that made me happy. So that
And
was
let's expand on that a little bit. So living in Los Angeles, obviously you deal with a lot of aspiring talent. They move there, they want to be famous. They go to LA with these ideas of, I'm going to get my headshot, I'm going to get some training. They go in for an audition with you. Do you ever book based on like just gut instinct, personality within like 5 seconds?
Well, here's a misconception about casting is that I can just book people.
Okay.
There have been some shows that I have been able to, but it's been with the blessing of there's a process, even with 1 or 2 liners, there's a process that you have to go through in order to actually book a job. You got to get approval of the producers, then you got to get approval of the studio, then you got to get approval of the network. So it's a long standing thing. I mean, I'm influential in that decision, but it's not my sole decision. Although there have been a few projects like the last season of Roswell, the original Roswell, where, the producers at that point didn't love casting just because they had so many other things to do. And they're just like, hey, you like them? Great. Let's hire them. So that kind of thing. But no, and so it's not, it's a lot of, it's not hard work, but it's a lot of work.
So I always like to ask the question, the unglamorous, glamorous life. Anybody that not in show business, what do they think you do versus what a typical day for you is actually like?
Well, yeah, casting is one of those projects, or one of those positions, I should say, that a lot of people don't know about, don't know what it entails. They also don't know what the effect that we have on actors. And that comes a lot from actors. I find a lot of actors who go through this don't really know what casting does or how it works and that stuff. And the typical day is, again, it's like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of known availabilities. It's a lot of psychology in terms of, who you go to, who's there, and what your producers are thinking, trying to, tell them what they don't want, but also asserting your sort of creative position within the whatever piece you're casting. And it's also one of the shows that everybody thinks they can do. Oh, just why don't my mother always say, well, just why don't you get Brad Pitt for that role? Oh, okay, like that's a very easy process. It's not. So it's a lot of, checking. It's a lot of organizational skills, who's available, who's not available, checking on that, keeping things at bay. It's having access to different talent managers and agents and actors, but also knowing a big variety of actors and knowing what they can do and what they can't do. And it's not a bad thing if actors can't do things, because everybody has strengths and minuses in whatever they do. So it's a lot of retaining and organizing a lot of knowledge in your head. There are a lot of ideas in your head. So, knowing that actor will never do this movie because it's under $2 million. A lot of people don't even think about stuff like that. So it's retention of knowledge, really, quite frankly.
And then also maybe like kind of story in your mind, oh, well, this person may not be right for this, but possibly later on in the future, oh, I remember this person auditioned for me. This, like Ben.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be, yeah.
And it's also very fluid. That's why I love it. It's, I remember when I started there, a casting director would have like these huge files of pictures, like, oh, we need a guy who's, in his late 20s, and they would go through these files and pick out pictures. And it always kind of weirded me out. It's like, but people change. So that picture's not going to be that same person, now that we see them. So I love the fluidity and the ever-changing aspect of casting and of actors, and it's just kind of keeping on top of that, but also allowing yourself to be open to sort of the creative flow of what's happening, because you can't be very rigid in casting. And just when I think I know it all, I don't. And that's why we know later in my career, I made a very conscious effort to sort of cast projects that I haven't done before, so it doesn't become repetitious and it doesn't become boring. So I would just actively seek out projects that were a different format or a different type of actors that were needed and all that stuff. So
let's talk a little bit about the business pre-pandemic. So before 2020, live auditions, you physically had to live in LA, correct? To be able to go into the offices or to be able to get in there.
Right. You didn't
Zoom
have
wasn't
to, but
as
it was a lot
prevalent as
easier.
it is
Right.
today.
It was a lot more convenient.
Yeah.
Gone are the days, and that's why I think, I think the revolution of self-tapes is a good and bad thing. But yes, before pre-pandemic, and that's the one thing I do miss about actors, is sort of getting somebody in a room, getting a sense of their personality, and then you can really find out if somebody's right or wrong for a role, or just.
And what would they bring with them as far as marketing? Would they bring headshots or resume?
I got to be honest, I'm not a big fan of the word marketing when it comes to actors.
Okay.
I feel like that it sometimes limits you, because I'm one of the belief that actors can do anything and can sort of embody all different types of roles, and every actor has in themselves the potential to be a chameleon. Yeah, there's parts of that aspect that actors do strongly or not. So I think sometimes marketing does limit an actor if they don't allow for the sort of openness of the marketing, and sort of maybe market themselves as a all-encompassing actor. And when I say actor, I encompass actors and actresses in that. I use that in the generic term. And I think that's a very, very important idea to get into your own head as an actor, is that I have the potential to do anything, to portray somebody who's completely, evil or mean, and somebody who's completely a saint. The gamut's there. You just have to open yourself up to that possibility. So, most people would just bring a headshot.
A headshot.
Yeah, that'd be it. I never required anything else. I don't look at demo reels. I don't like to look at demo reels before I meet an actor, because that's not giving me the full idea of who that person is.
And they would come in, would they slate for you right away? Would they do a monologue?
Well, no, I mean, this was back in the day. I never, with the pre-reads, I never used to tape my pre-reads.
Okay.
I would just go and then just tape producer sessions. But my pre-reads, I would keep. In fact, I got into trouble with this. I did a TV show called Hollywood Heights for Nickelodeon, which was based on an old telenovela from like Argentina. And it was also shot like a soap opera, and it was 80 80 episodes, one script a day. So they film one episode a day, and it was an hour script. So I was seeing a lot of people, but apparently, before every time you book a job with a studio, they hand you this little like casting booklet of their rules and regulations and what not to do. And I know, can I curse on this? Is it okay if I curse?
Yeah, it's Sunday, so everybody
I,
say
I,
prayer.
it's
Okay,
not-
go ahead.
Listen, I'm Roman Catholic. Sundays, but
You're good. You're good.
That's why I don't go to church.
Most everybody knows me, and I
And
curse like
I
a
just
sailor, so
said,
you're
I was
good.
like, I'm not fucking reading this thing. Why am I? I don't, because it's so different. So I never read them. But apparently in the rule book, it was like you have to tape all the pre-read sessions and then upload them, because Nickelodeon and Paramount and Viacom, I guess at that point in time, would store them all in this big database, which I find kind of creepy anyway. But
Yeah.
And I also feel like the audition, the audition itself is almost like a psychiatry appointment. It's one-on-one. You're revealing, you're being vulnerable. I don't want anybody to really know that except for me, the actor, maybe my assistant who's in the room, or if at some point a cameraman. So apparently I was supposed to be taping all these pre-reads, and there was a ton of them. And then when they found out I wasn't, I'm like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing it. So I never taped my pre-reads. I always used to just tape my producer sessions. So
when somebody would come in and audition for you, what are some like tidbits, some like red flags or no-nos, like things that just like get under your skin as a casting director? What about if they say like, can I do it again? Is that acceptable?
Like tardiness always used to annoy me.
Tardiness.
Because I'm one of those people that's always like, if I have an appointment, I'm always there like 10 minutes early. So that kind of always did it. And so I do feel like sometimes when an actor was late, they would have to be really good in order to get over but I also too, when I set up my appointments, I never gave really specific times. I would say I'm having my session, my casting session between 10 and 1 o'clock in the morning. I would love them to come at 10:30, but really they can come anytime in between then. Because back in those, when you were going from audition to audition, things happen. Who's in traffic, they can't get there.
I was going to say, especially in
out of the
LA.
house, they have to go. So I don't really give it that much thought. But if somebody's like really late for a session in terms of the outside and inside times, that would get me angry. The other one was, for me, was sort of, believe it or not, there's a lot of actors who didn't want to be there, that just looked at it as a job and not a passion. And I really, really pick up on that. And I love actors that are passionate. I love anybody that's passionate about their job. That's sort of, I think, a given. I think it's a quality that makes people even more attractive. When you find somebody, somebody that loves what they do, it's infectious. And I could pick up a mile a minute, when somebody was sitting in my chair when they didn't want to be there. Because then my belief is that you're taking up a spot of somebody who really wants to be there, or who really wants this job, and that I thought was unfair. So those are two. I was never a big prop fan. I don't like props a lot because my attention span is really short, and my mind and my eye would go right to the prop, and I would forget about the performance. And I've had everything that you could imagine brought into a room. I've had a real gun. I had a snake. I've had, a baby. I mean, you name it, it's been in that room.
It sounds like that would be a fun drinking game. What kind of props we can create that? Yeah.
I think I take the cake with the steak and the gun, but
it's like a new edition of
I think
Clue.
I'm the winner, but I'm sure a lot of other cast directors have even more horrifying stories. So.
And as far as like coming in costume, let's say it's like a Grey's Anatomy type. No, absolutely no costumes.
No, don't do that.
Don't dress the character.
Because what that does is it kind of presumes you're kind of thinking that I'm an idiot, that I can't imagine you as a doctor unless you have like a lab coat on. And then my mind goes, where did they get the lab coat? Are they a real, and all of a sudden I'm thinking about something else besides what they're doing with their performance. So no, I don't mind. I think it's good that you hint at the, at the idea, if you're going in for the role of a lawyer, wear a smart sort of business suit or something like that. That doesn't necessarily, or if you are going in for like a police officer, something that's that's cleaner, it's got clean lines. It's something that sort of, you don't want to go in like a schlub with, wrinkles, and it doesn't give you that essence. Although I will say, there was an exception to this rule. I used to do a TV show called Cold Case for 4 years that we would go back
Great
in
show.
time a
Yeah.
lot. Thank you. And there was one episode about stewardesses in the 60s. And stewardesses in the 60s that was a big deal. Being a stewardess and a
TWA.
pilot was
Yeah.
like a whole thing. It was
Yeah.
a status symbol.
Of course.
And the one girl, I think I forgot, she's actually on a show now. But she had bought, I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Almost Famous, but at the end, the Zoe Deschanel character becomes a stewardess for like TWA or something like that. And she walks down in this like yellow and orange sort of jumpsuit skirt thing. And it was very 60s. She bought that up by chance, like years ago, like at a film costume sale or auction. And she showed up in it, and it just brought the whole essence of the show to life. And I brought her back to the producers, not necessarily because she was very good, but because I said, I want you to see, like, this is the costumes you should have, on the show, because it's really, really, really fitting. So that worked. But costumes, no. Props, no, unless they're organic to the scene and vital to the scene.
As far as casting today, I mean, we see a lot of social media influencers getting bookings.
Nope.
Does that drive you nuts?
Nope. It
Nope.
doesn't drive me nuts. I think a lot of it's actually kind of false in a sense, and it doesn't really bring anything to the table. It doesn't change viewership. It doesn't change anything. And you're never defined as an actor or actress by the amount of followers you have, by your agents, by your schooling. It doesn't define you as an actor. An actor is its own. You guys are your own sort of entity, and you can do all that stuff. So don't ever define yourselves or judge yourselves or limit yourself by what the other external factors are in your lives, because it doesn't really matter. Like, I did a TV show called Stitchers for Freeform. At that time it was ABC Family, I think. I don't know, and we hired at that point two of the biggest social media influencers of the day back then. Was that point was Logan Paul, who was still getting like $100,000 for like a 10-second Vine video, something ridiculous, and an actress by the name of Anna Ancana, who had a huge following. It didn't move the ratings needle once, not even a little bit.
Not even a little
It
bit.
will maybe raise awareness, but a lot of times, as I'm sure a lot of you do know, these influencers have their own separate business with that. So our producers were like, "Oh, hopefully you'll tweet about it or show it in the video." And they're like, "No, we get, a lot more money to do that than we do for acting on the show." So
Yeah. All right.
I'm sort of opposed to that. I won't look at somebody's star meter. I don't care about that. All I care about is how you are as an actor, your performance, and how it fits the role that I'm casting at the moment.
Okay. So let's talk about pandemic. So 2020 happens, shitstorm. What happens to casting? Now you have to do everything on Zoom. So let's talk about the transition.
Well, no, I don't like Zoom. I'm not a
Okay.
big Zoom person. So sorry, everybody on here. Who guys are on Zoom. I was doing a lot of casting off of self-tapes anyway before, so it wasn't really a big adjustment for myself. But I know for a lot of other casting directors, it's just doing self-tapes and then a lot of people do callbacks on Zoom. I've managed the majority of people that I hire. They just send in one tape, and we all like them. And
how long are the tapes, and how much do you actually watch?
Well, it will depend. It's different. I mean, it's different from project to project, from character to character. Sometimes within one scene, I pick scenes that I want to see the actors do to hopefully give me an essence of the performer with that character, and then you go from there. So sometimes some scenes, some tapes can be a minute, and other tapes can be 10 minutes. It all depends on the role and the script and all that fun stuff. So, I remember when I was doing Cold Case, I would pull every single scene and every single moment that an actor has, the guest actors, the actor that comes in like one episode at a time. And because there was a definite arc to the character creatively, so I wanted to make sure the actors had the whole essence of this character before they came in. And I remember the record I sent out was 34 pages of sides. Now, you didn't have to perform all 34 pages, but those producers and those directors would like to see a lot. So those tapes, when they were taping, were long.
So being an actor, obviously going in and performing it's in my opinion stressful enough, but now having to learn how to work the lights, the backdrops, the cameras. And has there ever been a time that somebody for you really could act with just a shitty tape?
Oh,
Have you
God,
ever
all
had
the time, all the time. And it happens all the time, and it continually happens, and it happens with different actors at different levels of their career.
Okay.
And I mean, even you'd be surprised sometimes when you see some very well established actors or actresses, they send in a really shitty tape, and sometimes they can't help it. They're away visiting their grandmother and somewhere out in the boondocks, and there's no access to a lot of stuff that they have. But I've hired people who gave him really shitty looking tapes that were really good. One actor I did a movie called Overnight, he just taped himself on his computer camera and it looked really bad, but he was really good. You could still tell. It is, I actually think it's a good thing, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass for you guys that we're asking you not only to act like, to be actors, but also think like casting directors, like lighting directors, like cinematographers, like costumers, like set designers, because it all matters in a self-tape.
Right.
And that's what, but I also think that at the end of the long run, that's actually a good thing for actors because it keeps them attuned to the creative process as a whole and not just specifically for what they do. Because film and TV at the end of the day is a collaborative process. And there's nothing better to hire than an actor who's smart about different aspects of the production, who knows, and listens to the cinematographer and what they're talking about and knows angles, knows lighting, or knows a lot of times, a lot of actors, when they do self-tapes, don't think about their wardrobe and what colors work for them on a screen. It may work for you in real life, but it doesn't necessarily work for you on a screen. And I think it's really, really important for actors to know that because it makes people pop.
Now, I have two questions about preferences. Do you prefer your actors to look directly into the camera or off to the side when they're?
I'm again, it's sort of a little bit married between the two. It's looking sort of straight ahead, but a little bit maybe off to the side. So it's not sort
Okay.
of. And sometimes, yeah, I've looked at the director, but a lot of times when it's too far and you're looking too much to the side,
You're like, who are you talking to?
yeah, or you want, when you do self-tapes, the biggest thing for us, we want accessibility to you. We want to get to know you, the character and all that stuff. And when you're looking to the side, you're kind of you're closing the viewer off a little bit. You want to connect and never, ever, always understand the first 30 seconds of your self-tape are the most important.
First
Because
30
if you meet
seconds.
somebody and they say they look at all these tapes all the way through, they're lying to you.
Because you can get how many? How many tapes could you possibly get?
Thousands.
For one roll. Thousands. So there's no way you could watch
There's
2
no,
minutes,
there's
10 minutes.
absolutely no way. No, there's not.
There's no way. So
I mean, I think that's
them.
why I do look at all the tapes. For a movie, episodic, sometimes it's a little more difficult because the timing is so quick. But I do look at all the tapes. I don't look at them all the way through, each one all the way through. I just can't. I'd be here still doing a project that I started, 9 months ago if I was to do that.
Forever. Because you want to cast it as much as they want it.
I want to cast it yesterday.
Now, for self-tapes, do you prefer slate at the beginning or your end? Beginning? If you're only going to watch 30 seconds?
I don't care about that. I do prefer a slate on a separate take or a separate attachment and whatnot, but that's just a preference. I don't understand. A lot of times, I know you've all probably got this before. You get the auditions for the self-tape and there's all these rules and regulations. Make sure you sit, don't move.
Like IKEA directions.
I could give a crap about that stuff. I actually think it informs me more about the actor when they don't follow the rules and do things all, and I think it tells me a lot about their personality and what they do and all that stuff. So, I'm not one for rules. I like movement in my self-tapes because I never understood, just sit still or sit down, don't move. It's because, well, why we're having a visual medium where people move on screen. So I want to get a sense of their body language, and body movement and the way you use your body is also an extremely important tool for an actor.
Right.
And it just is.
Not just a floating head. Okay.
Instead of a floating head that sits still, like who's going to watch that? for 2
No.
hours. Nobody.
No one. Let's actually, if I can, I'm going to ask you to walk us through the casting process. So you get the breakdown, and you send it to agents, or where do you post castings? How does that work?
I use breakdown services that goes out to all agents and managers that are sort of affiliated with it. That's the process I use. I don't go on Actors Access. I never have had the need. The only time I'm lying. I have gone on Actors, but only when it's a very specific role.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
like
don't
I was looking for one
Okay.
point. I did an episode of Cold Case. It was quote unquote our circus episode, and I had to cast 2 gargantuans, which are people who are over 7 foot tall, and
It's hard. Yeah.
and that's hard. When you release breakdowns all around the country, you only get 6 submissions. You gotta pull out your resources and find out. So, but I just released it to breakdown. I think of ideas myself, and because not every actor that's available or is actually submitted. So it's sort of a combination of what is submitted by the agents and managers, my own ideas. I go back through past projects and I like that person. Maybe they're right for this, blah, blah, blah. I like to see new people every time I do a role, because I think it's important for myself as a casting director to keep abreast of people who are new and upcoming. And, like I heard earlier before I said it, everybody's got to start somewhere. It's true. Everybody's got to start somewhere.
But let's say somebody is a freelance and they're non-union, they're just getting started. They wouldn't have a way to get their tapes to you because they wouldn't even know the casting wouldn't be posted somewhere.
Right.
Because we talk about that a lot here at VIP. A lot of times.
I mean, I don't know how to
They're like,
solve.
oh, I can star in the new Black Panther. No, that's not how
but
it works.
also, listen, when you do like the movie like Black Panther, you have the time and they have the money to go and do and find the brand new people who don't have access to that stuff. That takes time and money, quite frankly. And a lot of productions, a lot of movies, especially episodic, because they move so fast, don't have that luxury. And so you just, that's part of starting out. But it's like that in any business. You want to be a lawyer, you go to law school, you don't necessarily are going to have all the top law firms in there trying to get you. You have to sort of work your way up. And I heard about a job at an opening down in Peoria, Indiana, where they're
going to be a law clerk. You're going to file.
And get in there and start making a mark for
start.
myself. It happened with me. I started as an intern for no money, in casting. So that's what you sometimes you have to sort of, you work harder when you're just starting out in order to establish yourself hard enough so you don't have to work as hard, and you just do. I mean, I don't know any other way.
Right. So you get the breakdown, you send over exactly what you're looking for to agents and managers that you have relationships with. They go through their roster.
Not necessarily have relationships with. It's everybody. Yeah.
So they send over.
And the reason why I want to point that out is because there are some casting directors that do just target their breakdowns. They only release, and I think that's unfair. I'll release it to everybody, small, large, an agent or manager just starting out who subscribe to breakdown services. I want to see what they got. Why not?
So what do they submit over? So let's say like Colby, for an example, with Ben, do they submit over a headshot and a reel
and a resume?
A headshot
and a resume. It's electronically sent over to me, and I just click on it and see. I tend to pick a lot of people to read just because I like to see. And many times I've had my associate come over to me. You can't see this many people. You just can't. I'm like, okay,
don't tell me I can't.
Yeah. And you just sort of pick out who's right. And a lot of times I'll go by just the picture. A lot of times I'll go by combination. It's just, it's all different.
Not interested. Yeah. Now, how important is training for you?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. How important is training for you? Like when you're casting?
It is and it isn't. Again, it's a very fluid thing. I've had a lot of times I've had actors come out of Yale Drama School that are fantastic, but also who are shitty. I've read actors who have nothing, who are literally like off the bus, and some have been really shitty and others have been really good. Those things don't define you as an actor. They really don't. It's what you have possessed inside of and your ability to show who you are and what you can do with a role, your vulnerability, all that. That's what's really important at the end of the day. Now, agents and managers and representation is important because they have more access to opportunities for you.
Right.
But they don't necessarily, because you sign with a bigger agency, mean you're a better actor. So that's
Yeah.
what so training, yes, I think it's important because I think training again gives you the opportunity to open yourself up to sort of become in touch, and how to become in touch with yourself, and how to sort of take that and translate it to an actual character and a performance in a scene. But it doesn't necessarily everybody who does that or who has extensive training can actually do that.
Right.
So
So an agent or manager submits over a headshot, a reel. You either see the headshot and you're like, oh, okay, this person has a great look. I would like to see if they can act, or, oh, no, this person absolutely is not right. Like, move on. So when you like their reel, then you send over sides. Is that how it kind of works?
No. I sent over the sides right away, and then
Send over the sides right away.
right, and then they audition, and then I judge from there who I'm going to pass along to my producers and directors to see if they like them as well.
And how much time does an actor have to do a self-tape and submit it over to get it to you?
Well,
that's
been recently a bit of a contention with SAG. I'm really extremely organized in terms of my casting. So if I'm doing a movie, I like to give like at least a week with the material, because I think time is an actor's friend. You have time to sort of invest in it. But with episodic, and I did this rarely, but there are times, and I know that there are certain casting offices that are very disorganized that will send you over, 7 pages of sides at 5 o'clock, and it's due 10 o'clock the next morning.
And that's where training might come into play.
And that's where training may come in. That's where memorization skills come in a lot, because a lot of times, and memorization is a muscle. It is a skill. At first, when you do it, you maybe feel daunting and like, oh my God, I'm never gonna. It's like working out in the gym. All of a sudden, you're like, first couple of months, you're like, oh, it's not doing anything. My biceps is still the same. Then all of a sudden, wow, okay, I didn't realize it will come to you, but it takes time and it takes work at it. That's why when I did like the show called Hollywood Heights, because it was shot like a soap opera. When you're on a soap opera, you have 20 pages of dialogue on one day, but then you have 30 more pages to memorize for the next day, because that's how they shoot.
Pre-train.
So I would consciously send out appointments, really close. And, here's 4 o'clock, come tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And here's, 15 pages of sides, to make sure that actors had that skill, because they're going to need it when they shoot.
Right.
And that became a big thing. So, but SAG is sort of putting their foot down, I don't know what the new contract says in SAG now, about putting their foot down about giving actors ample time. And I agree with that. I think they should. It's going to cause a lot of commotion in writers' rooms and casting offices, because now in episodic, they better have those scripts ready. And I've done it before. I've been blessed with a lot of shows that were very organized, so I had time. But I've been on shows where like I've started casting an episode with no script and using old sides, or I've definitely had that before. So
now, when someone's sending in sides, do you allow them to have it in camera view, or do you want it memorized?
I don't necessarily like it in camera view. I used to not have, actors having sides memorized, because I sometimes didn't think it was fair for actors to sort of memorize all these lines and not, get paid for it.
Right.
But
and that's another thing we're going to talk about in a second, but yes, go on.
But with self-tapes, everybody's really I've been with producers before, when people hold up sides and like, well, have all this time, how come it's not memorized? Because for them, that keys in the fact is, okay, what if I hire this person for a movie or something like that, and they come in and they don't have the lines memorized? That's going to be the first thought. Right. So I think the more you can work on your memorization skills, even outside of auditioning and whatnot, to get ready for it, I think it's really super important, and it will just benefit you in the long term.
Now, are actors getting paid to submit their self-tapes now? Is that what?
Oh God, no. Would never.
They're never going to get paid to audition?
No, why would you? Do you get paid? I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, do you get paid for every job audition you go on?
No,
job interview, you don't. It's the same thing. I mean, audition is potentially a job interview.
Okay.
And maybe there's a little.
Because I heard that was one of the things that they were fighting for, was that they.
No, I think being paid for. Again, I think it's the length of the audition now.
Okay.
And it's also the time requirement. And
if they had 5,000 applicants all submitting a self-tape,
they can't do that. And it also depends on how many times they come in. I think they want to have a threshold by how many times an actor has to audition for a role, because a lot of casting offices have abused that by saying, come in, and this is like my 8th time coming in. I mean, you can't, and I've always not avoided that, because I think it's, number one, it's silly. And I think when you audition an actor a lot, the producers are actually looking for something not to like, as
And
opposed to,
sometimes, yeah, it could take months before somebody's even picked, correct? By the
yeah,
time with all the
it
politics.
can, and that to me is that's not abnormal. That's not a bad thing. But if you come in 8 times in those 2 months or 5 months, that's ridiculous.
Because you're losing wages and time. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm a firm believer is you like something about this actor or actress before first time.
It's like looking at a house 8 times. We either know or not. Yeah.
Yeah, either know you're not. Stop. I mean, you're not producing, a film version of, religious doctrine or whatever it may. It's a cop show. It's not that difficult.
So what if someone is non-union and their agent submitted? Can you talk a little bit about that?
It all depends on the production. When I was doing Cold Case, because it was very specific, I would have to match younger and older actors that looked alike. I had a lot of leeway in terms of what they call Taft-Hartley in an actor into SAG, because I would say, hey, we read all these actors or actresses, and this is the one person that really looks like that person, which we need. So there's a very specific reason why I can hire them. So I remember, like, before the writer's strike in 2008, I want to say we did 10 episodes before we shut down. I think I had 8 guest leads. And this is guest leads. These are big roles that I Taft-Hartley that were non-union. I was able to do that. But also don't forget, it's a lot easier to get Taft-Hartley than forced into the union with a bigger role.
Right.
Because then specifics are, but if it's, the 3-line babysitter, SAG will be like, you couldn't find a SAG actress to do that or actor to do that. And then they would fine you. And a lot of productions didn't care about the fine, but a lot of productions did.
So they would fine you.
Right. So they, so there's sometimes, I couldn't bring in non-union actors because I didn't want to take the chance that we could be fined because it was a very non-specific role. It's the guy at the coffee counter saying, can I have more coffee, please? I mean, if I can't find a SAG actor to do that, then I don't know what I'm doing.
They probably shouldn't have spent the $3,000 to join SAG, and
Well, but it's again, you can't pay the dues until you actually have the jobs to join it. It's exactly. The catch-22, which I'm sure a lot of actors here are sort of maybe involved in right now, where they're just like, oh, and it's frustrating. But
sometimes you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Because joining SAG sounds real sexy until you pay the $3,000, and then now you're sitting on the sidelines because now you're competing with the bigger actors. And you may not have,
you have to also be realistic about your career. Is that just because you join SAG doesn't mean you should be doing
guaranteed as well. Yeah,
right. You have to work again. You work your way up. There's
160,000 SAG members.
And you also have to be very confident in what you do in terms of, and also plan it. It's almost plan it like a business. Almost plan it as you go along. Is like even in my career, I was an associate for a long time, and my last associate job as a casting associate was for the pilot of Everybody Loves Raymond. Ooh. And I decided at that point that if I was going to do another job in casting, I was going to be the casting director. No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm not doing a casting associate anymore. I've done that. I've done it well. I know what I'm doing. I need to move up. I need to take, and I've turned down a lot of jobs. I was, and I didn't have a lot of money in the bank either at that point, I stuck to my guns and I found ways, and lo and behold, an opportunity arose. It wasn't even a great opportunity, but I took it and I jumped on it, and that led to more opportunities and blah blah blah.
I love that.
You have to guide it. I mean, I think the biggest takeaway, I think, for all you guys right now, it's also a business. Look at your acting career not only as creative, but look at it as a business, and do the things that you need to do for yourself that are going to move your business forward.
Agree. Well, thank you so much. This was amazing. Thank you so much.
Is that it?
It was awesome. Did you guys love this? Yeah.
Guys, is there any other quick questions? I know you got to go, but is anybody from one of these many
anybody have any faces
that I
see? Do we have time for a quick question?
We have time for one question.
Yeah, it's just why I want to make sure that
who has a quick question? Anyone? Quick question?
A lot of these lovely people.
Quick question. Let me see.
I see a hand of Reginald.
Let me see. Quick question.
Reginald
Christine Harding.
Oh, I saw Reginald. Sorry, I saw Reginald Holmes' hand.
Where are you, Christine Harding?
Hold on, I'll find her.
Oh, there she is. Okay, I got her.
I have to unmute. There you are. I lowered her hand by accident, which meant that her face went away when I. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Michael. I'm from Washington State. My name is Christine Harding. I'm 56. I have had an opportunity to do a lot of things with VIP, but one thing over time, I wrote down some things, but I guess of all the questions for me, what could I do to make your job easier coming on as an actor for a casting director? What is something that could describe a great relationship as an actor coming in for
It's just do your job and do well and come in without any of, extra drama, so to speak, and just, realize what you do, I guess, there's not a lot. I mean, I think it's actually our responsibility on our sides to be the ones that are helpful to you in a sense, because that's what it's all about. It's not about you helping us. I mean, because quite frankly, at the end of the day, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of actors out there that, if you're not doing it for me, I'm going to find somebody else. So it's not, I would want you to get the job, because maybe if you're there in my office, it makes my job a lot easier, but I'm not going to, I don't think you have any responsibility in this area to make me happy.
right. I mean,
I need to determine what makes me happy and then take it from there. So, and I apologize. I know you're going to hate me, but I did see Reginald hands go up, and I did see that, and I feel bad if I don't just take a question from him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Reginald Holmes. If you could find him and just do one last question, that'd be it. But I feel bad because I saw his hand and I don't want to.
Okay, Reginald, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, Reginald.
How you doing, Michael? No, I just had I guess it may be a ridiculous question, but maybe not. With callbacks, do the people going for the callbacks, if they, let's say, example, we seen you a reel and you like the reel, you say, I want to bring this person in, would the actor or actress have to be responsible for paying for to come in to see you in person?
Oh God, no. Here's the deal. If anybody tells you have to pay for an audition, run for the hills.
Exactly.
It's never part of anything. I even get kind of prickly when I find out actors go to some of these taping facilities to get taped and spend money on an audition. I don't think an actor should at all spend any money on any audition for any reason.
Yeah.
It's just, and just watch that. And one quick thing about callbacks is a little bit of advice real quickly. If you go into an audition or you get a self-tape and they want to call you back and have you do the tape again or call you back, don't change a thing. Don't change your shirts. Don't change your hairstyle. Don't change your underwear. Nothing. Performance, don't change it unless you get specific notes about it, because you got called back for a reason.
Now, I want to piggyback one quick thing, Reginald,
Okay.
that you asked. Let's say, Michael, you like somebody, but you want to see them live and in person, but they don't live in LA.
Okay.
Would a talent get compensated, or would you ever pay for flights or hotels for somebody maybe to fly in from Wyoming?
Well, not for like a callback. I mean,
okay.
We used to pay for flights and hotel rooms when we were testing people for like network series, because that was a bigger deal. Or sometimes with movies too. You set a time, you fly the actors out. But I also have a hold on that.
Okay.
In other words, I'm paying you, but also paying you for your time that you're exclusively ours, whether it be 3 days, 5 days, a week. You close the deal, you can't do anything else, or if anything comes within those 5 days, you can't say yes to it, or you can't, because we have to make our decision first. So in other words, that's being compensated also comes with us getting something in terms of your exclusivity.
But you would have to be like a big actor, like a Hilary Duff or somebody.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I've tested a lot of people from, who are no names, but they because people were excited, hopefully they can do this role. Because what happens a lot when you're in the midst of, especially when pilot season was big, it was like, oh my God, everybody's vying for talent. And there's just three. I specifically remember for Everybody Loves Raymond, and we were testing the Deborah role. For the second time we tested, we flew in 3 actresses from New York, and we flying them in, we were putting them up, I think there was like a meal on CBS, or it was Paramount at the time, blah, blah, blah. But then they necessarily weren't getting the role, but they were ours for 5 days after the testing date.
Okay.
So we had 5 days to make a decision. And a lot of times, and I think the majority of times when that happens, they don't pick any of them.
Got it.
It's the cost in doing the pilot or the show itself.
Got it.
doesn't come from
Got it.
casting at all. So
Got it.
the funny story, real quick story about that was we were testing those 3 actors and Patricia Heaton, who got the role, but
Right.
she couldn't do it. Like we were testing on Thursday. She couldn't do it on Thursday. She was doing something with the family and but we know we really kind of liked her a lot and we didn't want to lose her. So we decided that we were going to test her separately on Wednesday. And then we would have her, and then these other actors would fly in and test on Thursday. And then we could make a decision, a more informed decision about who of these 4 actresses was right.
Right.
But that test on Wednesday, Les Moonves, who was the head of CBS at the time, was actually there. And she read, and he was like, oh, that's it. That's her. We're done. And as that happened, the 3 actors were on the plane coming over to Los Angeles. And you don't want to test them for no reason because it's not going to be them. So I had to call them that night when they got to the hotel and say, hey,
good news,
sorry,
you're here.
the role's gone, but thank you. Have a couple of meals in CBS and you're flying out in the morning. Because, once a network or once somebody a head of a studio makes a decision, that's it.
That was a wise decision.
Yeah, that's the last decision. So yes, it was left up to me to sort of say, sorry, God, sorry. Nope. You closed the deal. It could be life-changing, but now it's not happening.
That's a great story. I love that. That's so cool.
So
I love that you cast one of my favorite shows. I love Everybody Loves Raymond.
I was a casting associate.
Casting
Lisa
associate.
Lisa Miller Katz was the casting director, and she went on to cast the show. It was a great experience. There's also a very good example of when a network or a studio is very much behind a pilot. It was a very easy experience. It was not at all difficult in terms of pilot casting because network really loved the show. So they were behind it. And so they made concessions in terms of, timing and organizations and whatnot, because they just love the show and they love Ray.
Everybody loves Raymond.
Everybody loves Raymond.
Yes, he's a super nice guy and also very intelligent. I don't think he gets a lot of credit for it.
And he's gargantuan. He's very tall, right? He's like what, 6?
He's over 6 foot, but I don't know, he's not,
He's vertically challenged. He's what, 5'2"?
Right. I did one funny story. It was great because he was very nice. And I remember it was the day of the network read through. You do a read through before you shoot the pilot just to hear the script and blah, blah, blah. And Lisa and I were in the offices and he came in with Kevin James because him and Kevin James were really, really good friends. And he's like, so this network reading, because he didn't do television. He was a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
And he said, do I have to go? Because, we want to play some golf. And he just came out here. And Lisa and I looked at each other, we looked at him, and Lisa goes, it's your own show on CBS. Yes, you have to be there. It's called Everybody Loves Raymond. Although there was a thing because it was called Everybody Loves Raymond. This is another little tidbit. It was called Everybody Loves Raymond, but then they weren't going to go with that title because they didn't think it was any good. And they were having like a pool, like come up with names of the show and see if we picked one. And then they went back to it. So there was a moment in time when it wasn't going to be called Everybody Loves Raymond because no one thought that was a good name.
Thank goodness they stuck with it. It worked.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
But I'm just imagining like Patricia Heaton, and then you have Ray Romano, the tall with the vertically challenged. Like on paper, it wouldn't make sense, but casting wise.
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why we got excited when Peter Boyle came into me, because Peter Boyle's very tall.
Oh yeah. Great actor.
And so is Brad Garrett. I mean, huge. Yeah. So and they're both bigger than Ray. I mean, they're both taller than Ray. Yeah. So, it was very good casting, I will say. So
yeah, well. You are what you surround yourself with. Well, thank you so much for being
here.
Guys. Thank you. Thank you, Colby. I don't know if you can hear us. He's busy with Japanese.
Thank you, everybody. I know I didn't get to see a lot of people or hear from a lot of people, but good luck. Have fun today with all the different guests and whatnot. And hopefully you'll learn a lot. And
we have Robert Finaro coming up now from The Sopranos. We have Bobby Finaro coming up now. He played Eugene on The Sopranos.
Oh, fun. It's my favorite show. That's the exact area I grew up with in New Jersey where that show took place. That's my home turf. Sopranos. In fact, my neighbors, real quick, my neighbors growing up were Pinky and Dennis Soprano. That was their names. And Pink and Dennis and Anthony. Yeah, no, cool. Anthony Soprano, his brother was the consultant with David Chase on the show, and Anthony was a cop. So that's awesome. So yeah, it's a direct connection there. So it's fun. So learn a lot. You'll have fun, and just remember, love it. Love what you do what you love, and you'll be happy.
You never work a day in your life.
Never work a day in your life. It's very true.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so
guys.
much, Michael.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
So fun.
How much did you guys learn from Michael Testa? That was amazing. I love having the opportunity to introduce you to people like Michael. I mean, I was listening in the background. I learned a lot. How many of you took a lot of notes? You took a lot of notes? Awesome. All right. So we're going to keep this ship moving forward. We've talked to a casting director. Are you ready to have your mindset shifted in ways that your future self is going to be like bowing down and thanking you in the future? Are you guys ready for that? Awesome. All right. So let me pin him here. So our next guest his name is Colin Sprake. He's a global authority on assisting companies to grow and scale from multiple 6 figures to 7 figures, 8 figures, and beyond. He is also a full-time investor and heavily involved in mergers and acquisitions. He currently owns 14 businesses, one of which is on its way to becoming his first billion-dollar business in less than 24 months. He has coached and mentored over 110,000 business owners and knows the vital components to growing a massively successful business balanced with incredible family life. Colin is a South African native and a serial entrepreneur with over 3 decades of experience in building multiple multi-million-dollar businesses globally in many industries and economies. Colin founded Make Your Mark Training and Consulting in 2004 with a passion to assist businesses to realize their full revenue and profit potential and do it with heart, making a positive impression on their business impacts, staff, colleagues, vendors, families, customers, and the community. He is an absolute business genius and can assist you out of any challenge. His creativity is something to experience and witness. Colin built Make Your Mark on the core values of community of trust, respect then individual, integrity, commitment to excellence, open to possibilities, and unconditional gratitude. He also places people and planet over profits. He is one of 2 Canadians who are part of an elite global group called the Transformational Leadership Council, founded by Jack Canfield, who co-authored the Chicken Soup for the Soul series. He is a Wisdom Council member with the Evolutionary Business Council. He was featured in the film Finding Freedom in Your Second 50 that has helped tens of thousands of people. Colin also has been blessed to be mentored by Sir Richard Branson and some of the dragons and sharks from entrepreneurial TV shows Dragon's Den and Shark Tank. Some are now personal friends. A highly sought after keynote speaker and trainer, Colin guarantees his audience will walk away from his presentations, no matter how long and short, with practical tools and strategies you can use immediately in your life and business to achieve greater success and make a positive impact in the world. He also teaches that success is attainable in both family and business without sacrificing one from the other. Everyone, give it up to our very good friend, the one and only, Mr. Colin Sprake.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Deneen. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you. So thank you for all the good applause as well. And, you know, my number one goal here today is just to serve you, get you to that next level in whatever piece that might be not working for you. As we get through today, please just be present. You know, turn off your cell phones, turn off all noise around you. Don't be wandering around making smoothies in the background or whatever. The data I'm going to give to you today is going to help you and get you to that next level. The biggest part is just take it, use it, and implement it into your life. Yes, I do a lot around business, but the foundation of business is mindset. And mindset is what gets you to the results you want, gets you to the auditions you're looking for, gets you to the callbacks, all that kind of stuff. It's all around mindset, vibration, energy, what have you. So please be super present. I'm going to put some slides up. Danino, can I have can I share my screen and put some slides up? Maybe you can just give me the share, Deneen, to share on my slides.
You're good, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. There we go. Beautiful. Let me make sure I get the right screen. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Can everyone see my screen? Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I'm all about run a successful business, live your best life, because really that's what we're truly here for, is to just grow, be exceptional in everything we do, and take things tonight. As we go, making sure I get all my slides working. Okay, there we go. So let's get into today. A little bit about me, of course. Deneen said a lot of it already. Yes, I have a really weird accent. So for those of you like, wow, he speaks funny, it's because I'm South African originally. So it's all good. So there might be a few little words I might say, and you might like, I don't know what he said, but it's okay. Just interpret the words. It's all good. I'm here to make sure that you get to where you need to be today. I'm just going to shoot through this super quickly because I want to get to the next piece. Continue to grow, a number of companies I own, do different things very differently. My most important part, I love family time. I love to travel and love to have fun and laugh. If you cannot laugh on this call, have fun in your life, then things are really serious. Come on, guys. It's all about enjoying life to the fullest in every way. I love helping other people and really want to take all of you on this call. My goal for you today, you don't need 50 nuggets of information. Just take 1 or 2 pieces and implement them fully, rather than take 30 or 40 pieces and do nothing with them. I live by the statement, a confused mind does nothing. And that's one of the things I see with so many people. We take so much information, we get so overwhelmed, we do nothing. Just take 1 or 2 great nuggets from today and implement them. That's the best gift you can ever give me, is take the information and implement. Put it into your life. Put it where you need to be, because that's a gift for me. And then it really says to me, it was worth showing up for all of you today. So by show of hands, who's going to absolutely take 1 or 2 gifts from today, implement them, and take them to the next level? Beautiful. Cool. So let's make sure keep on moving here. Family is my number 1 priority. You'll also learn very quickly about that. I have a soon to be 20-year-old, and I have a 22-year-old. I've been married for 27 years. Absolutely love my family. It's my number 1 priority in the world, and just super happy to be with you here all today. I'm a best-selling author, so is my wife a best-selling author. So I've done books with great people. Not really here to go through all of this into a lot of detail. I've been on so many different TV shows. Very blessed to be a blogger for Virgin.com as well with Sir Richard Branson. I'm the only person that gets to blog on Virgin.com outside of Richard, which is super cool as well. My goal today, you'll leave with strategies and tools to assist you in the next 30 days. That's my absolute guarantee. You're on this call, you've taken your time. I value your time. I value every single second I get with you. So please take the strategies and tools you learned from today and absolutely implement them. I'm all about your implementation. Please take lots of notes. That's the most important piece for me as well. And be very, very present while you're on this call with me, so we can take things to the next level. I'm also super excited for you. I have a gift at the end of the call for you. How many of you love gifts? It's that time of the year. We all love gifts. The gift is valued at $1,250, and that gift's going to really help. I'm going to give it to all of you. Just stay with me on the call. I'm going to show you some key things today that is going to really get you thinking, doing things differently, and taking things to the next level. So I call this unlocking the 5 vital steps to freedom. My number 1 core value is freedom. And we'll talk about this as we go through, and we're going to dig deep into some of the key mindset pieces, have some fun as we go through, and what have you, and get you really rocking to that next level. I'm going to start at number 5. I'll finish with number 1. Let's get into vital step number 5. And Michael just played into this beautifully for me. Michael says, treat your career like a business. And I absolutely agree with that. You're all in business. Every single one of you is in business. But the big thing for me, what is a freedom plan? A freedom plan is your business plan plus your life plan. So many people are so busy, sometimes planning their businesses, doing so much around their business, their career, what have you, but they don't plan their life. And people say, but Colin, planning your life takes a lot of work, and is it really that important? I see too many people become massively successful, whether it's in the acting world, the business world, any kind of career. They become so super successful, but then they have no one in the support role around them because they've lost their family, because they didn't plan their life. So I want you to really think about this. It's an important piece for all of you to think about. Yes, I'm so busy planning my career. I'm doing whatever I can. I'm working hard. I'm going to interviews. I'm going to callbacks. I'm doing everything I can to make money. Remember one piece though. What are you doing to go to the callback with your family? What about the time with your family? What about, if jokes aside, like auditions with your family every Sunday, fun time with family every Sunday, or whatever day of the week works for you? remember, don't forget about your life and your family when you're so busy chasing your career and your business. The two of those things go together, become your freedom plan. So be very, very conscious of what time and effort and energy you're putting into your to both areas of your life, both business and life. Let's go to vital step number 4, energy. Let's get right into this, which is super cool. So energy is everything. So you can write down those 4 letters, BVRR. I'm going to tell you what those words stand for. They are the most important pieces for me, and you'll learn very quickly. Like everything I do is around energy. Every one of you on this call is energy. All of us on this call are on this call today because it was divinely guided that we showed up together. We had to play together, have fun together. There's a reason why you're on this call. Yes, it's for your career, for your business, whatever it might be for you. But I want you to realize we're all here perfectly guided and for absolutely the right reason. So what does BVRR stand for? So in terms of attracting more money into your life, it could be anything. Attracting more money, attracting more auditions, attracting different pieces into your career, whatever it might be for you. The 4 words are believe. So what do you believe in your life? What do you believe right now? What do you believe around your acting career? Like, do you believe you're going to get that next call? Do you believe you're going to go to that next level in your career? What do you believe? Because what you believe is what you vibrate, is what you radiate, and overall what you receive. So I want you to think about this. What do you believe about every area of your life? Do you believe you're going to have a massively successful career? Do you believe it takes a long time to be successful? Do you believe whatever you believe becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy? Because you walk around, you vibrate that, you talk about that, you radiate that, and guess what you receive? So if you believe that things won't happen for you, you'll vibrate, it's not going to happen for me. You're going to radiate, it's not going to happen for me. And guess what you receive? Exactly what you put out there. All of us are walking, talking, self-fulfilling prophecy magnets every single second of the day. So think about, I'm going to get right into this today. I'm going to dig deep into this for you to really support you. But my first question to you is, what do you believe around your career? Maybe your business, like Michael said earlier on as well. What do you believe? Because when you go out in the marketplace, when you get on any phone call, any Zoom call, whatever it might be for you, you will talk about what you believe. You will talk about it emphatically, but then guess what? If it's not serving you, you're vibrating that, you're radiating that, and you receive it, and you're like, why am I not getting why am I not getting auditions? Why am I not getting different pieces for my career? Why are things not happening for me? Go back to what do you believe? Because right inside of you, you're vibrating that, you're radiating it, and you're receiving it. I'm going to dig into this for you to really help you understand this as well. Most important part, and some of you might know Les Brown, of course, he's one of the most, he's probably the most influential, most famous not necessarily energy, but motivational speakers in the world. Les Brown says one thing. Are you hungry for success? Do you have a burning desire so deep inside of you that what you believe is vibrating outside of your body with incredible intensity? The challenging part is most people don't have a burning desire. They talk about their career, they talk about their business, they talk about their life as if it's just blasé. What do you believe deeply inside of you? Do you have this burning desire to be the number one actor in your field or in your career or in certain aspects? The biggest thing for me, I looked at one of my favorites, and I'm not here to talk about personalities or whether you like them or not, but I've got to spend a lot of time with Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you ever watched Arnold Schwarzenegger's TV, I think it's a documentary on Netflix, go watch it. That's burning desire. That man with his accent from Austria and all that kind of stuff went out and made a success of every single thing he did because he had a burning desire to make it happen. Nothing would stop him. So ask yourself a question today. Do you have a burning desire to make things happen for you in your career? You might be getting towards the end of your career. What does that look like for you? Be very clear of what is your burning desire? Because sometimes we actually have the opposite. We are so busy being negative about what's happening in our life. It's like a burning desire of negativity, and we wonder why we're not getting the results that we want. So be very clear. Do you go out and talk about what you want with such intensity every day, with such excitement, such vibration, such enthusiasm every day that it comes towards you? Or are you talking about the opposite, which also comes towards you because it doesn't know right or wrong? It just comes towards you. So my question to you is, what do you believe? And do you have a burning desire around that belief to get the results that you're looking for? How many of you have a burning desire for your career to go out and rock it? Like, what is, if you have a burning desire, put yes in the chat window. Say, yes, Colin, I have a burning desire. Put in yes in the chat window. If you're excited for your future, where you're going, what you're doing, what you believe, because that's when things will change. That's when things come to you with, and I'm a big fan of what you put out there is what you get back. Everything is energy, whether you believe it or not, it's all energy. Thank you for that. I love the comments in the chat window. Awesome, awesome. Let's go to vital step number 3, your words. So words are vitally important. I want you to think about this. This is one of the most important pieces. So you can draw the circle. There's pieces here today. I know this is recorded. You'll probably get the recording. Watch it many times. I have clients who watch things numerous times to take it to the next level for them. So draw the circle. In the top is your conscious mind. In the bottom is your subconscious mind. Inside your subconscious mind, there's a hard drive. That hard drive runs every aspect of who you are. It runs your nervous system, your blood flow throughout your body. It wants you to be successful. It wants you to be healthy. What happens is our conscious mind is where it all goes off the track. So many people are so destined for success, but their conscious mind around what they believe, what they think, what they do really impacts them. I want you to think about this. Inside your conscious mind, you have your thoughts or what you think. On the outside is what you hear, what you see, what you say, and your environment. Now think about this. This, I hope, becomes super clear for you today to supporting you in your career, no matter where you are at in your career, because I want you to see how powerful this is. Think about this. Everything you hear, so all the people you surround yourself with, everything you see, your thoughts, what you say, and your environment all go onto your hard drive. And guess what? They run every piece of your daily activities. They run everything that's coming towards you. And here's the most important part, and don't make sure you get this piece. Everything goes onto your hard drive unedited. Our hard drive in our subconscious mind doesn't say, is this good for Reginald? Is this good for Ricky? No, it doesn't. It just says, what you hear, what you see, what you say, what you think goes onto your hard drive, and it runs. And it runs everything on your hard drive. I'm not getting interviews. I'm not getting auditions. I'd never get callbacks. All those things go onto your hard drive, and it keeps on running. I don't get callbacks. I don't get callbacks. I don't get callbacks. I don't get auditions. I don't get auditions. And guess what happens? You get none of them. Because your thoughts, what you hear, what you say, what you see, your environment, go onto your hard drive, and they run every aspect for you. I want you to look at this in your own life right now. And I say this with all the kindness and all the love. Be careful of the people you hang out with in your career or with in your environment. Because guess what? If you're hanging out with people that say, I never get auditions, my life's terrible, I can't make money at this, things aren't working for me, guess what happens to you? Your hard drive starts to fill up with what they're saying, and you start to believe what they are saying. You want to hang out with the rock stars in your industry. When you hang out with them, what goes onto your hard drive, onto your subconscious mind, becomes so powerful. Always look at in your own environment. Who am I hanging out with? Because who you hang out with will dictate your results. I really mean that. Watch who you are listening to on a daily basis. You're here with VIP Ignite, with Michael and Deneen and the team. The reason why you're here, because you want to shift your perspective. You want to shift where things are at for you to take things to the next level. So my question to you is, just be very clear of what you are putting on your hard drive. Who are you hanging out with? I'm going to get into that a little bit later, but I want you to think about this. Our hard drive doesn't know what's right or wrong for us. It just runs every day. The thoughts you have go onto your hard drive, and they run every single aspect of your day. So think about it. What words are you using? When I get into the words here right now, I want you to really think about this. Words are so powerful. Words are every aspect. When you look at any movie, any TV show, or whatever it might be, the words are the most powerful piece. In fact, Dr. What's the guy's name? Wayne Dyer. Wayne Dyer said it most beautifully. I use this for the words within the different things that I do. But Wayne Dyer said, is it the bars that hold the tiger back, or is it the space between the bars? When it comes to words, is it the words that are powerful, or is it the space between the words? It's really interesting. Words are the most powerful thing we have on the planet, because words become sentences. Sentences become paragraphs. Those go into our hard drive and they run our beliefs, they run our systems, they run everything that's happening for us on a daily basis. So let's look at the words. There's the word right, good, win, and success. All super powerful words. If you take the opposite of those 4 words, wrong, bad, lose, fail, those words have energy. I want you, even in your living room or in your kitchen or in your office, wherever you're sitting right now, I want you to say the opposite words to what's on the screen in front of you right now. I'd love you to say them out loud. It doesn't matter, because of course we're all actors and aspiring to be maybe actors as well. But the big thing for us is say the words aloud on the count of 3, the opposites of those words. 1, 2, 3. Wrong, bad, lose, fail. How do you feel energetically in your body? You feel terrible. So guess what happens? What you vibrate is what you radiate. When you say those bad words every day, when you wake up, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm having a bad day, or I failed at that. You're putting energy towards things that you really don't want. Let's reprogram our bodies right now to make sure we get into the right energy. I want you to say the 4 words that are right in front of you on the count of 3. Right, good, win, success. How do you feel? Your whole body changes energetically. In fact, I want you to realize the opposites to these 4 words really aren't what you think they are. The opposites are really learning. I wasn't wrong. I was learning something. I wasn't bad. I learned something. I didn't lose. I learned something. I didn't fail. I learned something. When you put the intention and the energy out there of learning, things show up differently for you, because you'll start to learn the most amazing things that happen for you. I see people that say to me, Colin, I'm having a bad day. And then that bad day goes to a bad few days, it goes to a bad week. And for some people, a bad month. By show of hands, how many of you ever said I'm having a bad day? Be honest with me. How many of you ever said I'm having a bad day? For sure, majority of us. Get rid of that. It's only a learning moment. Because when we take away great things from every situation we've been in, we learn and we grow. Please don't look at things in a negative light. Look at them as learning every single day. There's a lot of stuff on this call for all of us that we don't know. We maybe don't even understand. We don't even know what we don't know. So don't penalize yourself by putting out words that hold you back, that are negative. Just say, thank you for the learning experience. I didn't, and always look for what you can improve, what you can do better around whatever that situation is, where maybe you didn't get the cash that or the casting that you wanted. Maybe you didn't get the callback that you wanted. Ask yourself, what can I learn to be better? Stop saying to yourself, I failed, I was bad, I was wrong. No, what can I learn to improve, to make things better every single time? Get rid of all the opposite words in your vocabulary in terms of right, good, win, success, and wake up every day with a great energy. So many people, when they wake up in the morning, they grab their cell phones and they start looking at stuff and what have you, and they look at their stuff that's on their cell phones, and maybe something is, maybe you got rejected, or maybe something didn't happen for you. Maybe you had a learning experience, and all of a sudden, your whole energy goes down. My number one thing in the morning, start to look at your morning habits. Are you visualizing your day? Are you visualizing what's going to happen in your day for you? If you've got auditions coming up, whatever the situation might be, are you visualizing the outcome? Can you feel the outcome in your body? I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a moment here as well. But really visualize your day. Are you grateful every single day? Do you wake up with an attitude of gratitude? Because that's one of my most important pieces. I do visualization, I do meditation, and I do gratitudes every single morning. Why? Because they set my day up for amazing success. I love to visualize the outcome of every meeting I'm having for the day. I visualize the outcome of this presentation with all of you today. I want all of you to, I want it to sink in. I want to help you. I want to support you in any way I can. I visualize the outcome because that's important to me. Do you visualize the outcomes of any auditions, maybe any callbacks that you've got, any things that might be happening for you? Do you visualize the outcome before it happens? Because when you do, that's when life truly changes. If you're learning something right now, put a 10 in the chat window, put a 10 or a 9 or whatever it is. Just, if you're learning something right now, put a 10 in the chat window. Ah, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, let's go to vital step number 2, stories. I want you to really think about this. So if words are important in our lives and words drive a lot of our results, then stories become very important. My question to you is the story that you are telling yourself true? We love to go around and talk about things with our friends, our family, our colleagues, whatever it might be, and we talk in stories and we tell ourselves stories. And my question to you is the story you're telling yourself true? So when you go out and you meet someone, you're like, you know, I don't get gigs anymore. I think I'm too old to get gigs. Life doesn't really serve me the right way. Those are all great stories and really not serving you. So I want you to think, what stories can you put in place that are going to serve you? What stories are not serving you that you are talking about regularly with a whole bunch of people, friends, family, whatever, that aren't serving you? My number one question to you around stories, have you verified and clarified that your stories are even true? No one calls me back. Well, guess what? What you believe is what you vibrate, is what you radiate, is what you receive. No one calls you back. You believe that. Goes onto your subconscious hard drive and it runs. No one calls me back. No one calls me back. No one calls me back. The stories you are telling yourself are hindering your career. Think about stories that can serve you and take you to the next level. I want you to be very clear on that. I listen to people. I can get together with any one of you, and in 10 minutes, just listen to your words, which then lead to stories. And from those words and stories, I can really pretty much predict where you're at in your career. So I watch people self-sabotage their own careers with stories that don't serve them. Is this making sense for everyone? Raise your hand if it's making sense for you. Beautiful. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Ricky, Reginald. I can only see a few faces. I can see all the hands on the screen as well. Tanisha, awesome as well. And Shannon, thank you, thank you, thank you. So the stories are important. So let's get to vital step number 1. This is probably the most, and thank you for all the yeses in the chat window as well. Super excited to be here with you and serve, Michael and Deneen and the team here at VIP Ignite as well. So let's get to vital step number 1, which is the life formula. I want you to write this down. Never forget it. Put it up next to your computer. Take all these slides, put them up around your computer, put them where you make your phone calls, maybe put them where you maybe do online auditions or whatever it is. Put them all up and never forget these slides, because these pieces are such an important part to everything in life, not just your career, not your business, but also to relationship with your spouse or the person you love so dearly, relationship with your children. These pieces are not specific to anything. They are there in terms of absolute overall life, in terms of all pieces of life and business. So write down this formula. I leads to T leads to F leads to A, which equals R. Most of you have probably heard the statement in some way or form, your thoughts lead to your actions, which equal your results. That's true, but only about 50% of the formula. I want you to think about all the pieces here, because there's, of course, you've got the T there, which are your thoughts, the A is your actions, R is your results. The I and the F, to me, are the most important pieces that have often been left out of this formula because a lot of people don't understand energy. We all have vibration. Every single one of us on this call, we're just energy. Our vibration we put out there is what dictates our career, our success, every piece of our life. So, of course, I'm going to share this with you. So, of course, I've got to spend a lot of time with Sir Richard Branson. A really great person, really great. His vibration is incredible to be around. Because remember, back to what I put onto my subconscious hard drive comes from the people I hang out with. What I see, what I hear, what I have you from the people around me. My question to you, and this becomes the I for most people. Let's have a little bit of fun. What do you think the I stands for? Go to the chat window. What do you think the I stands for in the chat window? What do you think it stands for? It's one word. Ideas, intention. A lot of people say intention. ideas, inspiration. Let me share this with you. Beautiful. There's so many coming up in the window. Thank you so much. It's all cool. But I didn't see the one yet. Integrity. I love integrity. I'm all about integrity. Do the right thing at the right time, all the time. The I stands for influence. Your influences lead to your thoughts. Your thoughts lead to your feelings. Your feelings lead to your actions, will equal your results. So my question to you with the I there, what are your influences? What other people in your industry are you hanging around with? Are they impacting your thoughts positively or negatively? What TV are you watching? What, I mean, we joke about this with our clients all over the world, where we say, if you're watching TV, how many people watch the news? There's even a news channel called the Continually Negative Network, CNN. That stuff is negative, man. There's nothing really put on your hard drive that's going to help you. Your influences are so impactful. I want you to think about, what books are you reading or listening to? What TV shows are you watching? What are you doing? What are your influences on a daily basis? Especially in your career, which other actors are you hanging around with? Are those people raising you up or messing you up energetically? Because our influences in every aspect of our lives impact our thoughts. Our thoughts lead to our feelings. This is what probably the piece that most people miss is you can think success, feel failure, or feel like things aren't working. Your actions will come from your feelings, which will then go to your results. So I want you to be really clear on this. Your feelings lead to your results. So when you're going to have and yet say an audition or an interview or whatever it might be called, when you're going to have that, what do you feel before you walk in? Yes, you might have some fear and some butterflies and whatever. That's okay. But when you think positive, like this is going to go awesome, and you feel it's going to go awesome, the action is awesome, the results outcome is awesome. But if you feel like your thoughts are, this is going to be great, but you feel like, oh, I never get these gigs, I always seem to mess up with something, life isn't fair to me, blah, blah, any stories you tell yourself, your actions will be in line with your feelings. Your result is you won't get what you want. So think about this. This is what I call the life formula. Everything comes from our influences. Where we go and hang out at night, who we have a glass of wine with, all the different pieces, whatever it might be for you. What are your influences? I want you to think about this. Are your influences raising you up or messing you up results-wise? Because when you got influences that aren't serving you, then you really need to think about, how do I shift my influences? You might have to, and I always joke about this as well, you might have to do a couple of friendadectomies, because there's some people in your life that might not be serving you, that are really holding you back, and you wonder why things aren't working for you, is because they speak negatively into your life. Your thoughts become negative, your feelings become negative, your actions are negative, your results, not what you want them to be. Because remember, what you believe is what you vibrate, is what you radiate, is what you receive. So remember, what we feel is what we reveal in everything we do in life. So what you're feeling, you can go out there and do positive affirmations. I'm getting this gig. Interview's going to be awesome. Everything's going to be amazing. I'm going to get the call back, all that kind of stuff. You can say all the things you want to say. It's what you feel is what you reveal. So how do you get that feeling in alignment? That's the question you have to ask yourself. The feeling is the most important piece. And so many people don't get that feeling in alignment, and they're like, Colin, it's complicated. And I'm like, yes, it is complicated. But the most important piece to understand is your feelings lead to your results. They lead to your action, you lead to the corresponding result. So be very, very aware after you get off this call. I love the term SOSA, S-O-S-A. Be self-observant, self-aware of what you're thinking, what you're saying, and what you're doing every single awakened second of the day. Because those things that, when you're self-observant, self-aware, that's when things really shift for you. When before you get on a call, you visualize the outcome of the call. You get on the call with, not arrogance or ego or anything like that. You get on the call going, I've already visualized the outcome. I've visualized myself doing amazing things on the call or the interview, what have you. I have visualized everything. I feel great. I'm not ego, not arrogant. I just know this is for me. When that happens, that's when your life changes. That's when you get more roles than you would have ever asked for. That's when life changes for you completely. Because remember, when you go out and vibrate an amazing energy, people are attracted to you. If you go out and vibrate a negative energy, people are repelled from you. You remember, you've heard the statement that, you might have heard the statement in some way or form. That person has great vibes about them. Be very, very aware that those vibes are what carry that person's energetically. So my question to you is, what vibe do you carry? Is it a vibe of attraction, or is it a vibe, and sometimes in some instances, a vibe of repulsion? Be very, very clear on this, because your energy dictates your results. So I'm going to ask you very clearly today, what influences do you need to shift? Because if you don't shift your influences, you will never shift your results, because they are so powerful and so impactful on you in every aspect of your life. If this is making sense for you, just put a yes in the chat window, or some great word, awesome, fabulous, amazing, whatever it is. Cool, cool, cool. I love the interaction. Thank you so much for the interaction as well. So what you believe is what you vibrate, is what you radiate, and what you receive. I really want you to, when you leave here today, put those 4 words up on the wall. Put them there so you can see them, and you can resonate with them every single minute of the day. I love the little pictures in the chat window as well. Thank you for that too. So my most important piece from today, like I said to you, if you come on the call, as you come on the call, what you take away from today must be in alignment, with must be in alignment with what you want. But at the same time, if you do nothing after this call today, then I want you to realize, it's my favorite statement: if nothing changes, nothing changes. What changes are you going to make after today? What are your words that you're going to shift? What are the stories you've been telling yourself around maybe auditions or callbacks or different pieces? What stories have you been telling yourself that you would need to shift today? I really want you to think about this. At the same time, let me ask you a question, because I'm going to go back to that statement. If you change nothing, nothing will change. It's all energy. Everything happens for us, not to us. When everything happens for us, we look internally, we take responsibility. When we say everything happens to us, we start to blame other people. We blame other people for so many aspects of our lives. Everything happens for us. When you start to look internally, be self-observant, self-aware that it's happening for you, that's when life truly changes. So I'm asking you now, with your pen and paper, I want you to write down, what are you going to do differently after today? What are you going to take away from this call today? You're on this event today, which is super awesome. And kudos to Deneen and the team for VIP Ignite and serving you and helping you and taking you to the next level. But my question to you, what are you going to do differently today? I'm going to open up for questions here in a moment. I'm sure there might be time for a few questions, but I'll open up in a moment. My most important thing I promised you was the gift. So here's the gift for you. I'll give you a half-an-hour strategic business and mindset deep dive session with me just to help you. I want to help every single one of you. I'll get into your head, unpack what's happening inside your head for you, and then take it and let you realize every one of you in some way or form is building a business. I'm going to get you a detailed mind assessment, do a detailed mindset assessment, structure and fragility analysis of where things aren't working for you and how to improve that. My promise to you, it'll be completely eye-opening and personalized and strategic for you. The value of it is $1,250. My time is $2,500 an hour that I charge to work with people, to guide them and take them to the next level. I'm probably one of the most highly paid coaches in the world for what I do. My gift to you is you need to book this in the next 1 hour, because some of you will say, I'll do it later, and you'll never do it. I know that. The biggest part is the best gift that I can give you to help you take your business, your career to the next level in every way and form. Now, no, when you go to book, and I'll put the stuff in the screen in a moment. When you go to book with me, this is not a sales call. This is my gift to you and to Deneen and to Michael and the team to help you take everything you do on VIP Ignite to the next level, to guide you and help you decide, wow, if Colin can do this in half an hour, what can he do for me in a month, 2 months, 6 months? My goal for you, though, come on the call. I have a promise to you. Most importantly, my guarantee is you'll receive 1 or 2 incredible nuggets from the strategic one-on-one session with me, or we'll give you $100. The reason being, it's not a sales call. It's a guidance call filled with love to support you and guide you to the next level, mindset-wise, business-wise, over the next 12 months. So very simply, it's very easy to do this. There's a link in the chat window. I'll pop it in the chat window right now for you. Just you can click on the link. You can go register immediately. Let me make sure I get this. Here we go. Cool. I'll put in the chat window. Make sure that you all get it. click on the link immediately. If I can get the thing to work. There we go. So there's my link. Please go and book with me. It'll be the best half an hour you spend before now and the end of the year, because by the end of the year, I want you set up for 2024 with a mindset that's so powerful, a business that's well structured. No matter how small or big your business, it doesn't matter. My goal is to serve you, help you take things to the next level. So make sure you click on that link, book within the next hour, because I turn it off after 1 hour. I turn off the calendar link so that people come in. I love people who take action, who want to go to the next level and do things that are going to serve them and help them get to where they need to be in every single way and form. So I look forward to connecting with you. Huge gratitude from my side. Thank you for such an amazing call. Thank you for the time here together as well. And my number one thing, take the pieces from today, from each one of the speakers or trainers, whatever's on the call, educators, and take 1 or 2 nuggets from each piece and implement them. That's my gift to every one of you. And that's my request to every one of you. Take what you learn and go to the next level in every way and form. And thank you so much. I'm going to stop the screen share and go over to any questions or what have you from Deneen and the team.
Colin, that was amazing. That was like life altering.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What I would love to do is open it up for anyone. If anyone has what was your biggest takeaway? I would love for you to share with Colin what your biggest takeaway was. Raise your Zoom hand. We're not going for flailing about. Raise your Zoom hand. And then let's share. All right. Let's see here. All right. Sadie, what was your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway mostly was to be around people who want to share your same mindset, or you want to vibrate, believe, rate it, and receive. And for me, that hasn't been really much of a problem. And for me, it's like, well, I can always have like a newfound family with my friends and stuff like that if my, like family I grew up with doesn't believe that, even if they still love me. Because for me, it's like, well, if you want to see me go far, you gotta let me go. And if you can't let me go, I'm gonna let myself go. So I really appreciate that.
Oh, you're super welcome, Sadie.
Awesome. How much would you like to be a part of a community of people that are all pushing in the same direction, cheering you on? Do you think that might be a awesome opportunity for you?
I actually believe that I can do that, and I am going to do it.
Awesome. I love it, Sadie.
Sadie, even shift your energy like to, hell yeah, I can do it, man. Life is amazing. Life is so good. Like, remember, the vibration we carry is so important. A lot of people are like, yeah, I can do that. That's important. Yeah, I enjoy that. Really think about it. Push your energy to that next level in every way and form. When someone says to you, can you do this? You just jump up with energy, because remember, the person with the highest energy in most situations most often wins. I'm not saying being loud and obnoxious. I'm just saying with the best energy. Really, really important. So good job, Sadie. Looking forward to supporting you any way I can as well.
Awesome. Love that, Sadie. All right. Solange. There we go.
Hi, Colin.
How's it going?
Good. I've got a funny accent too from South Africa.
Beautiful.
Well, I just want to thank you because it just helped me to rethink about the stories that I tell myself. It doesn't matter how small, some of the negative things I tell myself that kind of limit where I want to go. So really appreciate that.
You're super welcome. Do you have any questions we can support you on? What's your biggest story that hasn't been supporting you?
That I'm not funny.
Oh my goodness. With a bright smile like that, you're not funny? Come on.
And I hate my smile.
Oh. So really think about it. Think about the things we tell ourselves. You got a bright smile. You're beautiful. You're amazing. You're funny. Because remember, if there's no laughter in a relationship, there's no love.
Wow. That's actually really profound. So thanks for that. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Good.
Your audience laughs at you. If you're a comedian, your audience laughs at you when they love you. Or they laugh with you, whatever the right terminology is. But remember, if there's no love, there's no laughter.
Yeah, it's true. All right. Marjorie Cleveland.
Hi, thank you for being with us today.
You're super
My
welcome.
question is I believe in the affirmations, and I've been doing them for about a year, and I recently learned that I can even go deeper because I used to put I am, now I put I understand, and I see things changing in that direction as well. One of my questions for you is, one of your failures, how did you use what you're teaching us to overcome something that was a failure that you considered in your life?
Yeah, here's the truth, Marjorie. So the biggest part to understand here, if we all haven't had learning experiences, I would be a complete fraud if I was on you and I said every business I ever had was a huge success. Everything I've ever done was a huge success. Then I'd expect this Zoom screen to go completely blank really quickly, because we've all remember. So I had someone, I'm going to answer your question, I'm going to give you one piece though for all of you, because every time I answer a question, they'll be learning in the answer. Is I had a client say to me, Colin, how do I get rid of the negative experiences in my life? And I said, why don't you ask it? Like, that's like saying, Colin, how do I get rid of my wisdom? Because those negative experiences and challenges give us the best wisdom in the world. So when I have things come up for me, Marjorie, one of my favorite ways to overcome any challenge, or I don't call them failures, okay, just so you know that I just call it a learning experience. Like I've had a company that wasn't successful. I had a big learning experience with it about 15 years ago. But the piece that comes in that really will help all of you is our conscious mind. If you suddenly say, I was like a lot of times people teach people to be like to flip a situation. So let's just say you're not financially abundant, and then you flip and you say, I am financially abundant. Your conscious mind just goes, what? Bullshitter. It's like, oh yeah, here we go. And guess what you feel? They don't even feel in alignment, and you don't get what you want. So what I use, and you should write both of these down for all of you, I use progressive statements. Progressive statements go from the conscious mind and go on to the subconscious to help. I'll give you two progressive statements. I'm in the process of, or process, depending how who American, South African, what have you. I'm in the process of ... or I am on the path to ... Mm-hmm. So let's just say you go into an audition. I'm not making this up, whatever. You go into an audition and you don't get the part. You get told, sorry, it's not working out, blah, 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 blah. Some of us will go, I'm rejected. It's terrible. My day's bad. My whole day's bad, whatever. As opposed to if you used a progressive statement and you said, you know what? I learned something from that interview today on how to do things better. Here's the thing, though. I'm in the process of going out there and another producer, whatever it might be, finding me, loving me, embracing me with a magnificent freaking actor that I am. Woo! And you go out into the marketplace. Guess what happens? Your phone rings from another producer that says, I want to interview you, or another organization. But if you go out there and you're like, my life sucks, I always seem to fail, I never get all these interviews, why does this keep on happening to me? Like Chicken Little, the sky's falling down, you don't get anything. But when you go in a situation, so I go to see I do some big contracts. When I go and do big contracts, sometimes I don't get the contract. It's okay. I'm like, great. I'm looking for people that have the same values, the same alignment, they're awesome with me. And I walk out of that and I go, you know what? Thank you. First of all, I'm grateful I didn't get it. Then I'm like, but you know what? God, universe, whatever it is for you, I am so excited because there's another company, my phone's going to ring, that loves me, is going to embrace me, that thinks I'm freaking awesome, and we're going to do business together. Woo! An hour later, my phone rings because I believe it so deeply that my life never, ever is challenged with this. Most people's lives are challenged because they don't believe it's possible. Everyone with me on this? This is super cool. I see Sava busy smiling, big smile on his face, which is super cool, which makes me super happy. Marjorie, that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Beautiful. Just use one of the two progressive statements, because that tells your subconscious, more than anything, it tells your conscious that it's plausible.
Awesome. All right. We have time for one more, and I'm going to go with the person who always has the biggest energy on these calls. I'm going to go with Roxanne Wilson. Like you're just a vibe today.
She's radiating through the screen.
I know, right? When you see her, you're like joy and happiness.
Hey, thank you. So I want to start off, Colin, with thanking you were bringing such jewels up with us today, because that's what I was going to mention. I got that energy that I utilize. Life has taught me to have the energy part where you help me with to come together is the mindset part to use this strategy to put that all together. I thank you.
You're very welcome.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Roxanne. That was just literally every time we're on a call, Colin, like she just radiates, like, and she's usually like right on my screen, like right here. And it's like just this pure joy. So even if my energy is dipping a little bit, like I see her, I'm like, okay, I got to do this for Roxanne. It's like the most amazing thing. Awesome. All right, Colin, this has been amazing. I wrote down those progressive statements too. I cannot wait to start utilizing them. I love everything that you said. Thank you so much for spending time with us, for being here with us. And this has been amazing. Thank you. Gratitude beyond gratitude beyond gratitude. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Deneen. And thank you to all of you as well for showing up and playing full out. I wish you and put a great intention around all of you, that you get everything you desire for the remainder of 23 and into 24, that your careers just skyrocket to wherever you want to be, and that you get everything that you vibrate, radiate, and receive. So you put out that great vibration. So blessings to all of you this Sunday. Have a great event. And please make sure you get the call booked. I did put it back in the chat window. I look forward to serving all of you, and just be blessed, be awesome. And remember, what you believe is what you vibrate, is what you radiate, is what you receive. Be awesome, everybody, and see you soon.
See you soon. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Bye.
Bye. How amazing was that last segment? On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? Oh my gosh. I don't know about you guys, but I'm learning so much. I'm like literally shaking from what we've learned today. So let's talk about what we've learned today, and then we're going to bring on our next guest. Okay, so let's start with hearing from a huge casting director. And the thing I love about him is he laid out everything that you need. You have to be represented for him to work with you, right? Huge mind blow, right? You have to be represented for him to work with you. You have to make sure you have the right materials. Make sure you have the right headshots. Make sure you know how to self-tape. Make sure you know how to present. And the thing I love, Christine Harding, I loved your question. How can I make your job easier? He was like, do your job. Like he literally said, all you have to do is show up in the right way. And then hearing from Colin last night, kind of like, as Alicia would say, it's the lasagna effect, right? So when you walk in with an intention of, okay, you know what, I'm the best for this part. I am the person that is going to be cast for this. But I love also what he said, when he doesn't get those things he wants, he celebrates because there's a better opportunity out there for him. How much did that resonate with you guys? Because so many times people are, oh my God, rejection. I was telling someone the other day when I was flying, she was like, well, what do you do? And I explained to her, like, oh, there's a lot of rejection in that, isn't there? I was like, well, yeah, but you know what? Like every rejection gets you one step closer to a yes. How many of you wrote down the progressive statements? I am in the process of, I am on the path of. You guys are on the path right now to becoming your future self. You are on the path to everything that you've ever wanted. You're on the path to booking more work. You're on the path to getting signed with an agency, to getting signed with multiple agencies throughout the country. You're on the path to becoming that person who's booking work consistently. You're on the path to becoming a part of SAG. You're on the path. How many of you realize you're on the path? And it all started with a Zoom call. One story I love is, how many of you have ever seen The Wizard of Oz? Raise your hands. Everyone's like, we're off to see the wizard. And everyone starts skipping down the yellow brick road to where they're going. But do you know how that yellow brick road got created? Dorothy took the first step. And that's what you guys are doing this weekend. That's what you guys are doing this weekend. And I want you guys, give yourselves a round of applause for showing up for yourselves. I told all those of you who were here yesterday that my big promise to you was that if you show up and play full out, that your future self is going to thank you. How many of you right now in your future self from yesterday are thanking yourself for showing up today? Think about that a couple times. How many of you are grateful that you're here? One of the things I love about Colin is that he leads with gratitude. He just got off. He already sent me a message telling me that he was grateful for being here with you. Show up in gratitude, because you know what? As you show up in gratitude, as you're grateful for those things that you currently have, more is going to come to you. So many times I don't have this, I don't have that. No, that's not who we are anymore. We're grateful for where we are. We're grateful for those experiences because they put us on the path to today. Do you realize that literally everything you have ever experienced from the day you were born until now has led you to this moment in time? Every decision you've ever made, every good thing that's happened to you, every learning experience you've ever had, they've all led to this very moment. And speaking of this very moment, are you guys ready to hear from our next guest speaker? I'm so dumb, I can't even talk. Are you ready to hear from our next guest speaker? Because he is one of our very dear friends, and he is someone who works very closely with a lot of our talent. And as you're listening to him, if you're not already working with him, I want you to think, how awesome would it be to work with this man? Because when you hear his energy, when you hear his passion, when you hear his stories, you are going to be transformed. I promise you that listen to him, you're going to be a better actor after this next segment. Because we can all be elevating our success. We're not looking for people who need to start being successful. We're here for passionate people who are looking to elevate your success. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, and then I'm going to introduce our next guest to you. I'm excited today. I don't know about y'all. My energy level is gone up about tenfold. All right, our next guest. He looks a little overwhelmed by my energy, but it's okay. Robert Finaro was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Anna, a deaconess, and Vincent Finaro, an interior decorator. His parents are both second-generation Italians. Finaro began acting professionally in New York theater with the European tour of A Streetcar Named Desire as Stanley with the late James Gandolfini, where they became friends. Robert's breakthrough role was Eugene in David Chase's The Sopranos. From then on, he has been known for multiple TV and film roles such as The Sinner, Ron Tinetti with Jessica Biel and Bill Pullman, Ray Donovan as Lieutenant Bricker with Quincy Tyler Bernstein, HBO's Vinyl as Tony Del Greco, directed by Marty Scorsese, as my friend Robert likes to say. The Irishman is Johnny with Robert De Niro, and American Gangster as McCann opposite Josh Brolin. He is forever grateful to his friend James Gandolfini for, as they say in show business, sending the elevator down. Everyone, give a huge round of applause for the one and only Mr. Robert Finaro.
There you go. I'm not unmuted. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone from the workshop. Here we are, Tina, Leah, everybody. My Marjorie Cleveland, she's there, and Roxanne. Don't turn on the red light. Okay, we're not a red light time. That's not a red light time. Okay. Thank you very much, Deneen. It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, I was listening in at Sprackle, the last speaker. It's very true. You know, you could talk yourself out of going back to the next audition that you don't make, because it's not you against them. It's really you and them. That's the way you got to look at it. They want you to do good. They want you to be the best you can be. You come in prepared. You have a way of doing it, how you're going to do it, like we discussed on Monday nights, and you go with that plan. And sometimes, if you get lucky, you get that call back, and you go in and you actually, with the last casting director I was with was I was with Barry. I was a callback with Barry Levinson and Robert De Niro, the last one. I forgot it wasn't Ellen Lewis. She wasn't casting it, but she really, the casting director didn't really have a big part in it. It was more or less, it was the director and Mr. De Niro. So I didn't get it, but it's okay because you know it's not right, and you just got to move on and go to the next job, next audition, and do the best you can do and have fun. Hello, it's not da 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 da. I have an audition. I didn't get the audition. I'm not going back. You know, don't discourage yourself. Just keep going. You know, D. Yeah. And any questions? What we want to discuss today? What we want to start with today?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring Miss Alicia Kay back on
All
because
right, bring
she
Alicia in.
loves
I could
asking
talk
me
about a lot of
questions.
acting. I could talk about the union that
Yeah,
we set up.
let's just get into the union. Are you glad
Okay.
the strike is over?
Hi,
I
Allie.
mean,
Thank you for having me.
hi, thank you for being here. I'm excited to see you in a couple of weeks.
Yes, I have it
I
all
know.
worked. I have my workshop. I'm making my notes. I got it all planned out. I'll talk about it a little later.
Good. Expect nothing less from you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so let's
Yes,
talk
ma'am.
a little bit about the strike. I mean, Fran Drescher really went up to bat, but I mean, how 118 days? That was a little bit extensive. So let's talk about what the strike was about and kind of what resonated from the strike.
Well, the strike really was about the future. Everyone here in this Zoom, it's about your future and you being able to survive as an actor without having 50 million jobs. For instance, if you were given one commercial or one Law and Order or Blue Bloods, that particular job on the residual end could basically get you through a half a year. You can pull in maybe anywhere. If you're making a weekly, it could be, I don't know what the scale is now. It was 4,000 then. You'll make that initial 4,000 when they re-air it on TV, and then you'll make more when they re-air it. They usually re-air it in a half a year, in a 6-month period, a couple of times, at least maybe 2 to 3 times they'll air it. So then that money keeps you going. Now, with the strike was about, besides AI, it was about really live streaming, the scale on live streaming platforms. There's a lot more live streaming platforms. There's Hulu, everybody has one. Showtime has one. There's a million platforms. Now, these platforms, they're producing a lot of material, you know, Allie, and there's some really big hit shows. Yellowstone, which was produced, I think, but besides Yellowstone, there are other episodics, True Detective, many episodics that are on a live stream platforms. And the actors, especially the journeyman actors that are not the A-listers, like any of the A-listers. There's so many actors. How do you name one of them? You know, these A-listers, they get to work and make a lot of money, but the journeyman actors who play the smaller roles, so there's no small parts of small people, I'll just say that, but the ensemble actors, so to say, are not able to survive with the residual and the upfront money. The scale is the same, but you really, it seems like the hit shows, they're making a lot of money and not giving anything back to the actor, even to the writers. So now we had to balance that scale, that pay scale, which we have more upfront money and more back end money to keep us going, because the average actor is only going to make 1 or 2 jobs. The A-listers like Matthew McConaughey, all the A-list actors, they don't have to worry about this. But the journeyman actors like ourselves, until you get to that point, if you're blessed to get to that point, we need to keep going. And that's what the strike really was about, Allie. And of course, AI, if you got a background, if you make your SAG card and as a background actor, these actors they wanted to use their images in perpetuity without our consent. Now they have to get our consent, or we have to say, yes, you can use it. We'll make a deal with you, but you just can't do it without us making the deal just because you want to use it.
It's almost like they're renting an image. That's what I was
Yes.
reading today.
Yes, exactly.
Like you could sublease your image. But one thing I kind of want to ask you is, back when The Sopranos, back in the heyday, when you were on HBO, then in my opinion, HBO kind of got a little bit dirty, because then they went from cable to streaming, and your contract, you were supposed to get paid residuals based on HBO, but then HBO went to HBO Max and then to Max. now, I mean, everybody knows Sopranos, right? I mean, everybody
Right.
on here knows Sopranos. You'd have to be living under a rock to not know that show. But when
Right.
it's on Max, are you still getting checks for that?
They're very minute, Allie. They're very small. I can get a check for one.
Because back then,
as low
nobody
as
thought
1
about
cent.
implementing like the
Yeah.
contracts for streaming.
Yes,
You know?
even the cable deal that they made, the initial cable deal, it wasn't like the network deal, like Paramount or like Paramount when they play American Gangster, which I was in with Denzel and Josh. I get a little
Josh
bit I get more
Brolin,
money.
yeah.
Josh Brolin, I get more money. But the thing is, but what is that money for? It's to keep you going, so you can just focus on the work of just the work of acting. You don't have to have 12 jobs. Now, there's nothing wrong with having 12 jobs. You do the best you can until you can get that money. But the streaming deal, I mean, the deal with HBO, especially since COVID hit, everyone was like binge watching The Sopranos. They had like 2 or 3 generations of fans from other generations, millennials, that started watching it. I really didn't make a lot of money from that, and it's not fair. So they had to balance the scales with this live streaming, because when you get on a hit show, even if they're paying us 57 cents per view, think about all the Americans that are going to watch that hit show. Do you know what I'm saying? How many Americans watch for 57 cents? At least you're getting something back on a that's better than what they're giving us.
Well,
So
look at Matthew Perry when he died. I had no idea he was still earning 20 million from Friends. That was
yes,
20 years ago. Holy
yeah,
shit!
yeah.
Right,
Well,
and he wasn't married and he didn't have children, so his surviving natural parents each get $10 million a year now each.
yeah, that's the deal that they made, that syndication deal. But remember that with Friends, that really wasn't live streaming like HBO. It was a
Right.
main network. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but they were very smart. That's why, like when James held out, when he knew it was going to go to syndication for the $1 million deal, he held out for a deal that all the actors would get some money, a little bit more money. He gave all the actors money, but he knew that once Sopranos opened up, that they were going to make gazillions of dollars. So it really wasn't fair. So the producers have to open up. And Fran Dresser, she stuck to her guns in
And
that
she's
sense
the president. You guys all know
Yes.
the nanny, right? I'm not
Yes.
even going to do the voice, but she's the president of Screen Actors Guild.
Yes, so
Yeah.
she did it. All the actors that went on the pickets, and they did a great job, in order to protect you guys, all the new coming actors. I
future.
mean, the union card is a great card to have, and once you have it, doesn't guarantee you work, but it does say that you've reached a certain amount of professionalism. You can be proud to have it. It's not going to get you work, but you should be proud that you do have that, and you're supported. And there are ways, when you get into the union, support systems, casting director sessions. You meet casting directors like you meet here on VIP Town. People tell you what the deal is, what they're looking for, how to do it. You need to have an agent in order to get in to see a casting director. It's very
Well,
rare.
that's actually a good point. Let's talk about when you first got started, because I want to hear a little bit about your journey. Like before you became Eugene on The Sopranos, you were Robert Finaro, theater, let's talk a little bit about your journey and when was the appropriate time to get an agent. And do you remember what job got you the SAG card?
Well, Sopranos got me the SAG card.
Oh, so you weren't SAG?
No, it was not SAG.
Ooh,
No.
okay.
Wasn't SAG, but the Sopranos did. But James, I spoke to James about the SAG card. He said, listen, you're on the show. You don't have to join the SAG card. It's not going to get you jobs, Bobby. You're on a great job. When you reach the threshold, SAG will tell you, and the producers will tell you on the show, okay, you have to join the union. And that's what I did. I waited.
There could be a must join, which
Right,
means
you have to
you
join.
can't even
Once you
step
make a certain
foot
cap of
unless you
money-
pay your dues, which I think
Right.
now are $3,000. But just so you guys know, for anybody here brand new, this isn't where it's a cash call. Oh, okay, I need a credit card. You don't pay the $3,000 until you become eligible. And I'm just going to
Right.
put that out there.
Yes, no, it's
So-
true. That had to be done. Now, before I was Sopranos, I did do a lot of theater. One of the great jobs I had, which gave me the Sopranos, was we work on the show with James, A Streetcar Named Desire. We toured Europe for 3 months, Scandinavia, and we became friends. I always tell people, do everything you can, do anything you can. Don't turn it down. If you got a chance to perform, it's a very smart thing to do, to go and and work on in any kind of platform, whether it be theater or podcasting. You get to be able to talk to people in a natural way, in a relaxed way. You see the difference between when you're acting and when you're really talking in a relaxed way. You should never be caught acting, because it's dangerous to be caught acting. Oh, he's acting, and that's not good. You want to see how you do. So the podcasts are very important too. The interviews are important. Speaking to people here on Zoom is very important. So anyway, I did the theater, and I was always working in entertainment at the time. Was with James. With James, he came to see me at Caroline's on Broadway. I was a manager there. But before that, I didn't have an equity card. I didn't have a SAG card. But I wanted to work in the business, so I kept on dabbling and meeting some agents that came in. They sent me on auditions. I didn't get them. Really, James really gave me my big opportunity to get my beak wet, as so to say, as Don Fonici.
But he made a really good comment to you. He said, I can get you the audition. Like, I can get you. And I say this all the time to our talent. I could put you in front of the right people, but you have to book your own job.
Yes.
And that's kind of what he did. I mean,
yeah,
you have to be a good actor.
You're going to find that in your work when you
Yeah.
try to help your friends. You say, look, I can see if this person will see you, but no one can guarantee anyone anything in this business, and anything could happen. You could be replaced.
Even if you have an agent,
You know,
there is no guarantee.
yes.
They're not the casting director.
You can go for a job. I've gone, the main thing to do is, even if you have, I think the people that work, Ali, are the people who can humble themselves and go in for the one-liner or the two-liner, although they've worked an episodic show. I worked on Sopranos for 6 years, 3 seasons, but I still took a one-liner, and it worked out that the one-liner turned into a regular role on The Unusuals with Jeremy Renner, the Academy Award for The Hurt Locker. So if you humble yourself and you're not like, I know everything, there's a possibility of something happening for you. Even on the set, when you go to the set, you might have that one line. You're not going to be the big bragger. You don't want to be talking to all the people. You want to do your job. You're there to do your job. Yeah, you're going to talk to, you might talk to Russell Crowe. I had talking to Russell Crowe on American Gangster, or Josh Brolin, who played my partner, and Ridley Scott, who's just doing Napoleon when Queen Phoenix. I mean, but you always want to keep yourself open and not know too much. Be always learning and humble. I mean, even when you get there, you still want to do that. You want to be a part of something, you need to take a step back and have humility. And then doors will open up for you. I could have said, Ali, on that one line, my agent said, or he said, I got one line for you on this show, Unusuals. I didn't even know who Jeremy Renner was at that time. He didn't even get the nomination for the Academy Award for Hurt Locker. I didn't know who he was. I said, yeah, I'll go for the one line. Who knows? It's a series, right? I went for the series. They kept me around. I was in the police. Didn't make it. I did about 4 or 5 episodes, but I thought my part's starting to increase. These writers, they look at your personality, who you are, and they'll explode your characters. You just got to get there. That's it. Just got to get there. Get your foot. Do that one line. Even a background actor could be called out and say, "All right, we're going to give you a couple of lines." All right, you're there. Now you're that background actor. What are you going to do? You're going to be talking, laughing, and up with your friends? No, you're going to be keeping attention to what the director's saying, what he's doing. It's not about having jokes and impressing people. You're there to do a job as a background actor. And if you do that job correctly, you might be called to do something else correctly. You might be called to say a few lines. Oh, let's get that guy. He seems to be knowing what he's doing. The director's going to see you. He's going to see you. Don't worry. They have the assistant director is going to see if you're serious or not. So I wasn't very good at the background. I tried it a couple of times. I didn't really like it very much, but there's nothing wrong with it to get experience, to understand what it is. I wish I did more of it, because I would have understood what a mark is, or what the process was a little bit better. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. You know, Ali, so I hope I answered the question correctly.
Yeah, no, that was great. What age did you know you wanted to be an actor, and was your family supportive?
Well, I kind of got the bug from my uncle, who was a director, and he did some really professional works for Catholic charities. He started very small at a parish, and he wound up doing some pretty big musicals and getting some of the composers and the people and some of the dancers and some of the actors went to Broadway. So he trained some Broadway actors. So that's always passed on. I think I've gotten the gift from him. And I think some of the people that I've worked with have gone on to do TV, get their union cards. I think it's passed on. But I felt like I got the bug doing that. Now, in terms of, you're going to get a lot of, even if you're starting this late, you're going to get a lot of negativity. It's just out there. I mean, it's just given. I mean, you're not really, everybody's your friend when the dream comes true. You know, they want your love when the dream comes true. But before that, what do you have? You have your faith and hope that you're doing the right thing. You can't listen to outside people, because even your family's going to say, hey, what are you doing? You might tell a person, hey, I'm acting. Yeah. And they might say, well, how many jobs you have? Where you waitering? There's always these side-handed comments you're going to get. But you got to keep your focus on what's important. Well, what is important? Why you're doing this? You want to express yourself. You want to be part of, even if you're a part of a great film. Imagine being part of a great film like The Shawshank Redemption, even to be a part of that great, or Schindler's List. You can be a part of that. Why are you doing it? You got to ask yourself, why am I doing this? You're going to make the world a better place. You're going to show people, who they are and how they behave. You have a big responsibility as an actor and sometimes you might not have a responsibility. You might be making people laugh, and that's a good thing too, because we need laughter. We need that levity, because life is so serious. I love a great comedy. I like Jim Carrey too, but
they say comedy is the hardest. I mean, I think that's why most comedians suffer from depression.
Yes,
because
it's not easy. A lot of comedic actors like Jackie Gleason, even from Abbott and Costello. I mean, they have really pretty tragic. Their back life, their home life is it's not as good and not as rich, because they're. But you have to be in comedy. All great comedy is to be committed to not being funny. You are funny by not being funny. You're believing that what you're doing is right. Do you know what I mean? So that's what makes things funny. Robin Williams and Mork and Mindy. I mean, he was really like that in real life, from what I understand. He was really.
I heard he spoke so many different languages. They had to hire all different types of people to make sure he wasn't cursing. They hired like 6 different people that studied dialects just to make sure he wasn't cursing in different languages.
Right. Yeah.
Crazy. Genius beyond his years. So sad.
Yeah, he was a genius. Yes.
So sad. Okay, so your uncle was a director, but for you, so you're an aspiring actor. How do you even, did your parents help you pay for classes? Did you just run out and get headshots? I mean, this was pre-internet. So where did you even start? I mean, did you go to a university?
Well, I started at Pace University wanting to be an accountant and drive a Jaguar, but then my final test, I wrote a poem called "Don't Quit," and I did quit it, the accounting job. And I went home, and my mother said, "Well, what are you going to do?" I said, "I hate it." So, well, do they have plays there? And I said, "Yeah, well, let me look into it." And they had a drama program, and I joined the drama program. And I went to a lot of the people that did the half year before me, because it was the second semester. They were kind of like, who is this guy? Because he came in and he was killing it. You know what I mean? They were a little bit, it wasn't easy when you now go into a drama program, you're coming in the middle. Well, a lot of these people, a lot of you guys, you're coming in the middle. You're not starting from Yale University. Don't let that discourage you, because you have each other and you have VIP Ignite to ask us questions to help you, to hold you up. So you're not coming in the middle. You just can't listen to those people. So I started that, Allie, and then I lived my life a little bit. And then a friend of mine later on in my life, so to say, I went back home and I really wanted to study. I met a gentleman at the drama bookstore, David Semon. He was a wonderful man. The drama bookstore is still up there in New York. And I networked over there. And David, he became a friend. He said, I got a little apartment. Would you like to live up at that apartment? You can pay me a little bit of rent. And I was close to the business. I was close. I was feeling great with that. So I got a part as an understudy. I went to HB Studios and I studied with Earl Hyman from The Cosby Show and Herbert Berghoff. I didn't study with Uta Hagen. I think Herbert Berghoff and then Frank Joe, a lot of people there, but Herbert and Earl Hyman. And Earl made the most sense to me. But and then I landed a play with Paul Savino, and I was an understudy, and we had a chance to do a couple of performances. And after I'd done the performances, I said, what the hell am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing here. I mean, I'm studying scenes, but I just don't know what I'm doing when I'm doing a play, where I should be at from the first rehearsal. So I told this to David, and David said, you know what? I'm going to hook you up with this guy from the group theater. He knew Elie Kazan, Joan Crawford. He started the Actor Studio. His name is Bobby Lewis. He taught Meryl Streep. He taught many, many successful actors. I'm going to give you the money for the class. And I tell you what, when you get your first job, Bobby, you'll give me that money back. He had faith in me, and he did that for me. And then I landed the job with James Gandolfini. It was a paying job. They paid us in Deutschmarks, and a lot of people squandered their money. But I made sure when I got back, I had that money to pay him, because that was my reward. That was my gift to give to him. And I still remember, I got tears in my eyes that for David, that he did that for me. And you're going to meet people like that in the business that are going to really believe in you, and it can happen. And here, this is a start with us. You're starting.
Yeah, that's why we do these Zoom calls. That's
Yes.
why no cost. I mean, so many people, oh, I've been to companies like yours. I'm like, no, you haven't been here. How about you guys? This is pretty cool. And I'm not here to like toot our own horn, but imagine getting acting advice from a friend of a family member who studied acting maybe at, XYZ, but has never really done anything, or take advice from a cast member from The Sopranos. Which would you prefer, right? Cast member, or there's impersonators and there are doers in life. So think about it. This is why we do these on Zoom. I mean, back in the day, when we used to live in New York City and, I would see you all the time. I used to love watching you come in and teach classes, and people would come in, like, oh, it's Bobby. But when you sit in a live class, and I know you do this also on Zoom for us, you kind of like bring our talent on a journey with everything that you've done. You've worked with you're talking about Sorvino and James Gandolfini and Josh Brolin and, De Niro. You have such a tremendous roster of people that literally I can't even describe who you've worked with. The fact that like Roxanne Wilson's on here, getting to learn from you, and you encompass all these things that you've learned over the years. How many of you guys see what it is that we do here at VIP Ignite now? To even get these types of people. And it's really built on relationships. And that's one thing that I appreciate you talking about, is the networking and how important it is. And I find that so often people, spend so much money or time focused on classes or pictures or websites. What they're missing is the network. They're not getting in front of the right people that can actually help excel them. And that's the hardest part, which is why we put in the work, so you don't have to. You literally can show up and here you go. Here's everybody you need to meet, but the rest is up to you. How many of you guys love that? Because people ask me all the time, can you guarantee work? I'm like, I can guarantee you we'll put you face to face, but you have to be able to book your own work. And that's what we provide here. It's really about opportunities.
If you think of a rubber band,
yeah,
you have this rubber band that's like stretched out. It's stretched out, and that's, you guys are starting, and your rubber band, you have so many questions. You're tight, you're stressed, and sense of, what do I do? How am I gonna get the rubber band to relax, so this way I can wrap myself around something great. So this is what VIP Ignite represents.
It's hard.
All the professionals.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you something.
It's not meant to be. This business is not meant to be easy.
Yeah.
I too am on Facebook and Instagram, and I see these like casting directors teaching classes, and I'm like, what are you doing? You've never even booked anything. Like, what are you doing? Or these like hack actors that have never done jack shit teaching courses because they can't really do this industry. And I find so often that people are just spending so much money and time sharpening crayons that are never going to result in anything.
Right.
And it makes me so sad, because here we streamline it. We've put in all the work so that you don't have to. You just have to show up. You have to show up and play full out. That's it. The formula works.
Yes.
This is it. Everything starts with a Zoom call. Back in the day, you had to come into the office. Now it's on Zoom. You have to go through an interview. You know what I mean? And if you get picked, then you get to work with our people. You get to meet the agents and casting directors. And that's how we have the 10,000 success stories. It's not because of, oh, wow, but even for you, Bobby, I mean, you didn't just wake up and, I mean, I think about the kids now, and I mentioned this to a casting director that we had on earlier. It's, oh, I want to be an actor. They literally go on the internet. Oh, I'm going to star in the next Marvel movie. And they're applying to fake castings. You haven't even put in the work, my friends.
Yeah.
When you go on audition, where's your headshot? That's the first thing they're going to ask you. Headshot. Are you in class now? Because if not, why would anybody want to hire you? You're not an actor. You're an impersonator. You have to know your craft. If you're looking to get paychecks and you want to be, self-sufficient in this industry and you want to do it for real, well, you have to be somebody that an agent wants to book or somebody that a casting director is going to want to cast. And Bobby, you've learned, I mean, you've worked with some of the biggest names like Marty Scorsese. I mean, my God, I studied him in film school. I freak out. But he gave you some tremendous advice. He even let you improv a little bit. What is that even like? Like, do you ever pinch yourself going, holy shit?
I have to tell you that day, kind of getting back from The Irishman, that day I shot the scene with Robert De Niro. I mean, it had a great feeling, a sense of even more than Soprano. Well, Members Only was very good, but it was a sense.
I won't watch that episode. I know what happens to you in that episode.
I really accomplished something on that day on the set, even with the openness to look. You got to create an environment that's friendly. You create VIP Ignite creates an environment that's friendly, but they also provide a healing staff of people who are looking to have a dream and they want to realize their dream. When you get hurt in a hospital, you can go on the internet, you try to find people who had the same experience that are successful or that are or who are hurt, and they found a certain secret salve that helps that healing of the wound, and they post it online. Well, that's us. We're the healing, we're the salve. The casting directors, Ali, Deneen, all the people, Rob Galinsky, all these people, we've been there before. We're going to provide that. So you're going to search for that, and that's what you're going to get. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important. These sessions are very important to you in terms of writing notes. Acting can't be taught we're going to do a workshop, a 5-hour workshop in New York. I can't teach you how to act in 5 hours, but I can put you on the yellow brick road. I can get you to that yellow brick road, and then you're going to be on the journey, a start on that yellow brick road to get to Oz. You might never get to Oz, but isn't it a worthwhile journey? They say that the journey itself is really where the fun is. And even if you don't get to Oz, you might find another place you get to that's just as good, that you're satisfied and you're being content and you're comfortable with in the business. Do you know what I mean? Now, it may not wind up the big Meryl Streep or Robert De Niro, but you're content with what you have. Water, it seeps to its own level, and is just as long as you're happy doing what you're doing and having fun, that's important. But something brought you here to this session. What brought you here? A need to communicate something about yourself to other people. Every single person in here, like in Fellini's La Strada, the fool says to Gelsomania, she feels useless. He picks up a little pebble and he says, see this little pebble in my hand? And this is not a pebble. It's a piece of a Twix bar that I had. But he says, this pebble has importance to it. It has an importance to it. And it's true. That pebble could start an avalanche, you know what I mean? So you could start an avalanche too. So anywhere you're at in your life, whether it be you're young and you can go to college and take a course, or if you're starting in the middle, don't think of it like that. You're just starting, Ali, and that's the important thing that I want to try to convey to everyone here,
So let's talk about the audition process. Back before pandemic versus now, which do you prefer and why?
Well, I mean, we spoke about this before. I mean, I like pre-pandemic, but now the union has placed rules that it's not your responsibility to hire people for a self-tape. There are rules. It's only going to maybe be 5 pages as opposed to 10 pages. We're going to be able to have a little bit more rights when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Why should we have to, pay for self-taping? I do my own self-taping, and I use a friend of mine to read the script. I'm all set up for that, but not everyone's set up for that. I mean, it was much better when we went in, Ali, even for the initial call in, because you were with human beings, like you said. We're going to do the workshop. We're going to be human beings. What am I going to cover in the workshop? I'm going to cover.
Well, take us through like an actual like pre-pandemic audition. So you show up to the building, you go see the receptionist, your name is on a roster, you fill out a clipboard. What do you bring with you, and what do you have prepared?
Well, you've got the scene prepared. Luckily, you worked on it with a friend, and you have a way of doing it. This is the way I'm going to do it. This is what I'm going to present. Whether or not you're a little bit more imaginative with it, maybe I'll walk with a limp here, and you're open. You've got a strategy of attack of how you're doing it. You're going in, you're trying to relax, although it's going to be hard to relax. And it's going to be hard to relax when you go in to see the casting director. But the casting director, like Ellen Lewis, Marty's casting director, Bobby De Niro's casting director, if they're a good casting director, they're not going to make you uptight. You can say, hey, relax. Tell me about yourself. That was the great thing, Hallie. They would say, tell me about yourself. Well, I live in Staten Island.
Oh shit, I have everything memorized. Yeah. Oh God, my name is.
I know. But that talk about yourself, see, they'll look at that talk about yourself. Then they're going to look at the work, and they're going to see, well, is that kind of matching, or is this guy acting? He's acting here. You know what I mean? But there's the person. I want to see them both marry each other, get together. That's what they want to see. Now, you're the character. That's not your wants. That's not your wishes, but you have to make them your wishes and use yourself in the role. That's the important thing. So that's how they separate, just like we do improvisation. What is the improvisation for? It's to control the problem of acting and make it look as if it's the first time that you're living the part. So you say to yourself, your line might be, come on in, right? And that line, come on in, could be, don't come in, correct? But you're saying it, come on in, but you don't really mean that. So you're saying it again. So the director said, let's improvise. Let's not say it's come on in. Let's say it's get the hell out of here when they knock on the door. Get the hell out of here, right? So here's an example. There's no knock on the door. Come on in. There you go, right? But I was saying, come on in. But no, he didn't mean that. The character didn't mean that. So you improvise to make yourself real. And that was the great thing about going in. And then you might be all wrong with your attack, with your intention. And the casting director tell you know what? This guy's a little bit nicer. He's not so, even though you're a bad guy, he kind of likes to jest when he says things. He's kind of like fool around. Maybe you can fool around with the line and kill him with kindness. Yeah, Joe, come on in. Yeah. Oh, that's a wonderful, wonderful sweater you have on. Right? Wonderful. It's really very nice, Joe. Now do me a favor. Go frig yourself, okay? Yeah. So, you know what I mean? But that was the great thing.
You can't play like that now with the self-tapes, now that
it's impossible.
You have no idea. You don't even know if somebody's actually watching it. That's like
it's hard.
I know.
The thing is, when you go in to see Barry Levinson, it's a red letter day because you go in to see the casting director. Okay, I got in, I made the first thing with the self-tape, and now I can see the casting director. They'll get to see who I am as a person. That's
now. Do you slate before you start? Do you slate?
Well, usually no. Not the theatrical. In the commercial ones, in the commercial auditions, there's usually a slate, but
can you do a slate for us? Because somebody had asked what a slate was.
A slate, okay. Robert Finaro with Atlas Talent Agency, and that's it. With Atlas Talent Agency, those are two things. Robert Finaro with Atlas Agency.
I would be writing that down, and I have to write my own name when I film because
that's a slate. That's a slate. Your agent, who you with, and your name. Robert Finaro, just slate your name. Robert Finaro Talent. I always want to give your agency because it's just they'll know exactly where you.
Well, they're not going to call you. They're going to call your agent because your agent is the middle. That's why they make commission. Okay.
Yes.
Now, what if you fudge it up? Do you ever say, "Can I do it again? Can I start from the beginning?" Or do you just keep going?
I have had auditions, that I've asked the casting director, "Can I give it another shot?" And they've said yes. Okay. There's nothing wrong with There's nothing. What's bad is this: is that you're in the middle of the audition, and you may be in the middle of the audition itself or the second page. And you say, "Oh, hold on a second, can I do this again?" No good. You don't want to do that. You want to finish the scene because a lot. Let's say you're a runner and you take a misstep, and you kind of misstep. You got to keep running, right? Because you're in the Olympics. You're going to still try. You're not going to, I lost 3 yards. I lost some distance. No, you got to keep going. A violinist who's playing the violin, he hits a wrong note. What does he do? Say, shit, let's do this over. Hold on a second, everybody. Hold on. Orchestra, stop. I want to do that over because I did it wrong. You can't do that. They'll knock you over the head with the horn section. You know what I mean? So you got to keep going. So then at the end of that, you could say, "Hey, listen, can I give another shot? Get another shot at that?" I felt like, and they'll probably most times they'll say, "Yeah, sure, give another
But
shot."
now that you're self-taping, if you fudge it up, you could just do it again, delete and do again.
Well, Allie,
Yeah.
I must do like 20 takes, and it's crazy. You know why? Because I go through all of them, and it's always the last 3 that are good.
So
But
what
I
is
gotta
your
go through
setup?
all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now I've learned through that. I say to myself, you know what? I know I got to do as many as I'm doing to get those last 2, those last 3. So that's what
Sometimes it's just a comfort thing where you're like, listen, I don't give a shit. This is the last one. I'm hungry. Let's do it. It's going to be good. And we're going to go.
those are the best ones. Like you said, when you don't, and sometimes I got to tell you, if you lose sleep and you go into that audition and you're making a self-tape that you lost sleep over the part, some of those are the best auditions because you know why? You don't care anymore. You don't care about all those. I've stayed up all night sometimes. When I went on to the Sopranos audition, the initial Sopranos audition, I was up all night. I think I got 1 hour's rest, but it actually helped the audition because I was sharp. It made me sharp. It didn't make me sleepy. The adrenaline was going. I was very, very observant, very, very sharp. I really did a great job because all that other stuff was gone. I really didn't care about it. I just zoned out. You know what I mean? So that can work for you too.
That could work. Okay,
Yeah.
So 2020 happens. The shit hits the fan. Pandemic. Now everything, I mean, literally entertainment as we know it kind of flatlined a little bit, and then we learned how to shift and adapt. So you're now doing self-tapes, but you live in New York. You're still not going in physically for auditions.
Hopefully that'll start maybe next month. Hopefully it'll start next month, but I got the feeling that it's going to start somewhere in January. People are going to go to
I
work.
heard February. Yeah,
January, February, but maybe earlier because the fact that they lost so much time, they might say, you know what, let's start this in January as opposed
right
to
after the holidays. Yeah.
They might just say, let's go full force in January. So hopefully I'll be going in to seeing people a lot more. Of course, I have other things in the burner, an independent film called Critical Acclaim that's going to come out. I'll let you know, let everyone know about it when it comes out on live streaming. So I mean, I always keep my feet in the game, even though there was a strike. I did about 4 or 5, maybe 6 independent projects. One that Critical Acclaim was a major role. It was the protagonist. It was the hero, so to say. Or the anti-hero too, whatever he became, born again, that particular character. But I mean, always trying to work with friends. And hey, look, I did a play. Oh, I didn't do it. We were going to do a reading with Vinnie Pastore, Maureen Van Zandt from The Sopranos. We did 3 months of rehearsal. 3 months of rehearsal of this play. Marlon Brando sat right here. We were supposed to do this reading in New Jersey or in New York at the Cutting Room. It never happened. Was I disappointed? Yes, I wanted it because you always want to, you work on something and you want to get it out there. You want to put the lamp. If you don't put your light in the window, if you don't make that ignite and light the light and put it in the window, what's the sense of it all? You can't do it behind the scenes. And I was let down, Allie. But then in the back of my mind, I said, you know what? I had a chance to be with other actors, to act and to work on myself and to really see what was really working in the role. So I had a great experience doing it. So I can't put that experience down because usually the rehearsal process, especially in theater, is the fun time of doing things. In film and TV, it's still there. It's really, I think, in the acting that really becomes fun in film and TV, not really in the rehearsal, because you don't really rehearse much. Everybody has their role when you're doing film and TV, and then you kind of work it out. You might do a lot of good directors like Sidney Lumet would have rehearsals with the actors. I think it's always advantageous to do some rehearsals. They come from that theater tradition, but sometimes, especially when you're working TV, you're not going to have that. And you're going to find the fun of doing what you're doing when you're doing it.
And TV, you had to stick straight to the script. Sometimes
Yes.
with film, I mean, depending on who you're working with, sometimes you could color outside the lines, correct?
Yeah, the writers have a lot more protection of what is said, what they write in TV. There's some rules that you have to go with what the writers say, Allie, like in Law and Order or Blue Bloods. Even Ray Donovan, they were pretty strict with that too. So not as strict, but they're pretty. And Sopranos, you had to say it the way it was written on the page.
I'd be afraid
Red
not to
letter
say it
day,
correctly.
if they let you ad lib. Like if they maybe they would discuss it too. Can we have Bobby keep that little line there? Like, what are you talking? So it was like a red letter day if they let you keep it. But in film, of course, you're right. Like with Marty and Ridley Scott, there's more leeway of getting the reality of working for this sense of ease and relaxation. And a lot of films that we discussed this the last time I spoke, a lot of great film is a visual medium, and it's not so much the words, it's the visuality of what you see, that close up on the actor, what he's going through. That shot might be a shot that the director didn't expect on a close up. That close up, where you might be tentative or thinking about something, speaks volumes, and the director will use that in the film as opposed to the lines. So there's a lot of.
So like, give me an example, like working with Marty, like when he let you improvise, like what did he say? Just like, Bobby, do it your way. And again, I can't my palms get sweaty even thinking about it, but.
Yeah, he just, the last take, which is the take they used, he said, okay, now, Bobby, everybody, I want you to just let it go. This do what you want to do. Like keep the script, but just do one. Don't worry about the lines. Do one, but the lines, you're holding on to the lines in a way. They're your lifeline. But just so when you got a feeling for the character, things come out. So one of the lines I used to Bobby, I said, you see that guy over there? The line was just, you see that guy over there? So I said, I improvised, see that guy over there with the receding hairline? I kind of made it like a joke. He's receding, he's going bald, So, and Marty kept that, the guy over there with the receding hairline. So he kept some things that he give you that freedom, because you're inhabiting the character, Allie. You're like, this guy, the guy. I mean, it's like even when I was in Sopranos, when I shot Teddy and the thing, I left the gun. I just put the gun out and dropped the gun. That was like, boom, it's out of my, now the deed is done. That was something that I came up with. That was Eugene, but I was feeling it. So those are important moments that you have with that, and you get in with they have that freedom on the set. It's nothing like it. It's a great feeling. You know what I mean? Of course, it's different when you watch it on TV. You don't get that same feeling. That's the great thing about theater, that you get the payoff right then and there.
You're live.
The audience applauds you. You can feel that.
Yeah.
But in the acting, it's exciting too. All three mediums are exciting. They're great to work in.
But you also do voiceover. You did Grand Theft Auto voiceover, which is pretty badass. So not as exciting.
Well, you go in, it's great. They sometimes they put you in that suit with the balls on it, that green suit. You look ridiculous.
Yeah, and how does that go? Like, can you show me the?
Yeah, you're just doing it. You're driving. Just do the driving. You open the door, get in. You get into like a wagon that has green balls on it too. It's not really a real car. It's a lot of those are really the great days. They're fun days. They're fun. The days that you can relax and just say, wow, it's great to be here. I'm really blessed and grateful to be here, to be doing Grand Theft Auto and playing this.
Was that a one day? Like,
no, I had a couple of days of taping on Grand Theft Auto. Although I was
go into the studio, right? You go into the studio, nothing is done at home.
Yes, a sound studio, yeah. And you do
So
that, you
cool.
do the, yeah, it's really cool. You got the dialogue. I could have had a larger role, but I was contracted on Sopranos, so I couldn't get out. The schedule wasn't conducive to the schedule that I was working on Sopranos, the episodic schedule with Sopranos. I was working when they were taping, so they only can get me for a couple of days. But yeah, it's very
And how did you,
rewarding.
not to cut you off, but how did you even get Grant? Were you ever doing voiceover work, or did your agent just say, or your manager, oh, this is kind of cool, I think he may qualify? Or were they looking for like a wise guy to kind of like, oh, I know. I mean,
No,
how
it
did
was
that kind of come about?
the Atlas Talent Agency. I had
Yeah.
my former agent, God rest his soul, Eric Faber. He really believed in me. He told me, listen, there's a people, Tim from Atlas. I think Tim is still there. There's an agent for everything, for voiceovers, for the games. And I said to Tim, I spoke to him when I went to Atlas, I said, listen, I'd like to go out for some auditions. Of course, being on Sopranos helps open doors. So
Oh, I'm sure that, yeah.
the agent calls up the casting director, says, hey, I got Bobby Finau from Sopranos. He's a regular on Sopranos. Can he come in to read a couple of roles for the Grand Theft? And that's how it happens. Now, I did a lot of voiceover like auditions, Allie. I found out this. I did some and I got paid for some, not a lot, maybe Grand Theft, and I'm good for the game system, but the voiceovers themselves, like the ones like what James Earl Jones does, that deep voice.
Yeah.
Try Johnny Black Label Scotch. It's the best. Or even there's a lot of great actors who have great voices. I found, you got to know what you're good at. I found that my voice is okay for specific things, maybe the guy on the neighborhood, but I didn't feel like I had that voice. Now, there's some actors in our workshop that I say, hey, I can recognize it right away. You got a good voice. You've got to go for that voiceover thing. And it's important because you can really do really well for yourself doing voiceovers, but you have to have the equipment.
Yeah. And with Grand Theft, you got paid one time. You didn't get like residuals from like game sales or.
No,
correct?
one time you get paid
one time
one time flat fee. And I think the union they negotiated that also. The union negotiated that also. So that's a good thing that they did that. So it's a little bit more it's more of a level playing field now when you're doing those. Because right now, Allie, people don't buy the games anymore. They do it online. You buy a game online, you're playing with other players, correct? So that has to be adjusted. Do you know what I'm saying? How do you record that? You only can record that by the number of people who buy it online, and then the actor can get something back on it. Just like,
well, it's kind of like going to the movies now. Ticket sales versus renting it at your home and having 20 people at your home watch it at one time. Same thing.
Yeah. Yes.
So you grew up in New York. You stayed in New York. Any career obstacles that you faced that you just wished maybe somebody was able to kind of give you better advice on? Any like regrets or any like, man, I wish I would have done more of this or not have focused more on this? Any aha moments?
Yeah. I think one of the biggest moments are the auditions with the casting directors. I wish someone would have told me, like, it's not you against them. It's you and them, especially when you're starting out. I mean, you got to think something. Like my mother always used to say to me, think something of yourself. You bring a lot to the table. You can bring a lot to the table working with Russell Crowe too. If you're in the business and you say, oh, those guys are better than me. No, you're just as good. You're a human being and you have something to say. You could do a scene with them, maybe do 2 scenes with them. Maybe you can co-star with them, or maybe they'll be starring with you. You've got to be confident in the sense of who you are. I mean, you do need the training when you get there. You need the training. Some people get their training on the job. I kind of got a little bit of that when I worked when I started on Sopranos. But I think someone would have said that to you know what I mean, in the beginning with the casting directors. And also, I wish someone would have told me that having an agent, having a union card really is not the answer. What the answer is doing this VIP Ignite and networking with people and then finding what they did and how they got their card, how they
And
got
don't try
their
to
experience.
reinvent the wheel, guys.
Yes.
Like,
Then,
learn
you
what
know,
real
go-
people have done to be successful, because that's where you want to be. Like,
Right.
you want to hear how they overcame obstacles, their aha moments, you know, what they did, best tips. Why put in 20, 30 years when you can ask somebody like face to face what works now? Because pre-pandemic, I mean, you were literally going back and forth into offices and networking. But now that everything's on Zoom, it's not so easy to network. You're not really getting in those rooms now. That's why
No,
you
yeah.
need companies like ours, because thank God we put in the work. It's
They keep
hard
you
to
sharp.
be able to network at this level. It's very difficult.
Anybody here in the workshop could be if anyone's doing anything, I know that I plan to do some future projects. And there are some people in the workshop that I like to, you know, to use that I've seen.
And you have
improve.
cast some of our people. Yeah.
Yes. So
I
I
love
mean,
that.
it's important, you know, you're doing everything you can to work towards your dream, to bring that tension together, to rubber band you like you're tight. I gotta do this. No, you gotta work at loosening it up so you're really truly relaxed. And then you wrap around it. You wrap around it, you relaxed. You wrapped around it. You wrap around the roll, so to say. You know, so I mean, it's important. But those are the aha moments. I mean, you want to try to get there and know that, you know, listen, it's not, you've got to learn how to do it. It's going to take time, but it's practical. I mean, like anything, you crawl, then you walk, you start walking, take baby steps, and then you're walking, and then you start to run. That's the same thing when you get on a film or when you get involved in a play. You're not gonna. I tell so many people in the workshop, "Where's your paper? Where's the script?" Everyone's memorized. I don't want to see it memorized. I want you to work with the script so you have an idea that I'm going to work at getting this correct. I start with the script in my hand, maybe for a couple rehearsals. Then I start. By doing it repetitively, it starts becoming inside me, and I'm doing it, and then I can let go of the script, and I start walking. I might fall a little bit. I have to adjust it a little bit, and that's what we're doing. But you have to start somewhere. This is a great place to start to learn from professionals who are in the business. That's why it's important that Ali and everyone who does this is helping others provide a service so we can all be in that same room together. I'm hoping that I can work with every single one of you one day, and you're good enough to do that. You know?
Yeah, anybody can go take acting lessons, but not everybody can get a chance to say that they're learning from one of the cast members from The Sopranos. Just adding that to your resume is kind of badass. But
Yes.
when you're getting a chance to, you know, have conversations and be able to pick your brain and aha moments, I love that. Like, that's priceless to me. For those of you guys that don't know, I went to college. I graduated with a double degree in TV and film and communications. There was no hanging out and talking to people. It was literally put yourself up on a website and hope and pray that somebody finds you. Just to be able to get in the right rooms, to be able to have these opportunities, it's unheard of in this business.
And you
And that's
found
why
yourself. You
Yeah.
found yourself at that point, perhaps wanting to be a filmmaker, but now you found yourself with all these dreams and nurturing them.
That
and
was my
bringing
original
people-
idea, but then you
Yeah.
find your own way. Yeah.
But you know that's not impossible. That it might
We
happen.
have a movie right now on Apple. We're still producing Broadway, as you know. I
That's
mean,
right.
we
So
just
that's
do it our
right.
own
It's
way at our own
important.
pace. Yeah.
It's important that people know that you might start at one thing, like I said, you get on that journey and it takes you someplace else, but that place could be the Shangri-La that really is close to you. You might find, look, I like theater better than I like TV. I want to stay in theater. I have some friends that's all they do. They do theater. They love it. They're happy. They're content. They're comfortable. That's important. You know what I mean? It's important to find where you want to be at, and where you're going to find that. This is a starting point. You know, Ali, it's a very important starting point for people who want to just find where they're going, you know, in terms of the theater and in terms of the bigger picture, which is to really your responsibility of an actor. I think any actor is to really mirror society and hold it up and say, this is the truth. We went down the wrong road, but there's a point where I can start my life again, just like Rocky Balboa. You know, he was a loser. He just wanted to go the distance. That's the story we were looking to express ourselves in. That's what we do, why we do this. And you could be a part of that. You don't have to be the Rocky Balboa. You could be part of that. You could be the Talia Shia. You could be the Burt Young. But you're the ensemble of making it work. It's an ensemble cast. We're an ensemble. We're all together. We're a community of actors working together for one goal, to help others. And it is a healing salve to others. I've seen films that changed my life. I'm sure everyone here has seen a film that's changed their life. I mean, Spider-Man hasn't changed my life, but some other ones have.
And speaking of changing lives, Deneen White, how excited are you that you get to see Robert Finaro live and in person?
I'm like gonna freak out, I think. I think it's gonna be crazy. I'm still
Yes.
so jealous that you recently met one of our talent who just finished a play that she's doing. But I'm
Right.
so excited not only to see you, but to see so many of our talent too. I'm
Yes.
counting the
Zoom
minutes
is
to New
cool,
York.
but we'd rather hug it out in person.
We're
Yeah.
gonna hug it out in person. We're gonna work on
It's gonna be amazing.
relaxation, body movement, imagination, improvisation, intention, and then we'll finally do all these exercises, and we'll finish it off with a script that I have a script, a very easy script, where we'll do some acting too. As I said, I can't promise you miracles in 5 hours, but I can get you on the yellow brick road, as Deneen said.
Forget about it. Can you do it? You're so much better than I
Forget
am.
about it. I'll get you there on the
Me,
yellow brick
me.
road.
Forget about it. You got it. You're gonna be on the yellow brick road.
And who knows? Maybe there'll be a few rice balls along the way that you can enjoy. A little lasagna, a little baked ziti,
Ugh.
and
All
some
right, I'm
good
not
pizza.
even hungry, but now
We got to go for some good pizza, Deneen.
Go
And
get
Yes.
a
gotta
slice.
go for some
That's on
good
my
pizza.
list.
We got to get some good pizza.
But we got to go to Brooklyn, but we could talk
Yeah,
about
we're
this
gonna go. We're
offline.
gonna take a ride to Lucchese's there in Brooklyn Heights. I heard it's great. I've never been there, but I heard it's very good. And my
Don't
friend
even say
Luigi,
that. Michael's gonna hire a film crew. It's gonna be anybody want to come? Who wants to go
Oh
get
my
a
gosh.
slice? We'll get the
yeah,
whole
Okay.
gang
a
back
slice at
together.
Luigi's.
We'll get Vincent Pastore, Big Pussy. I hate saying that name, but we
You
love
know,
it.
Right.
You know where you
Nice
can't
big
get
pussy.
good pizza? In the whole state of Florida. There's not
Oh,
one good
please
slice in this
don't
whole
even get me
state.
started. Ugh.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's
I
the
miss New
water.
York and I love you. Can't
I
wait to
love
Bobby,
you,
see
this has
darling.
been amazing.
Love you, Allie. Love you, Deneen. Thank
Love
you,
you.
everyone. I'll see you on the 20th, and I'll see you December 1st. Be there or be square.
I love this.
Bye-bye.
Gonna be awesome. Kingston, don't get me started in Tampa. I have these New Yorkers that come that I know here, and they're like, "Oh my God, the best pizza ever." I'm like, "You have no idea what you're even talking about." But we're not here to talk about pizza. Let's talk about where we've been over the last day and a half and get our minds off of food, because we have a huge agent who's waiting in the wings to talk to you. But I want you guys to think about how far you've come since yesterday. I want you to think about like all the, like, what have you learned? Like, what have you taken away? Let's just look back. You've had the opportunity to hear from major casting director who cast Roswell. Everybody, he was a casting associate on Everybody Loves Raymond. But how cool is that? There's been one recurring theme with every person that you've heard from. And it's, you are the sum total of the 5 people you surround yourself with. So let me ask you a question. Zoom has been great. Okay, we've been on Zoom. We've been putting cool comments. We've been doing all these things. But how many of you realize that where you are today is a result of the people you've surrounded yourself with? And where you are in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years is going to be the result of the people that you surround yourself with. I told you yesterday I'm reading Benjamin Hardy's Become Your Future Self Now. I'll actually get the title of the book proper next time, because I was just literally just flipping through it. And he was just talking about like the person that you will be in 1 year will not be at all different if you don't start surrounding yourself by different people. If you want to be a professional in the entertainment industry, you have to surround yourself by people that are doing what you want to do. If you want to be financially abundant, you can't hang out with broke people. You have to hang out with people who are currently financially abundant. And I want you to think about that as you've just heard from Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. How many of you would love to surround yourself with Bobby because you know that given the opportunity to spend time with him, even if it is on Zoom, if it's not in person, that you're going to be a better actor? How many? One or one in the comments. 1 in the comments if you know that's true. How many of you know that if you have the opportunity to spend time with someone like Colin Sprake, who is on track to create his first billion with a B, billion-dollar company, that you're going to be successful. You're going to be that much more successful. If you hang out and spend time with Michael and Alicia, you're going to have the opportunity to be on track to write 1 best-selling book, 2, 3, be a part of a book. They've won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys and the Tony for Best Play. How many of you want that type of success in your life? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you want to be surrounded by people like Brandon Hunter, Masharad, Audie, Natasha? People that are successful, they're elevating their success. That's what we're talking about this weekend. That's exactly what we're talking about this weekend. I want you to think about that. If you have the opportunity to get the right photos, you have the opportunity to surround yourself with people that are doing what you want to do, you will elevate your success. It's a law. It's a natural law that you will elevate you'll have to try really freaking hard not to. How about that? Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we gave you guys some free gifts yesterday. We gave you the opportunity to read the first chapter of Finding Fame. So Jemima, if you can drop the link for Finding Fame in the comments, that would be great. Please do that now. Thank you. The other thing we offered you was books written by Mark Victor Hansen, who published Finding Fame. Okay, if you could drop those books in here as well. I want you to start reading. And reading is not a 4-letter word. It's actually pretty cool. But I want you to start reading, because you know what? If you don't start making these changes now, in 1 year, you're going to be the same person. I promised you that if you took action, that wasn't going to be the case. Are you willing to keep that promise to yourself? Not only that, we offered some other free gifts. If you could just drop the regular free gifts, Jemima. Gifts on how to find castings. All of the agencies in the US. We want you to be represented by Truth Management. You're gonna hear about that in a little while, but we have bigger goals for you. We don't want you represented by one agency. We want you to have an agency in New York, in LA, in Atlanta, in your local market if there's a SAG franchised agent. Yes. We have bigger goals for you than just getting on a Zoom call and getting excited. And here's something else I want you to start thinking about. Colin told you he didn't want you to apply everything he told you. He wanted you to choose one thing from each speaker. What are you going to start applying that Bobby just told you? What's one thing you're going to start applying that you heard from Michael this morning? What's one thing you're going to apply from the speakers we heard from yesterday? We learned how to up-level your social media. We learned what type of modeling you qualify for. You guys have been getting a PhD on the SAG strike and how it's affecting you. Have you been taking notes? Are you like, okay, you know what? This may not apply to me in this very moment, but in 1 year, it's going to be real important. Have you been taking notes? Have you been taking notice of that? It's my job to up-level you. It's my job as the host of this event to make sure that you take action. So I just want you to think about that. I'm going to bring on our next speaker. And if you thought that Alicia and Bobby, or Alicia and Michael, or Alicia and Ryan dropped you some value bombs, buckle up, because you are about to have even more value bombs dropped on you. But I don't just want you bombed. I want you taking notes and thinking, okay, you know what? I'm going to start working on this right now, so that when I meet Tanya in the future face to face, she's like, wow, you listened to what I said. Good job. All right. That's the expectation I'm setting for you. That's what I expect of you, because you're here. You're an action taker. You're elevating your success. All right. So are you guys ready for me to introduce our next speaker? And when I introduce her to you, I want you to celebrate her like it's your job, because guess what? Celebrating other people is your job right now, because what you put out into the universe is what you're going to get back. You get rewarded in public for what you do in private. Right now, you're in a very public environment. You're on stage. We're watching to see how you celebrate our next speaker. Are you guys ready? The intensity, I'm sorry, the intensity is going up and up and up. You know why? I love talking about those success stories you heard about, but I'm looking for more. Do you guys understand that? I'm not doing this just because I like talking. I'm doing this because I have expectations. I know that one of you watching me right now, listening to the sound of my voice, is going to be one of our next success stories. That's my assertion. That's what I'm speaking into the universe. Is that okay with you? If that's okay, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. All right, let's get our next speaker to the stage. All right, our next speaker is Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, and Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Every time I read this, I giggle internally, like, this is so cool. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system, which has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned the reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix, an All-American, and The Walking Dead, alongside many recurring roles on The Morning Show, This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, NCIS, The Rookie, Station 19, CSI, Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on and on. Everyone, please welcome to the stage the one and only Miss Tanya Kleckner.
Am I on? No.
We just need to see you. We can hear you now.
Hold on.
It's her first time on Zoom, so
Every time.
There we go.
There
Yes.
I am.
Hi, Tanya.
Hi. I'm sideways. Am I okay like this?
You're wonderful.
I'm full view because I like to see everybody.
Awesome.
You can go to gallery on
is that what you call it? Gallery?
Yeah, gallery.
I'm not very tech savvy, everybody. I'm really good about getting people in the room and auditions, but tech stuff, yeah, it's not my specialty. So I see you shaking your head, Ali.
When I see you in New York, Tanya, we'll sit down and have a Zoom masterclass, okay?
Okay. But I'm here.
You're here.
Good, right?
That's the most important part.
Nice.
So we're excited to see you in a couple of weeks.
I know. I'm so excited. So excited.
I know. It's going to be a little bit chilly.
I know. I already checked the forecast. So I'm going to be wearing I'll bring my hot jackets. It's a little chilly here, actually. When I say chilly, it's like, late 60s.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit. So I'm in Florida, but I still have my Facebook set. Once you live in New York City, there's no going back. I mean, that's it. You're just New York. So I keep getting the weather alerts and I'm like, ooh, it could snow. That's what they're saying.
Oh, I don't want it to snow, but I do want to see the Christmas lights.
The baby's coming, so I kind of want him to see snow while we're there.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And
so
my baby's coming. My husband.
I haven't met him live and in person yet.
No, you'll love him.
I am going to love him. I have to, before we get started, I'm going to tell you guys a funny little story. So Tanya, we did an event recently in South Beach, and her husband is a huge music fanatic and he loves Public Enemy. And we actually work with Keith Shockley from Public Enemy, and you got to call him on FaceTime. And it was so cool watching Stuart talk to Keith Shockley live at dinner. And I was like, that is so cool. I mean, he plays talent on like Stranger Things. And I was like, what can I bring to the table? Shit.
He was so happy.
Yeah.
He was so happy. Because I didn't really know, I know Public Enemy. I didn't really know Keith Shockley at the time. And I text, he goes, who are you doing your seminar with? I'm like, Keith Shockley. He goes, who? What? Why? You need to call me right now. So he was all excited. So Ali helped me set that up with Keith, who was lovely. And we FaceTime Stuart so he could chat to one of his favorite people, which was nice.
Yeah, because that's one thing that Mike and I always talk about. Like, you know, so many people hold their hand out like, oh, I want to get in the business, but I'm always like, well, what are you going to bring to the table? So I was like, oh, I brought Keith Shockley, like a potluck dinner. I brought Public Enemy. So that was like what I brought.
You can
Okay.
bring Bono from U2 for me next time.
Okay, I've got some connections, so no promises. It's a little bit hard, but you know, okay. So it's nice to see you. How are you feeling? Because I know last time we spoke, you were a little under the weather. Good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I was just so stressed and allergies and run down
And the
and
strike, and it was just,
good. I'm good. I had 2 people test for network on Tuesday.
We
right
are
after the strike.
stronger than ever.
Some of my series are already going back to work.
I love it.
So I'm feeling the money coming in.
Good.
So yes, so it was literally like I just felt like I had this big dead weight sitting on top of me these past several months. And obviously me and the whole town out here, we were just literally, because we didn't know, we had one source that was in the negotiating committee, so we kept trying to hear from them, but we couldn't hear from them. So we were just refreshing our computer, refreshing every 2 minutes. We were just sitting there with like bottles of wine, obviously, to try and help us through.
That's the only way to listen to the news.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of
hope you guys are writing that down.
Yeah. And then my friend who's on the committee said, just texted me right before 5 minutes before it came out on Variety, the strike is over. And I just screamed the loudest scream. God knows what my neighbors must have thought, probably Stuart killing me or something. But yeah, and it was just, oh my God. And then literally the next day I have 2 leads in 2 very big films that my developmental clients had booked. And they are very big films for my clients. And we're like, oh, then a strike's going to happen in these. So they all of a sudden, they both came back to me, checking
it's like,
availability.
Pause
yeah.
for like 100
and literally the day after the strike, we're like, bear with us. We're just going to get there because they can't, studios and networks can't give me offers until we have what's called day out of days. They need to know the person's schedule before they can put a package, put the offer together, so they know how many days they're going to buy them for, how they're going to buy them for, and that's when they put a collective offer to me. So they both came to me together and said, okay, the project's now back on, we've got the green light, and they're the actual main leads in these 2 big films. They're both very big films, so you'll be knowing about them next year. So I was just like, oh my God, and then I have a series regular. And then we just got the green light for that. And that actually starts filming right after Thanksgiving. So everything just got picked back up right away.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
So I'm so happy. Yeah, because we thought that maybe they wouldn't start until January because of Christmas and Thanksgiving. That is not the case. Everyone is going back to work now.
Good. Well, they got time. I mean, they got time. It's not even Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I know,
they got
the town is like built on holidays. There's a lot of, Thanksgiving, everything seems to slow down. Then it's Christmas. People don't want to set up production and then shut down again for 2 weeks at Christmas. But I don't think anything's going to be shutting down, which, it's great, because we need to start booking.
Yeah. So for those of you guys that don't know Tanya, I know that there are some people on here that are brand new and some that have been on many calls. Let's talk a little bit about your background. And I'd love to talk about your daddy because I just love hearing these stories. Let's talk a little bit about your childhood, who your dad was, and kind of like how that kind of planted a seed that you didn't want to just be behind a desk all day. Like you want to do something like showbiz, right? So
yeah, I'm pretty creative anyway. Like if you ever came to my house, I'm pretty creative. I like to make things, and there's art in my house, and I'm always doing a new room and painting it different colors, and just there's a creative aspect always in my brain. So with music, it was the same thing. And my dad was a very big musician. He was one of the best at a certain time, and obviously Frank Sinatra loved him, took him on tour with him. I was surrounded by very creative people. Excuse me, but I wanted to listen to the music. I love to listen to music and hear the sound and the tones of music. I especially love string instruments, and I love the Philharmonic Orchestra. My dad actually did an album with his band, the London Philharmonic Orchestra, and that's one of my favorite bands. So I wanted to I don't know whether you know a band called Den of Thieves. They do a lot of stuff with the Philharmonic Orchestra, which is my new favorite band from England, just throwing them out there. But
This is
Yeah,
not
so
an
I
ad.
wanted to kind of
Yeah.
go behind the scenes and listen to the music and be able to texturize the music and put the music together and work on a sound desk and do live sound, because recording sound is doing bits here and there. You're going to do the drums, then you can do the bass, then you can do the guitar, then you can do the singing. Whereas live sound, you kind of learn to mix it together, and you could be there and you could feel it and you could hear it, and then that's the goosebump moment. So I love live sounds. Like now I love to go to concerts and hear and feel the concert. I'm the one down at the bottom of the step. I'm the one down in front of the stage standing up, so I can feel it in my feet. And my husband's like, why are we down here? I'm too old to stand up. I don't want to. I want to go and sit down. I'm like, no, but you have to feel it in your feet. So yeah, so that's kind of, where I came from. But and then I kind of, when I moved to LA, I came out here because I knew the manager of the Scorpions and Pink Floyd, and I was working with him for a little bit, and then it was like a cash job, and then I needed a real job to pay my bills and be legal, and I landed a job at a very big talent agency just off chance, and then I realized I really enjoyed it there, and they were working with A-list celebrities, and there were red carpet events, and I enjoyed working with these creative people. And I realized I kind of really gelled with them and connected with them. And it was a very fast-paced environment, a very stressful environment, which I loved. I enjoy that, like it was multitasking, and I stayed there for a long time, and then the rest is history. That's how it worked.
But you took an entry-level position, and you knew that the person that you ended up replacing sucked at her job. And you
Yeah,
were waiting
I
for the
just
day
got a
that she got
temping
fired,
job.
and you were right there,
Yeah.
like
I got
ready.
a temping job at the reception, and then I saw the assistant to the two big partners was shit, and so I kept looking at her and seeing what she was doing, and then I started really befriending the two partners. Like, can I help you do this? Can I help you do that? Let me do this. I'll take that. Don't worry about it. Let her. And then they realized they're like, and even one of the partners came to me saying, if we fire her, do you want the job? I'm like, absolutely. So then she did get fired, and I took the job.
And that was kind of unheard of back in the day. And I don't even like it, kind of like the Mad Men days where women didn't have positions like that, corner office in Hollywood.
Yeah.
In Hollywood. And you were literally working at a huge agency, like you said, managing A-list actors, but then you left. Why did you leave?
I left after about 10 years because I wanted to move back to England. I missed my family. I had a young son, and so I actually got a great job in a great agency in the UK. So I went back to London, and I worked there for a year in a very big company. Luckily for me, they were doing Band of Brothers at the time, and I knew one of the producers, and they were shooting it at Pinewood, and I put about 20 people in Band of Brothers. Cool. And I was on commission, so I made a lot of money on Band of Brothers, which was nice.
That helps.
Yeah, Adam Rosen, one of the guys that worked there, called me. He goes, "Who have you got?" He goes, "I need really good British actors that can do American accents," because that was all filmed in England.
Yeah.
So that worked out very well. But it was nice. I liked England, but it was just too cold. And I'm like, you know what? I'm coming back. So I came back to LA, brought my son back with me, and I landed another job at another agency.
And the
carried on.
That you went to was a smaller agency, more boutique. So you were
this one was mid-size. This new agency was mid-size, but they had big people. They had like James Coburn, A-list, Oscar winner. And Francis Coppola family.
Yeah.
So they did have big people there. Talia Shire, Michael Madsen, and Jason Schwartzman. So they had big people. Yeah.
But sometimes when you do get
office.
signed to those big agencies like the CAAs, it is sexy to say that you get signed to, but sometimes you get lost in the sauce. And so now,
I mean, I've been with them. I like work with the big corporate agencies, and it kind of got a little tiring. And so then after about 13 years ago, been an agent for 30 years. So then after about 13 years ago, I decided I've got all the talent, and these clients have stayed with me for years and years. And I do have the connections. I know the folks at the network studios that, I can pick up the phone to them. And I do have really good relationships, and I have really good actors on my books. So I just want it to the point where I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I'm not, that young as I used to be, that I want to work with nice people. I find that's important in my life. I kind of figured out, what do I want in my life? And I want nice people. I'm
Hollywood
tired.
has a no asshole policy.
No, I'm tired of it. And
That's
I think
why we
all,
pre-screen here.
and we all figured it out in this town. We're just tired of the monsters. We're tired of ungrateful people. We realize, you know what? Everyone's replaceable. Every single person is, I'm even replaceable. We're all replaceable. You could be the star of a TV show. You are still replaceable. Everybody is. So you have to be nice. You have to be kind. You have to do a good job, because if you don't do any of that, they will fire you and replace you. That's the bottom line. You have to value what you're doing, and you have to be kind to people. And then you also have to be kind to your agents, because we won't work with you if you're not good to us. Because we work our arse off for you every single day. And we get you audition after audition after audition. And by the way, we work for free for you. We don't get paid at all. And when you do get paid, you make 90%. We get 10%. And you want to be an asshole to us. That's not happening.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
So you have to remember that, because we bust is there kids on here? Sorry. We bust our behinds for you. Yeah. We work so hard, and the people that we do take on, the people that we do sign, when I sign somebody, I'm so passionate about you, and I really believe in you, and I need you to believe in yourself and be passionate about yourself. And you also have to trust me in what I'm doing. So it's a team. So we're in this together. And that's it.
Well, that's not it. But what we've got,
for the most part,
put you in the hot seat now. And I know you love it.
Yeah.
And now that you're feeling better, are you guys ready for me to, I don't want to say she's going to get roasted, but
she always roasts me.
I always do, but you love it. If you're going to be in this type of position and rapid fire questions, I know.
Oh, no, I love it.
You love the stress. Okay.
Go for it, Ali.
Yeah. You guys should see us when we drink. Okay. Ready? Okay. So everybody wants an agent. They want to book these huge jobs, and you have talent on Tim Burton's Wednesday, All American, Outer Banks, Stranger Things. I mean, I know your resume pretty well, but you only make commission when they actually book the job. So yes, essentially you do work for free, but when you sign talent, they have to come to the table with everything done. You don't train talent. You're not outlaying expenses for photos. You're not teaching them anything. So the people that you're signing, they are actors, correct? Like they're legit actors.
They are trained actors.
Trained. So I want everybody to type, will you ever sign somebody without training?
No.
Do they have to be in training now?
Yes.
Okay, so training is a must. You must have training. And this isn't, I trained in high school.
Yeah. And just stop you right there. I had an actor who was currently training, and he was okay. But I said, well, you need to get more training. Then he disappeared for 3 months. This has just happened. And then he texted me on a Saturday, can we talk about my headshots? No, it's Saturday. I'm not talking about your headshots on my Saturday, right? Just how I work. And then he goes, Gorka, I want to talk to you about why I'm not getting auditions. Well, there's a strike. That's why we're not getting auditions. And then I wrote to him, whose class are you in right now? He said, I've been watching a class on YouTube. He's very reputable.
Oh, YouTube. That's great.
So I'm actually going to fire this actor. But you haven't been training for the last 6 months, and you've been watching an acting class. So you've just been finding acting classes on YouTube to observe. That is not acting training.
Because in your mind, you think you're kicking ass. You have no
right.
Yeah.
That is not acting training. It's basically you're watching someone on how to play the flute. So does that make you able to play the flute? No. It's like you sit on your couch watching someone how to lift dumbbells correctly. Does that make you an expert dumbbell or whatever weightlifter? No. It's just, I always say it's like the same thing. I need somebody with really good reputable training on their resume. Why would any network or studio hire somebody with zero training? You've got no cold reading, no audition technique, no improv, nothing, no analyzing scripts, nothing on your resume. If I was looking for an assistant, would I hire somebody that has no computer skills? There's no computer skills on her resume? No. So why would the networks hire you with no acting training on your resume? They wouldn't.
Is it possible to get shitty training? Because I've seen people.
Oh, of course, you can get
I'm taking an acting
training.
class, and I'm like,
you need to find somebody who trains people, that knows what they're doing, that knows this business. You can find someone, you know, who's never been an actor, has no idea what they're doing. You could find some, I was going to say, I'm not swearing, I'm going to be good, Ali. Someone in the middle of Mobile, Alabama. I'm not dissing Mobile, Alabama, who's living in some one-bedroom apartment somewhere, who's watched a few episodes of ER, and now he thinks he knows how to train actors. That's not training. You need to do your proper research and find somebody who has reputable training, who can train you properly. And you have to do that every single week. And then we can discuss auditions. I have a reputation on the line that I send out good actors. And then when those actors are hired by the studios and networks, that you're going to do a really good job on set. It is the most embarrassing thing for me, which I've had happen one time, where the actor's gone to set and gone to the table read, and they've done such a terrible job that they've had to be fired. And I'm mortified.
This is a reflection of you and everything you've done.
I have to make sure that you actors are training consistently. Otherwise, I will not send you out. I'll give you a chance. Go back into class. Tell me how you're doing. Come back to me in 2 months. I'll talk to the coach. I'll make sure you're going, because I'll find out if you're lying. And if you are and you haven't been going, I'm going to drop you, because this is a business to me, and it's also my reputation on the line. This is important to me. This is how I pay my bills. It's the entertainment business. It's a business, and it's a business for them, the studios and the networks. And when I deliver someone, when I'm selling them an actor, I need to sell them good product. And that product needs to deliver on the network and studio set. That's it.
And there's nothing wrong with you being an extra. I mean, you can't even put extra on a resume, correct?
No, I don't do extra work. I don't touch extra work.
None of that goes on a resume. It's considered scenery. Yeah. But guys, if you're not getting real training, and we find, you know, oh, I paid for classes at like a Barbizon. That's not real acting training. It's not. You can't go to Hollywood and get this type of SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. And we're going to go over castings in a second. No one is going to submit you like this. We're going to go over what we're going to keep going. So how important is a good headshot for you? Do you cover expenses for headshots, or does an actor?
No, I don't pay for anything. I am paying for everything. Well, I'm not paying for anything physically. Like, I'm not paying for your classes. I'm not paying for your headshots. I'm actually giving you my time for free. Trust me. If I charged you guys, it would be a fortune. I'm not cheap. But all my time, I'm working 60, 70, sometimes 80 hours a week, pushing you guys to get in. I do LA and New York, so I'm up at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning, and then I don't finish till midnight. So it's a long day pushing you guys to be seen by these casting directors. But no, the headshots is on you. This isn't my investment is my time to make money, to hopefully book you guys jobs. And so my investment is to hopefully to get you guys booking. So I'll get money back that way, 10% of your 100%. So the only thing that you guys are going to be paying for are your resumes. And if I need, I mean your headshots, if I need different headshots, you need to have the money to get new headshots. You don't
I want everybody to type headshots. Headshots are different than a modeling portfolio. You can't use a modeling portfolio to get submitted out for.
Yeah, and if you're a model, it's so different from being an actor. I have people come from the biggest modeling agencies in town. Like I'll have Wilhelmina or BMG, and I've actually created big careers for some big models, and you'll know who they are. They're very big people, and they've come to me and they've said, I want to be an actor now. And I'm like, right, I want you to scratch Gucci, Ford, all these people off your resume. I don't want any of these people knowing that you did the New York Fashion Week. I don't
So
want people knowing that
models
you
you
modeled for
cannot
Prada.
put on
I
your
don't
actor's
care.
resume
I want
anything
it
having to do
all
with
off.
modeling, complete separate.
Because what happens is the studios and networks will think, oh, well, they're a model trying to be an actor. We completely separated it. Now I want the studios and networks to really look at this person as an actor. So we're going to do two completely separate resumes on that. So we scratch everything off and we restart. Now, also a little advice for some guys that go and meet a talent agent versus a commercial print agent, which is a massive pet peeve of mine. I can't stand it, and I will not sign anybody when they say this to me. I'm like, do you want to be an actor or a model? And then the answer is, oh, I think I just want to dabble in a bit of both. People say that to me far too often. And when somebody says that to me, I'm like, well, you're not going to dabble in any of mine, because you're either in it 100% or you're not. So can you imagine if I was just going to say, oh, I'm just going to dabble in your career a little bit and see what happens? It doesn't make any sense. You either want to do modeling or you want to do TV film. You can do both, but you need to be 150% committed, not just like treading the water to see what happens. No agent, no manager ever wants to hear you say that.
Sounds like a liability to me. Why would you even put in work? I'm just going to dabble.
I'm just saying, I think I want to dabble. Haven't made my mind up yet. Dabble. All right, then come back to me another time. Bye. So just be careful when you guys say that.
I know dabble. We'll just try it out
well by saying that, but don't say that to an agent or a manager.
Is there anybody here that is just looking to dabble? Are you all in or are you a dabbler? Let's see. Because if you're a dabbler, just go watch Netflix. Just log off here. Everybody else, let's actually help you get on TV and film. Is that cool? I mean, that's our promise to you today.
Can you imagine if I was just dabbling and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna work from 9 till 11 today. I'm done. I'm just dabbling in your career. That doesn't matter. You got to be in this. You've got to be really invested, because remember, I work for free until you guys booked. What if I got you a huge audition on the next season of Stranger Things, and then it takes me 3 days to track you down, and you're like, oh, sorry, I went on vacation, I forgot to tell you, because you're dabbling in it. When I've now lost that audition, because I do have another client that would have done the audition and they could have booked that audition and I could have made money. You've just lost me money.
Probably a lot of money.
Yeah. So I need every single person to be in this committed 150%. And that's the most reason I drop my clients. And that's the most reason when I do meet somebody, I can tell very quickly if you're in this or not. And somebody just wrote, I want to be a movie star. Sorry, I'm on it today, Ali. I wrote, somebody wants to be a movie star. Why? Why do you want to be a movie star?
Are you doing it for red carpet events? Because
I'm going to tell you this. You want to be a TV star. TV pays a lot more money than movies. I always tell my clients, let's get you a series regular role on a TV show, and then you can do a movie on your hiatus. That is the way you need to do it, because TV is a lot more than film.
Look at that. Just changed the whole trajectory of everybody. Movie star. That's so like 80s. Okay, let's keep going. So in order to get signed to a real agent, now you're SAG-AFTRA. So can you go over a little bit about how you become a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent?
Well, I'm state licensed by the state of California and state licensed by the state of New York. And then I've been SAG franchised. They did a little background check. They've seen that I'm a legitimate agent. I've done so many contracts for the union, and I have been SAG franchised since my first franchise was since 1994. Jesus, I'm old. Yeah, and then we renew it. Yeah, so we're SAG franchise agency. So I am SAG franchise, but I have to work for a SAG franchise agency, which means we're licensed and bound with SAG. So all the jobs that we do are through SAG. Yeah.
So
I will only do SAG-AFTRA TV film.
SAG-AFTRA. So SAG is film, AFTRA is TV. SAG-AFTRA recently merged. So the laws of the land, TV and film, same. Okay.
So it's the
Yeah,
same.
they're the same.
Yeah, so it helps me in a lot of respects. So, you know, so for the reason right now, there's a TV show out there that my client was on 3 episodes in season 1, and then season 2 came out, and unbeknownst to us, they had pulled his image from season 1 and used his image in season 2.
Oh, that's sweet.
But didn't pay him and didn't tell us. So I've been going to the producers a couple times and saying, you need to pay my client because his image is in season 2. No one's responding. So now we can go to SAG and say, these guys need to pay him. So that happens a few times. I'm sure there's no malicious intent. They just didn't realize and it slipped through the cracks. But now that we've got SAG and it's a SAG show, they can like rectify it very quickly.
You're pretty good at finding stuff like that. Like your dad's music was on Breaking Bad, and you're like,
yes.
That's my dad's music. And when you called and you said, hey, you're playing my dad's music, no one even got consent. What did they tell you?
They thought he was dead.
But could you imagine watching Breaking Bad and all of a sudden hearing your dad's voice singing? Like, what could you imagine? So it's your job to kind of make sure the talent are protected. And
yes.
you redline contracts. I've seen you like live and in person, which I love. Like you sit there and you're like, she's not even like with the marker and you're like scribbling. It is intense, which I really need to come next time I'm in LA. I'm going to sit there with you and I'm just going to watch you. I need you to give me a master class because I think it's such an amazing skill. But as an actor or a model, like you don't really need, that's what an agent's for. They have to protect their talent.
We have to. And for me, I feel like the contracts are getting smaller and smaller. So I've just had to order 10 more glasses off Amazon that are like 2 and 2.5. Like Mr. Magoo glasses now. It's bad.
It's okay. Just get Chanel. You'll be fine. Okay.
I lose them. I had some and it's just, yeah.
You're still going to be cute. Okay. So you sign talent. You're looking for real actors. And I'm going to say this again. You're looking to sign actors, not impersonators.
You're right.
You need real headshots. So like just, oh, I have headshots. No. They have to be real, like good headshots. And it's not based on a talent saying that they're good. You have to determine that they're good. Right. So
I have to determine
thing a casting director sees. So they don't care if you can act. If your headshot isn't impressive, well, number one, she's not going to sign you or submit you. But 2, they're not going to even see if you can act based on just your headshot. Right. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So headshot. Now, the castings that you're getting, and we just had a casting director on earlier today, the castings you're getting, can anybody get them? Like if they don't have an agent?
No, I'm state licensed. So I'm the only one, not I'm me, the only one, that all casting directors and managers can get them. They have to do make sure, like, what do you call it? Filtered through us only. Actors cannot get the breakdowns that we can get, and the casting directors will check off who's allowed to get them as well from their end. So they only make sure that licensed agents will get the breakdowns.
Because there are a million websites that talent can go on and create a profile with their headshot and submit themselves.
Yeah,
but that's typically for indie films, student films, web series, and like extra work. But if you're looking for real speaking roles in like TV shows, series, major motion pictures, video game, you have to have an agent to submit you.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're looking for talent, how important is it for you to come to like companies like ours where talent are getting trained and that they've been through like the vetting process where we're pre-screening to make sure like no assholes apply and that you're going to come and meet these people live? Like, are you based on first impressions? Like, because I know you, like you watch people before you talk to them. So like, are you ever looking for new talent or?
I'm always looking. I'm always looking. And I've been doing it for so long that I know within seconds if that guy's or girl's arrogant is just, I can tell. We have agents and managers, we all have a secret group. We all know each other. This town is very small. We actually have a secret Facebook group that we all talk to each other about, so if
if there's a role in the new state Stranger Things and they're going Asian for this role, they're going Caucasian for this role, we'll tell each other because we all want to help each other out, right? We'll send scripts to each other. And then suddenly if somebody's met a client and they're just awful, they'll tell us. Or, you know, if a client of mine has sent an email to another agent, they're like, hey, did you know your client's sending submissions out to meet with other agents? I'm like, no, I had no idea she wanted to leave me. That's rude. So we actually have those secret conversations. So actors need to be aware about that. But when I meet somebody, we kind of know very quickly whether this person's going to be very difficult to work with. Their attitude, they think they know better, that they're not going to work well with me. They're not going to take direction well. You know, they're starting to give me obstacles right away. Like when I say, okay, so what's your flexibility like if I give you auditions? And then she'll say, well, I can't do auditions Wednesdays from 12 till 6. Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, those are my off days. So I'm like, well, I can't do that. I can't remember, you know, when you're working. Like, I need somebody who's completely flexible. I had one guy when I met him, and I really liked him actually, and he threw me off because then I said, okay, so, you know, you've got like a part-time job. Like, if I book you a job, if a job offer comes in, are you able to start right away? He goes, well, I do have to give my job a 2-week notice because I can only work 2 weeks a year.
Oh.
I was like, okay, well then that's the end of this conversation, and I wish you the best.
How would you 2 weeks? You're like,
hey,
I'm
like, what? So I'm going to work my ass off you, but you can only work 2 weeks a year, and you have to give them time to get that 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, bless you. Not going to happen, honey.
No, could you imagine? I wouldn't even know what to do with that. Okay.
No.
So when you get
he was only young. He thought he could just do a full-time job and then get like a big TV show 2 weeks a year.
You already see the red flags. You know what I mean? Like,
that was a massive red flag.
Yeah. And those are things we look for. I don't have time. My friends and family don't believe in me.
I'm working
or
for free.
Finances. They're always, is this going to cost money? Well, if you got a chance to travel to LA, because you typically only work with people in Los Angeles or New York. And if let's say, for an example, you like somebody on Zoom, they'd have to cover their own expenses to get to LA. No one's just going to, oh, here you go, red carpet.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of money. I mean, if you work to book the job, there's a lot of money at stake.
It's an investment for you guys. My investment is all my free time. You know, I'm doing all of this for free. Your investment is paying for your headshots, is paying for your actors classes. And by the way, if this was 15, 20 years ago, you'd be paying a lot more money because we used to have to do hard copy headshots. So we would, every single submission, we would have to give them a hard copy headshot and send them in every day, like 10, 20 a day to the studios, which we would never get back. So like at least every 2 weeks, I would call the actor and say, hey, we need 100 more headshots. And that weren't cheap. At least
and
now.
they had to pay for the courier services to get them over to the studios.
So it's a lot cheaper today than it was back then.
And for those of you that aren't following along, it's like handwritten letters with envelopes and paper and stamps versus sending a mass email, right? So technology definitely has helped with expenses, but it's an investment. And I really want, and again, I'm speaking to people that understand this is show business, 2 words. Tanya, you book opportunities that could pay $30,000 an episode, $100,000 an episode. Why wouldn't somebody want to invest in proper headshots or training? That doesn't even make any sense if they know the reward or payout could be something phenomenal, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I work for you guys for free, because I know the payout can be phenomenal.
Margaret,
I'm
no
not
agent
salaried.
will ever
I'm
invest
on
money
commission
in you. Not Margaret says some agents will only invest money if they know they can make money off of you. That's not true.
Who? That's not true at all. That is
no
not
agent
true.
Covers any fees. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Maybe 20 years ago in modeling, but not in TV and film. You have to come to the table with everything done.
Yeah, no legitimate talent agent for TV, film, or commercial will give you money up front. That is not true.
And what about like SAG union? Like if you're
and it's also illegal. It's also illegal to do that. We will not do that.
Oh, it's illegal. Oh,
We
okay.
can't do that from the union. You have to get the jobs, and then we take 10%. If it's a print booker, that's a separate story. Sometimes print bookers will sometimes help you out. They'll put you in a model apartment, do that kind of thing. Those are big print agencies. And then when you book, they then take the money off you of what they put up for you.
It's called recoupment. Yeah.
Recoupment, yes.
Yeah.
But a SAG agent won't give you money up front.
And not even for union fees. So
may
let's say
I ask that person who told you that, please?
She said she has a friend that does voiceover. But even voiceover, you wouldn't cover fees.
Is that voiceover in Los Angeles? And is it SAG voiceover? I'm just curious.
So fun. I love Zoom. I love getting to talk to you. But we'll wait for that person to type.
All right,
but
cool.
I think sometimes people just, they take advice from friends and family that I think everybody just loves to talk, and unless James Earl Jones. That's what she said. But
I know that voiceover agent, so we'll find out.
Ooh. Okay, let's keep going. So when you are submitting over talent, you're submitting over a headshot and a reel. If somebody doesn't have a reel, what should they do if they're brand new?
And also, I'm going to go back on that James Earl Jones. Sometimes
okay, here we go. She's not going to let it go.
Sometimes with the James Earl Jones voiceover, first of all, don't compare yourself to James Earl Jones, who's one of the biggest voiceovers in town. And then also, when James Earl Jones does a voiceover contract, they get a signing bonus. So what he'll normally get is when you sign on to a voiceover, because he's so massive, they get a signing bonus, which is money up front before you do the job. Make sense? So if he's doing $1 million contract for, I don't know, for House Blend, they'll say for him to sign the contract, they'll also give maybe $150,000 because he signed the contract, which is what we call for named talent a signing bonus. That isn't money up front, it's a signing bonus. It's a very separate entity. So you need to be careful about what you're saying on these types of things.
Kind of like the NFL. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say somebody's brand new, or maybe they've been in the business for a while, what is a reel?
A reel is like a body of your work. So if you've done some independent films and they are good and they are well produced, we'd love to see some work, and so maybe it can showcase some of the types of characters that you've done. Maybe you've played a serial killer, maybe you've played mom, maybe you played a young dad, maybe you played best friend, a doctor, a lawyer.
It shows your range as an actor.
Just different layers of different characters that you've done. So yeah, but they obviously make sure that it showcases you. Sometimes I'll see a reel where it's you and a friend basically doing a scene that you've made yourself, which is just a really terrible production quality. And things changed a few years back, but we don't always have to have like something that's like, that you put together yourself, that you feel that's what we need. What we really need is to see how good you are as an actor. So, I mean, I don't mind just getting a self-tape. So if, and studios don't mind just getting a self-tape if they just want to see anything else that you've done. So a really good quality self-tape, just to really showcase your your acting skills. But a reel, if you're going to do a reel, just put together some of your really good quality work. Again, if that reel is about you, make sure your scene partner doesn't have all the lines. It's not focusing on the other person. And it should be no more than, I would say, 1 minute to 3 minutes long.
Okay. And when you are watching any type of reel or even a self-tape, do you ever do any type of training or give somebody constructive criticism or?
If they're my client and we're doing a self-tape for a show, yes. And they send that self-tape to me and I don't think it's quite right, and I know what they're looking for, I will talk to them about it and I'll give them some notes and we'll redo the tape. And then when I think it's ready to go, I'll then upload it to the casting director's link. Yes, I'll always help them with the self-tape.
Okay. And Kingston asked, does YouTube with link work with individual monologues and commercials?
Yeah, I mean, we'll always look at that, but don't just send like 10 of them to an agent. We're not going to sit and watch through 10. Just send like you the best one or two at the most. A minimal email to an agent or manager. We do not want to hear your life story. We don't want to see that. We want it short and sweet. We want to know where you're training right now, a little minimal background, where you're from. I'm from Mississippi. I'm from there. Where you're located, where you're training. Put your headshot in the body of the email so we can see immediately what you look like, so we can see where you fit in our roster, and then a link, like a non-downloadable link of your reel or self-tape, and then just attach your resume. And also,
if somebody doesn't have a resume, then what? Like if they're
if you're submitting to an agent, you must have a resume because you're going to have training on your resume.
Okay.
So you're going to have training.
Brand new. And again, when they go on websites, I'm going to star in a movie.
Then
no,
you're not
an agent to be able to submit you. And an agent
isn't
going
ready
to sign you unless you have these proper things done prior to.
Yeah, you need to be ready to submit to an agent. You need to be in class. And then you can
who pays for training? The talent pays for training. Nobody pays for training. It's your responsibility. It's kind of like driving for Uber. Who pays for your car? You. Who pays for your insurance? You. Who pays for your tolls and your gas? You. That's why you make money. It's a business. Okay, let's keep going. But this is why we do Zoom, because if not, your friends and family, if an agent wants you, they'll pay you. That's not how it works. Could you imagine every single person with a pulse getting off, a bus, a plane, moving to LA? I want an agent. And they're like standing in line and you're like handing out checks. Like, why would you do that? It's the craziest thing. Okay, let's keep going. So when you are looking for talent, and like you said, like, right away, do you think a casting director knows right away just based on a headshot? Or do you think that they're going to watch a self-tape?
No, they need to, if you're right for a role, they'll have you self-tape for that role. They're not going to know right away that you need to self-tape for the role, then they're going to watch the tape.
Okay.
And they're going to watch about 100 tapes for that role. So you really need to be amazing.
You got to be amazing, or else, obviously you wouldn't get an agent. Then they're going to send sides to you.
Yes.
Now, doing proper self-tapes, training, have you ever had somebody that can act, but they do a shitty self-tape? Have you ever had that situation?
Yeah. Many times. I've had people come to me and do a self-tape and they're standing in their kitchen. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, yelling at them.
That's how why we're friends, but go on.
And then, or another client did it in their car. Right. So I'm not sending this to the casting director, and they're normally really good. They're like, oh, no, I know, I'm just driving somewhere. I'm like, but you've had this sides for a week. Like, why are you doing it now? I'm like, I'm not sending it in. So anyway, they managed to pull over them, and both clients changed it up and they did it, and they did a really good job. I'm like, why are you sending me half-assed tapes? Like, why? Do you just don't want to book the job? Like, I don't get it. So yes, they have sent me bad tapes. And I've had other clients saying, I'm just having a really bad day. And I'm like, I don't care if you're having a really bad day. I'm sorry you're having a bad day. I'll get an extension. I want a good tape tomorrow. So yeah, I get those days frequently.
Now, when somebody
if they're too frequent with these actors and it's making the hair fall out of my head, I drop them.
Okay. Yeah, are you guys understanding? Are you picking up what she's putting down? Like, one, okay, I understand. Like, your dog dies, you're driving, somebody's sick. Yeah. We understand.
Yeah, I get that.
But
I have a heart. If you need to book out, like there's been a death in the family, there's a medical emergency, the dog thing, me with dogs, absolutely, but I get that. That's fine. Yeah. But if that actor's also been very consistent doing their tapes, they're always on it. You never miss a tape, but suddenly everything's gone pear-shaped for the last month. I'm like,
or you're watching their social media and it seems like they're having a lot of fun.
Do your thing. Yeah. But if it's one excuse after another for the past month, I'm like, do you know what? Go. I can't take it. I have to literally track you down. My assistant has to track you down all day trying to find you. We don't have time to track you down. You're an adult. We send you an audition. You confirm it. You hand your tape in. That's it. We need to move on to get other people times. That's our job. our job isn't to track you down.
Now, here's a question. Because Zoom, I mean, this is literally the world. And I know you don't love rush hour and going into the office. You like to work from home. Do you miss the in-person auditions, or do you like it this way? If travel
I don't miss the in-person, although I had 2 test deals happen Friday at Warner Brothers, which was nice. And those 2 tests were in person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Old school.
So fingers crossed. They both did it for the same role, testing 6 girls. So I've got a good chance, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, those were in person. I don't miss the track, and especially because I do start at like 6, 7 in the morning, and I finish it. I can at least get up in the morning and have my coffee and start online. But then the girls come to my house twice a week, and then I go to the office twice a week. So it works nicely. And then one day on Friday, I just work from home on my own.
Okay.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're based on commission anyway. So you want to make money. So hours, you're not like Fred Flintstone where you clock in and clock out. It is 24/7. It's you live and breathe this industry.
And
that's
you know,
a big
everyone's
thing.
happy because I'm booking, you know, it's been, now we've got crazy and my shows are back and
back.
Yeah. Michelle's like, do you want to come back to the office? I'm like, all full time. I'm like, absolutely not. And I have my dogs at home. I'm about to go pick one up.
So fun. All right. So let's say now you're interested in somebody, but they don't live in LA. So what then? What are you booking people that don't live in LA?
I am booking people outside of LA, but I just need to make sure that let me just show you this.
What? Oh, Tanya, come on. You know
they just messaged me. I have to go pick him up before he gets euthanized. He's only £4. Anyway, yes, I rescue dogs. So
usually I tell her to bring him to New York and give him to me.
I might have to, if you want him and he's cute, I can bring him with you. Just sorry, guys.
This is watch. Now I'll adopt a puppy. That all started right here on a Zoom. Deneen
Look,
put it out there.
If he's cute, I'll bring him out.
See?
Look at him.
Deneen.
I'm very tempted, Tanya. Stop it right now.
Really?
He's only £4. You could travel all
He's
around the world.
£4.
I could get him a little bag and a little.
Ryan Colby could personally style him.
That's something else. But he's
showing us cooking videos.
He had a big mass under him, so he's had loads of surgery, but he's all good now. So I'll go grab him if you want.
I can't
have to grab him
on Zoom.
You have to grab him, but let's
I will grab him and I'll sponsor him. Yeah, I'm foster him because otherwise that me or he gets.
We do it all here.
Nice. I go to drive.
This is what we do: saving children from human trafficking and saving dogs.
He's only little. My husband's like, really, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
But if somebody doesn't live in LA, what then? Or New York, what then?
If you don't live in LA or New York, then I just need to make sure that you can get to LA or New York, and you need to have an address here in LA or New York. So if it's a New York show, you'd need to have a New York address so we can put that on the contract. If it's an LA address, again, we need to put that on the contract. So it can be a friend's or a family member's address. Doesn't matter.
And we go over this like in our company. We're not going to do it right now on a Zoom call.
Yeah,
but we go over.
It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy.
There's ways to get around
it. But I want to make sure that, you're able to get here. I don't want it being a problem. I don't want it being a hassle for me. I want it being easy for me. So, if SWAT, like we're doing SWAT right now, and that shoots here in LA, and I've got a client that lives in Atlanta, and now he's up for a major guest star occur on SWAT. And, it was like, he's auditioned for it, and then he's going to probably have a call back on Tuesday. And then if he books it, he'll have to be in LA on Thursday. And I love him. Like, he's the easiest actor I work with. And I'm not worried about it because I know if I phone him Tuesday night or Wednesday and be like, hey, David, you need to be in LA Thursday, he'll be like, done. And
I'll work it out on JetBlue or Frontier.
Just be on a plane. It's easy. I don't want to be given hurdles. I don't want to be given obstacles. I want you to sort your flights out and that you can get here for those types of jobs.
So I want you guys to really understand what she just said. If she called you on Tuesday, and again, this isn't like for everybody, but friends and family. They should be supportive of you doing this. Financials, again, it doesn't mean you have to outlay hundreds of thousands of dollars.
No,
you have to be able to
no.
cover basic, right? If you're looking to do this because, like you said, guest starring roles, can you just go over pay ranges really quick? Because
The pay rates have gone up. I haven't got the final SAG.
Because it
new
went up by
SAG
like
contract.
12%, right? Yeah.
It's gone up a little bit. Yeah. So the original contract roughly, so I haven't got the new numbers in my head, but when I'll have that by next week. Originally it was like 9,522 for a 1 hour guest star role if they buy you for 8 days. For a 6 day, 5 day, for a half hour show for 5 days, it was just shy of $6,000. For a 1 day co-star role, it's like 1,082. If they buy you a SAG scale role, which is the lower end role, for like a primetime show for 5 days, it's like $3,756. Or if they buy a co-star for 3 days, it's like $2,752. So it's not too shabby, right? It's not a bad work day. So what I think worst case, what we try and do is at least you'd break even by the time you buy your flight, and get like a hotel or an Airbnb. And at least then you can build your resume.
Yeah, and you could also write it off on
best case, you make money as well on top. If you get the guest star top of show roles, right, for 10 grand, you'll be fine.
But then, like, when you have talent on Stranger Things or like Tim Burton's Wednesday, you have one of the series regulars on that show. They may not make $1 million an episode the first season because they're kind of like testing the waters. But then when do they start like it really going for like the bigger?
Well, they normally figure out that obviously it's a hit show now, but they normally figure out by season 3 they've got a hit show on their hands. That's when they kind of gauge that by 3 it's a hit show, and that's when everybody kind of, it normally is the we like to have the actors go in collectively as a group to go in and say, hey, you know what, we've got a hit show on our hands, you need to start paying us more money.
And that's something you negotiate.
Because it's normally yes.
Because there's a lot of money. I mean, we could go over video games and movies.
Yeah, and I do video games too. Video games, I have 3 big AAA games filming right now.
So cool.
Yeah.
You did God of War, Kratos, right?
Yeah. And Ragnarok, which is doing well right now. Yeah. And then I have another big Sony game, which is being filmed right now, which I cannot tell you which game that is. Otherwise I will be killed.
Well,
and then I have another big game.
But when you're
franchise as well, which I cannot tell people what that is. They have me sign NDAs, and you guys will know in 2 years when it's finished.
2 years. Just date time stamp, guys. November 12th, nice 11 p.m. Tanya. Yeah. We'll hold you to it. All right. So in closing, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you wish somebody knew about being an agent? Because it seems very glamorous. I love following you and you walking that little red carpet and, award shows, but you put in the work. I mean, we see it, and you guys see it on Zoom. It's a Sunday.
It's not as glamorous as people think. It really isn't. It's a lot of hard work. It's long hours, I have to say. But I also have met some of the best friends I could have ever asked for, including you guys. But I've met some wonderful people along the way. And I have to just give some advice to people. If you want to do this, be in this business, you really have to surround yourself with good people and keep those good people tight and keep them close. I just think that's the biggest thing in this business, that it's very, very important, because it can be really, really tough, and you're going to have a lot of down days where you're going to get a lot of no's, but then you're going to get some really good days. And those are the days that I hold on to and kind of think, this is why I do it. When I find this young star and I've made their dreams come true, and I realize I just helped change that person's life. And that just means the world to me and makes me feel like this is why I do it, because I've made people's worlds change and their dreams come true. And, all those shitty days where I've needed those bottles of wine and I'm like, yeah, this is why I love it. And Everything else just washes away. So
And you're
that
coming
makes
to
me
our
happy.
New York event.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm so excited.
And you're actually going to be working with some of our talent on doing a proper self-tape. How many of you guys, scale 1 to 10, how amazing would that be? Again, we already know she has actors, reoccurring series regulars on Stranger Things, Tim Burton's Wednesday, All American, literally the biggest shows in the world, biggest movies. Imagine having Tanya Kleckner herself working with you, because right out of the gate, and I know you, within 10 to 15 seconds, you're like, do it again. And because if you don't wow right out of the gate, it's the next. It is show business. Entitlement means nothing in this business. What you think you deserve is not what Hollywood thinks. You have to earn your right to sit at this table. And it literally, it is not meant to be easy. That's why, again, when you join websites, oh, that's not being proactive. You can't dabble in it. You have to hustle. That means put in the work. You're going to have to get photos done. You're going to have to get training. But most of all, you got to get in front of right people that can literally snap a finger and change your life. And that's what we do here at VIP. So it was nice seeing you. Can't wait to see you in TikToks.
Yeah, lovely to see you. I can't wait to see you, ladies.
Thank
and
you, Tanya.
Mike, if you're listening.
He says thank you. He can't wait to see you either.
And go save that puppy and take a picture.
I am. I've got to go and sort the puppy out. And I'll, if I get it home, I'll FaceTime you.
Okay.
Tell Mike he needs the puppy.
We already have a name picked out. Go ahead, Elvis.
No,
that's my dog.
We had a dog named Elvis for 10 minutes.
This could be Elvis too. My little black dog's called Elvis.
Aw, Denise, you didn't have a dog. It was a dog in the neighborhood that got lost. That's not your dog.
Okay, I feel like I'm on an episode of Mean Girls now.
On Wednesdays we wear pink.
It was our dog for a little while. All
right,
right,
I've got to go and sort this dog out.
All
right, Tanya, thank you so much.
Bye.
It's literally life or death. Go get the dog. We love you. We'll see you in New York.
Tanya's off to save a life. She's off to save all of your lives. You guys, how much did you learn in that last segment? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you learn? And you know what I love too? You learned business, but how much have you learned a new level of empathy from Tanya too? How many of you would have thought after talking to her before, oh my gosh, obviously she rescues dogs on the side. And that's something I love, because you know what? I'm an avid reader. I love reading. Okay. And I was just reading a book, and it said, in order for you to achieve every one of your goals, you have to have empathy for your future self. So do you know what that means? Like, and I want you guys to think about this. Like, what does empathy mean? And I'm going to give you guys a hint. This weekend, this is part of you having empathy for your future self. When you have empathy for someone, that means that you love them. Okay. It's oh, thank you. Okay. The book I've been talking about, Be Your Future Self Now. I highly recommend every one of you goes and gets this book. Okay. Because this book has been changed. Like this is how I'm like, I read a chapter every little bit I get. It's so good. But Be Your Future Self Now. So I'm going to read something to you guys because it really impacted me. And I know that if you start to put this into your life, okay, if you start implying this, it's really going to help you. Okay, so here we go. When you truly care about another person, you aren't put off by making sacrifices of your time, energy, and resources for them. You'll sacrifice spending money now so your future self can have more money later. You'll sacrifice momentary gratifications to invest in education, health, and relationship. Moving from liking to loving your future self is the difference between sacrificing for someone and investing. When I truly care about something or someone, I happily invest in that thing or relationship. If I care about piano, I'll invest more to learn to play. If I care about someone, I'll invest in the growth of that relationship. And this is what I want you guys to take. Listen to this and put this in your heart. If I care about me, I invest in myself so I can continually upgrade my thinking, opportunities, and skills. When I care about my future self, I happily invest in their well-being, situation, freedoms, and character characteristics. I happily make these investments. And I want you to think about that. That's what you guys are doing this weekend. Time is your only non-renewable resource. You're investing time in your future self. You're investing in yourself this weekend. And I really want you to think about that. Yesterday, we asked you to consider where you were going to be in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. What will it take for you to get where you want to go? And I'm not asking you to sacrifice. I'm asking you to invest in yourself. Are you willing to invest time reading books? Are you willing to invest time reading the #1 Amazon bestseller on the entertainment industry? And I'm not saying this to plug this book. This book is great. I'm asking you, are you willing to make an investment of time? Maybe you don't like to read. I hear that all the time. I'm not a reader. Okay, that's great. You know what? I'm not a runner and I'm not a dieter and I really like fried foods, but you know what? I want to live a long life. So you know what? Sometimes, a lot of times, I have to have a salad or Brussels sprouts instead of a burger or fries, or make those fries healthier. So here's my question for you. You're here right now. You guys are asking amazing questions too. By the way, these questions you guys are, some of you are asking some questions that I wish I would have thought to ask 5 years ago, but you're helping my future self become stronger. You're helping me grow through your questions. And I have really good news for you too. A lot of the questions that you're asking, Mike's put something together that's going to answer all of those questions for you. How many of you want to invest in yourself so that your future self thanks you? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if that sounds like you. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And P.S., you're already investing in yourself now. What type of return on your investment do you want to get? Because I want you to think about that. You've learned about the casting process. You've heard from agents. You've heard from actors. You've heard from Mike how to improve your social media. You've gained a lot of knowledge over this weekend. Colin, where do I even begin on the investment he made in you? And I want you guys to think about this. You are here because you are successful. You are elevating your success. You're here because you are one of the crazy ones. We talked about that yesterday. Who's one of the crazy ones? If you're one of the crazy ones, type, I'm one of the crazy ones in the comments. You're one of the crazy ones. And that's a phenomenal thing. I told you guys yesterday that we call ourselves the Fearless Rebels. This is how all in on what we do I am. I have it written on my arm, literally, permanently. Because I believe in you. And I want you to know that. I want you to know that we believe in you. That's why we took the time to write this book. That's why I take the time to read books. Because you know what? I'm investing in my future self because I want to be a badass. And you know why I want to be a badass? Not so I can brag and say, hey, I'm the badass, but because I know that as I elevate myself, I'm elevating all of you along with me, because a rising tide raises all ships. How many of you feel like you've been rising over the last 2 days? If you feel like you're rising, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. That's why you're here. So now what I want to do is I've talked to you about some of our success stories. And if you're on here and you're one of my success stories and I said I'm bored of telling your story, I'm real sorry because I love you, but I'm really ready for some new success stories. So what I want to do is I want to, Tina Harding, I want to bring you on with me for a moment. Add pin. Come on, computer, you can do, oh, there we go. Thank goodness. Okay. Hi, Tina, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am amazing. So you're one of the people that I want to highlight today, because I remember when we first started working with you, I remember the person that you were, and I don't want to talk about that person. I want to talk about the person that you are right now. Since we've met you, you've spoken internationally. You're a production assistant. You're part of our inner circle. You're one of those people that we depend on. Like, I'm looking forward to going to New York and working with you because you are someone who loves to invest in other people. When you're not acting and when you're not modeling, you are investing in the health of other people. So can you just tell everyone a little bit about yourself and a little bit about how you investing in yourself has changed? Not, you know what, it's for you, it hasn't changed you. I feel like you've added salt to yourself and you've just grown more into who you are. Can you talk a little bit about that for me?
Well, briefly, I am a medical exercise specialist. That's what I've done my whole life, is trained and help people. So you're right there. And I've always had a pull for community. That's how my family raised me. And what's different for me, how I ended up here, is life circumstance. So sometimes you don't have a choice what happens to you, but you do have a choice how you respond to it. So in my lifetime, my story became huge. And so when I was prompted, my situation is I did lose my husband to brain trauma from football, but that's where the story begins. So I've been on a journey where I've met more people than I could even, I took time yesterday to write them all down. I've been so many places with VIP. I took the chance off of $1.89. My circumstance put me in on a plane, on a journey that I still don't understand, but I walk by faith. So I would never meet the people that I have met, the high quality people. I could go through the list.
Well,
I kind of started with the journey, started with Mark.
One of the people I would love for you to talk about meeting is Lee Steinberg, the real Jerry Maguire, who's Patrick Mahomes' agent. What was it like for you to not only meet him, but get to work on him at the only official Super Bowl party in the United States?
That was kind of a crazy experience because I was asked by VIP to attend an event in Chicago and learn by a coach, Mark Schoenfeld, to always say yes. Also, Galinsky says you never deny, you don't ask why, you just kind of go. And so I went by faith. It did cost me investing in a plane ticket. When I got there, I looked over. I was off to the restroom, and Masharad says, he comes running to me and he says, Alicia's looking for you. And he was all worked up. And I said, well, why? And he says, Lee's looking for you. And I'm like, well, who the heck is Lee? So when I went back in, Lee Steinberg was there and he was speaking from stage about brain trauma and wanting to help people. So the story ties back to my husband played football for Washington State, was a linebacker, and really wanted Lee for his sports agent. And that did not happen, but he ended up taking one of the kids there that played football, who is one of Lee's main guys. So when I had an opportunity to go, Lee does a event for people for brain trauma every year for the Super Bowl. And I went with one of my partners. We do stuff for spine health for people. We got in the suite and we went ahead and did that. We were supposed to go to the VIP party and everything, but we worked so hard. We just worked the entire time, worked through it. The door opens and then all of a sudden I look again and I'm like, what the heck? Lee Steinberg standing there, and he goes, well, I just had to come see the busiest place here. And I said, okay, this is it. And he goes, no, I want to do it. So we actually worked him out. And so he stands up and he says, you made me taller. Fast forward, from there, I went on to be an international speaker, and was put on a plane and told to be in Las Vegas, where I met Deneen and Mike, and we went to his sports academy. I stayed in my own room, which I wanted to pinch myself. Yeah, I was on her team. We were picked because of, our responses with wanting to help people. And then from there, I went on. And then again, I was went on to speak at the New You convention in Los Angeles. And I was invited to go to an after party. And I was like, well, I don't have anything to go to a gala event. But then again, I hear, always say yes. So I kind of cleaned myself up as best I could and walked in, and it was for it was for a gala event for all the people were all dressed up. It was a big event for all the movie stars, the Black Panther. So I'm totally out of position here, but I'm like, they're like, come walk the red carpet. And I was like, okay, in my business suit. So I go over and then I decide I'm going to people watch because they were beautiful, all dressed up. One day I'm going to be there. But anyways, I pulled off to the side and then I'm looking at all the treasures they have, you know, because they do, you sponsor, you get in, if you win it, you bid money, whatever. I'm watching people throw money around. And then I look, and at the same time, I lock eyes with Lee Steinberg, and he comes over to me and he grabs me and he goes, you make me feel better. So I've had an opportunity several times to work with him. And we're trying to do things to help the men, you know, with brain trauma. So that's kind of my cause and what my nonprofit, once I get that organized, Marianne Sweeney White, she's going to help me do some stuff. So I've met some inner circle family. There's good things happening for everybody, and that's why we have to celebrate one another. My journey's just starting. I don't know where I'm going to go, what I am going to do, but I'm writing. I'm in the middle of physically building a wellness center. But
Literally, she's building it. I've been watching the
possible.
pictures.
Yeah. So I was up there till 9:30 last night. So, I mean, you just have to walk by faith. And a lot of times it's just if an opportunity presents itself, it may never do it again. So in life, you don't know. So you can't really operate on fear. You have to sit down, breathe it in, and then see it happening. And that's kind of where I just believe that you have to take a chance, stick together with those like-minded people, because you're not going to get the support from your family, unfortunately. So,
well, I love that. And I know that
it's a journey.
I know that you and a couple of the Inner Circle members have become a tight-knit family. I like to say that my friends are the family I choose. I love my family with my whole heart, but I really love my VIP Ignite family because, you know, it's a family we choose. We choose to be here. And I love your growth. You have grown so tremendously in the last 2 years since I've known you, Christine, and it's just beautiful. And I just want to thank you for being one of our Inner Circle members. And I want to thank you for your heart, because I feel like every time I get to spend time with you, whether it's on Zoom or in person, somehow you enlarge my heart for people. And I just want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you too, because you know what, when you started working with us, you didn't know where the journey was going to take you. And again, you still may not know where it's going after this, but the thing is you're on the journey and you're all in. And I want to commend you for that. And thank you so much for entrusting your journey with us and always saying yes. Whenever there's an opportunity, you say yes, and here you are. So thank you so much.
Yeah. And I know everybody has their own story and stuff, but I truly lost my family. So I'm looking, I see Sid, I see Sava, I see Mike, Trash, all these Lewis, all these new people that I'm meeting. I try to take pictures with you, and you'll never know. It's an opportunity. Sit down and visit with somebody. Don't be afraid to go up and talk and ask for help, because we're sitting amongst people that are doing the same journey. And you're so close. I've met people doing this international speaking. Les Brown, I shared the stage with him. Sharon Lecter. I mean, you're sitting next to powerful people you may not know. And one day you may be able to speak about how you helped them or how they helped you. So always the one thing I'm learning is use your talents. God gave everybody a talent. Use this to help other people, because that only elevates you. So be that person to support people, because you don't know what we're going through.
Well, thank you.
And I thank you guys. Yeah.
Can't wait to see you in a couple short weeks and hug it out. It's going to be amazing. Thank you, Christine. Awesome. All right. So I want to introduce you guys to one more of our Inner Circle members. I haven't met, it's so weird to me because I haven't met this person face to face yet. But Solange, I would love for you to come on and join and talk to me for just a moment.
Me?
She's like, me? Oh my gosh. You know what's funny, Solange? When I first met you, I was like, there's just something about her that I love. And you can ask Mike and Alicia. I say this about a lot of talent, but I was like, there's just something about her. And the thing I love about you is that you show up. Like literally, I remember you and I spoke, you started working with us, and like 2 days later, you agreed to review Finding Fame. And I was like, that's some dedication. Like you jump in full force and you always show up 100% for everything that you do. So I know you have a career in marketing, you have a whole other career outside of this, but you're like, you know what? It's time for me. I want to start moving forward. I want to start taking steps. And I feel like you've been taking some rapid steps forward. So can you talk a little bit about, there are a lot of people on here, maybe they have different careers. Can you talk about the transition that you're going through, the steps that you're making, and the dedication that you have to the arts?
Sure. Thanks for calling me out. I didn't know that
You're
you were going to do that. I'll try my best. Yeah, so I'm in marketing, communications, PR, production as well. And it's just, I bless God for, all the experiences that I've had, because even when I was starting out my career, I kind of, learned a lot of things really rapidly. And because of that, I had the opportunity to like see so many countries, meet so many people, and live, such a fascinating life. So I've worked with, brilliant celebrities, just found myself, taking opportunities and being able for the doors to be opened for me to, represent them on the PR and marketing side, within South Africa and London, and even some in the States. And so I won't say who they are, but, and I found that like exactly what Colin was saying this morning, when you kind of put the right vibrations and energy out there, and no matter what insecurities you're feeling about yourself, to kind of embrace even the suckiness at that time, the discomforts, and actually just take and embrace the opportunity fully. I like to say, whatever you put your natural abilities towards, the super will happen with whatever you believe in. In my case, that's God, right? Like, so his super comes to my natural abilities and makes it a supernatural experience. And I found that through my life, that's happened a lot. But it always has been me looking at what the need is, whether it's, I've worked with NGOs, right? Like I was just working with an NGO in Uganda, working with some of the most vulnerable people, like orphaned and vulnerable children's, child soldiers, women suffering from HIV/AIDS, and like embracing just the need in front of me and going full out. And whatever that need is, filling it, and learning, even if I don't know the craft myself, whatever it takes to do it, doing it. And that's what's opened opportunities for doors to be open for me, and my gift to just kind of come to the surface. And so I've been working in the background a lot, right? Like making celebrities famous, bringing causes even for the less fortunate to the fore. And so in the background, it's just been like, I've always wanted to do on-camera work, and I've had some opportunity along the way, but now I fully feel that it's my turn.
That's awesome.
That
awesome.
feels a bit arrogant to say.
You know what? It doesn't feel arrogant at all to say. Well, it may feel arrogant, but it's not arrogant at all for you to say that, because you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. And you have been a driving force for a lot of people that don't have a voice. When you're talking about Uganda, that's really close to my heart, because there are so many people in Uganda that need a voice, and you've helped them meet the needs. Because there are a lot of places you hear about, like if someone wants to donate, they know Israel, they know, or Gaza, Ukraine, Israel, Russia, like they know all of these, but they don't necessarily know what you're doing. So I think if you are a person of faith, God will elevate you.
Mhm.
And like there's a time, I'm gonna get deep here for 2 seconds, but there's a time where you're an arrow hidden in the quiver, and then there's a time when it comes out. And a lot of times when it's time for you to come out, you get pulled back so you can go forward. And that sounds like what you're doing. And I'm really proud of you because there's so much that you're doing so much. Like you're one of the most communicative people to. You're like, Deneen, I'm capping on a flight, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But I think there's a lot to be said for someone has a full-on vibrant career. It's like, okay, you know what? Now it's time for me. What can I do? And I have a feeling that you have a very clear version of your future self, a vision of your future self. And it may feel uncomfortable sometimes to be in the light when you're used to being behind the scenes. But once you step into that place, amazing things happen. We're really excited to have you as a part of our inner circle because I know the best is yet to come. If you're interested in, obviously, if your goal is to be in front of the camera, welcome to VIP Ignite.
And you guys have been amazing. So anybody who's on here, who's, even hesitating slightly, don't, because you want to take every shot that comes your way and you want to be all in for yourself so that you can be more influential to the people you're trying to reach. So go for it. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank
Thanks,
you so much for
Deneen.
sharing. Thank you for allowing me to put you on the spot. You're like, oh, me? Why? I can't believe you're calling on me. What? Oh, okay. Hold on. We're breaking news. Thank you. We were going to bring on Mike Trash next. Okay, hold on. Mike Trash, classy Mike Trash. Where are you? I know you're here because I saw you. Okay. Breaking news. I feel like I should have an earpiece in. Come on. Add pin. Okay, hold on. Let's unmute you. How about that? Okay, unmute. Thank you guys for my technical. It's my first time on Zoom here. Okay, classy Mike Trash.
Hi.
I heard breaking news that your latest movie just came out to the public yesterday.
The mini feature, the mini movie I was starring in was released officially.
Wait, the one that freaked. Oh, hold on, I lost you. Hold on, Mike Trash. Come back to me. Okay, go ahead. Can you unmute yourself? Okay.
There I am. Okay.
So the movie that freaked me out is out now.
Yeah, the short horror film called Winder has been released. I'm probably going to play it on my show Tuesday night because
because you can now.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. I mean, we won some awards at the film festivals. I wasn't in charge of that, so I don't have any idea how many we won, but it was pretty cool. We had fun with it, so I'm really happy about that. And I can get you links if anybody wants to see it. You should go to my show, but if you don't want to go to my show, you can. I can give you a link, and you can all see it. It's on on YouTube. So
yeah. Why don't you share the link in the Facebook group or send it? I think you sent it to me. If you didn't, send it to me and I'll share it in the Facebook group. But Mike, not only were you a part of an award-winning short film, but you've also written your own material that has been going out to film festivals. Talk about that.
You don't know about this one, but there's another project I'm working on. It was called Three's a Crowd, Four's a Comedy, but I think we're going to change it to The Hen House. It's about three girls that end up moving in with a guy who they don't know because he screwed up and screwed their lives up, and it's a big comedy about these three girls and this old crotchety old man. So it's really kind of funny, and I'm really enjoying writing it, and I think I'm going to figure out how I'm going to shoot it, and I want to make the pilot, so it's going to be really funny. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I already have the pilot written, and we did a dry run through, and we did some changes and improvements to it, and it looks, I like it a lot. I really do. It's I want to use that to step into the field with my writing, and then once I get that, I can launch my other project that I have the 19 awards with. So this one I think is going to be funny, and it's going to be easier to explain what it is than the other project. So I can use this to springboard me into the other project. So
That's awesome.
it's really
if
fun.
if
I've
you
got
need
three
any
actresses, three actresses that they're all members of VIP that are
that's not a surprise.
yeah, and it's three you might have actually heard of. One of them was on here earlier, Tina.
Wow.
And
Well,
by the way, I'm very, very proud of Tina too. I've
yeah.
seen her grow so much, and she just is one of my favorite people in the whole world. And she's one of the people. So.
Yeah. You know what I love about that statement? That just proves how powerful Inner Circle is, and that just proves how powerful the community is. Because I know before you started working with us, community wasn't really one of your things. But now you are so integrated into the community, especially at the Inner Circle. I remember having a conversation with you, and you were like, we were celebrating your own success. It involved duct tape, but we'll talk. We'll leave that one out.
Yeah, but I got another role recently. I got a role that starts in January. I'm going to be playing a pivotal part of this one movie that's going on. I'm also involved in, where is it? I've got a testimonial I'm supposed to do, except I lost the product, so I guess I'm not going to be doing it. No, it's on gloves. And I didn't tell you this because I forgot about it, but I actually have a testimonial I did in right before we went. The week after LA and the week before Miami, I did a testimonial, and I got paid $100 for that testimonial, and it took me like, I don't know. They came to me at like midnight. I recorded it around midnight, got it out to them around 1, and they paid me $100 the next day. So
okay, Mike Trash, I feel like you and I need to have a call just to figure out what you've been working on, because now I feel left out.
Oh,
but I don't mind.
I've got so many things going on right now. I can't even begin to tell you what's going on. I've been hired and fired in 2 bands since I talked to you last.
Oh my gosh.
I've been I'm supposed to meet this guy named JJ Rupp, who is supposedly a really big guitarist in this. I'm going to meet him Wednesday. I found a guitarist for my new band, who's my soulmate, I think. Everything I said that I want to do, he says, "Oh, I love that too." So looks
that's
like
awesome.
I might have something going on there. But I also applied for a national touring act that's going to pay about $100,000 a year. So we'll see what happens with that.
Hold on. We just talked about, how does your dog feel about this? Is your dog coming with you?
I haven't told her yet.
Okay.
We
have to run it by her first.
Yeah,
I mean, your agents, yeah, of course, but also you have to run it by your dog. Mike Trash, I am so flipping proud. I can't stand you right now. Like, I'm like,
I can't
come on
stand myself. I can't stand myself. But I'm working on all kinds of things. I really want this pilot to go, because this pilot could launch the rest of my life, because the rest of my life is counting on the Vital Idol project. And that's the one that I really want, because it would praise Ken, my partner that died.
Yeah. And hold on. Let me tell everyone, if you guys don't know the story, the first time I met Mike Trash had interviewed with VIP Ignite a couple years before I met him, and it just wasn't the right time. Then he got on a Zoom call. I told you it all starts on Zoom. He got on a Zoom call, and I called to confirm the appointment. I'm like, hey, and he's like, it's a really rough day for me today. I'm like, well, what happened? He was like, my best friend died. I was like, oh my God, let's reschedule. He's like, no, I'm a professional. We're going to do this. I was like, okay. We got on a call, and this man is way more professional. I don't know that I could have shown up for myself the way he showed up for himself, when his best friend of 30, 40 years.
37 years we played together.
He showed up for his interview. How many of you would have done that? Talk about dedication. And let me
A
tell
lot
you
of tears.
something.
There were tears involved.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys one thing about me. If you start crying, I'm crying right along with you. All of the waterproof mascara companies in the world can say thank you, Janine, for being a crier, but I will never forget that. I will never ever in my entire life, no matter what happens in my life, I will never forget your professionalism and the fact that not only did you push through, but you've risen so far above, Mike. It's amazing. You are truly someone that we are so grateful that you're a part of our community. You're part of the inner circle, and I can't wait to see you in a couple weeks in New York City.
We got our place booked. We're ready to come out and make an impact. So I've met a lot of really cool people, and I'm gonna integrate a few others into my projects too, but they don't know yet, so I'm not going to tell who. But there are some people that.
If you need background extras, you know who to call. I have a whole database of people.
I've got some cool ideas. Oh man, just the creativity has been going off the hook ever since Miami, especially. So
awesome.
It's just piqued me, and I came up with this little idea about this show, and I just built upon it, and it's turned into an okay script, turned into a pretty good script, and now we're going to take it to the next level. So we'll have another read through, and I'll make sure that everything connects. But it looks like I like the ideas that I have, and the main characters are all very, very good personalities. I've got one. It's the one woman is a little. You kind of think she might be an airhead, but she isn't in real life. But you'll find out later on down the script that there's something else going on. We've got an angry, sarcastic woman, who just got out of a marriage, and we've got another woman who's a little bit sophisticated, and she was from the high society, but she lost everything in a Ponzi scheme. So now she's penniless, and I love the characters. The characters are so I don't know, fluid or so real, and and I've got the perfect characters for them. So
awesome.
And I've got some other people that I've talked to already about being part of this, and I think it'll be really cool if we get this off. I've figured out I'm going to do. I saw Shark Tank recently, and it had Jason Bloom on of Bloomhouse Films,
nice.
And he talked about how he made his films for $15,000, and they went on to make billions of dollars. And I'm going to take his strategy to make this pilot, I think.
Well, have your people call my people sometime so we can connect.
I would love to have.
Awesome.
I will have to get some people first, but
okay.
Them call you.
Me too. All right. Mike Trash, congratulations on all of your success, and I can't wait to see all of these projects. I'm so excited. And everyone, what we'll do is we'll post the link to the short film in the Facebook group.
Or I could post it here too if you want.
Post it in the Facebook group because I don't want people distracted from here.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. Be prepared to be scared. I was real scared when I saw it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was scared too.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much. Let me ask you guys a question. Can you tell that we really like working with one another? How many of you would love an opportunity to, and there's K-Dog. Kaden made an appearance.
You heard Mike Trash was on. Say hi, Mike Trash.
Oh,
Denise.
Hi, Kaden. I'll see you soon, kid. So how many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of this community where people, they're literally writing roles for one another? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome is that? How awesome is that? And you know what? You know how those things happen? They happen on Zoom, but they really happen when you connect in person. And you guys have proven how much you care about your future self. You're here. You're here. And I just want to say you guys are awesome. But, no but. Why say but? here's my next question for you. Are you guys ready to hear how maybe you can come work with us in person? Would that be cool? Do we have your permission to do that? Don't go anywhere. We have Mike Fompkin coming up. He's going to talk to you about an opportunity to come work with us in person. Then we have Ryan Colby coming up. I got some breaking news. He's running a little bit late because he literally left set to come talk to you guys. So we're going to be doing some more Model Garage. Mike's going to train you on ChatGPT and how to start creating content, user-generated content today, so you can start getting paid. How many of you would love to start getting paid now for creating content? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And that's just a little bit of what we have for you. So are you guys ready to hear from the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fompkin?
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. What a great day. Did you guys love the Colin earlier today? Wasn't he so phenomenal? All right. So obviously the event's getting near the end. So obviously we have only so much time to go over everything we want to go over with you guys. And there's so much more. We still have a lot of exciting things to talk about. Ryan Chloe's going to be coming on. He just texted me. He should be around 4:15, 4:20. So gives us a little bit of time, a little bit of leeway. And then later on today, when we get near the end, Alicia has something she's going to talk with you guys about. And then also I'm going to go over user-generated content with you guys and kind of give you a little crash course on how to start monetizing social media. I'll give you guys some different apps and tools and so forth, especially for those of you. There's really a great opportunity to be able to start working with brands immediately if you kind of follow, the steps and so forth. So anyway, so we always do events all the time. Obviously, we've been doing events for the past 18 years. And that's what we're, known for, right? And a few years ago, we started our agency. We've been very successful with that. Once a year, I do an offer for people. So I put something together that kind of helps go over training and gets people the right photos, the right opportunities, the opportunities to meet with people and people to really launch their career. So if you've been, following us, or I know yesterday they dropped the link for the Trello board, and I think they did it earlier today. There's no need to do it now, but for those of you seen it, that's just a small portion of the success stories of what we have. And, we're here about helping people. Obviously we're involved in a lot of different businesses, from, just executive producing our first film to, 5 Broadway shows. We've won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. We have a #1 bestseller on Amazon. I just, on December 5th, our second book's coming out, co-written with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. Actually, this week, Alicia's going to be in studio down in Tampa with Kevin, filming his new show. So make sure, if you're not following Alicia on Instagram, make sure that you're following her, because you're going to see a lot of really cool stuff behind the scenes and so forth. And, we talk with a lot of high-level executives. I was just at a conference last week with Yakov Smirnoff, and Colin was there, and that's how I got to meet Colin, and I've known him now for several months, and he's really phenomenal. I'm actually talking to him about doing some weekly coaching with our talent, because I think it's kind of like a muscle memory to kind of really get yourself strong and telling the right story and your mindset and so forth. It's not something that comes easily, right? I can motivate you, Colin can motivate you, but when we're not here in your life, you have to have somebody there. You have to be able to motivate yourself. There's going to be a lot of big changes in the industry in 2024. Obviously, as the industry is getting back up to speed, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for people, whether they're brand new or they're experienced and so forth. But at the same time, as many opportunities there are, things are going to be changing. Like you really need to be on your A game. You're going to really need to have the proper training and so forth. So if this is something where you're just, you're brand new, that's great. We put together a great opportunity for you. And for those of you that are here today and, have that experience, that's great too, because we'll be able to elevate that success. So once a year, I like to do a special offer. It's my crazy offer. It's an offer. I like to call it, you're going to see this one time and you're never going to see this again. Not exactly like this. Alicia doesn't even know it. Deneen just got to see it probably about 5 minutes ago. So it's going to be something I put together. It's going to be later in the year for next year, but it has a lot to it and a lot of moving parts to kind of help get you where you need to be right away. Like for those of you who have the opportunity to participate in this, you'd actually be starting with us this week. Okay, so you'd be starting this week. So if I have your permission, what I'd like to do is kind of go through everything that I put together for you guys. So let me share my screen. And we'll do a Q&A later on today for this, just because I know Ryan's coming on, and this might take me a few minutes because I just want to go through this in detail. So our next big event that's open to the public, we have lots of events coming up. We're actually going to be in New York City in a few weeks. New York City events, an incredible event. It's going to be right during the holidays. We have special dinners planned, and we're taking out our inner circle and our production assistants, and we have a photo shoot going on, and there's just so many moving parts. Like literally every day from the start to the end is going to be busy. We have events coming up in Tampa, New Orleans, Phoenix, Hollywood. But our next big event, our events close out instantaneously. Like they literally only open for a few weeks. Our next big event that's going to be open to the public, and I expect this one also to not be available for probably by tomorrow. This event will be closed out too. But our next event, big event, is going to be VIP Atlanta, New Year, New You experience. And this is going to be September 27th to the 29th, 2024. So for those of you not familiar with the Atlanta market, 2024 is going to be huge for Atlanta. There's been a lot of shifts in the industry. Obviously, you know, focal points are always going to be in New York and Los Angeles. Obviously, there's tons of opportunities all throughout the United States. When you have a proper resume, you have a proper reel, you know exactly, you know, you have an agent representing you who can, you know, speak to local clients and so forth. So there's a whole process to building your resume. You just have to know how to do it. So for a lot of people, when it's kind of amazing because like you can be like literally in the middle of like a gold mine and just not see it. And then all of a sudden somebody points it out and you're like, wow, that was there the whole time. So all of our experiences are tied to not only prepping you, but getting you, you know, ready for the events. And then obviously the cherry on the top is actually attending the event. Now for Atlanta, actually there's one young lady who actually kind of is responsible for kind of creating the entire film industry in Atlanta. And if you're not familiar with Atlanta, Disney, all the Marvel movies shoot down there. Tyler Perry shoots down there. Huge studios. Like Atlanta is considered like the Hollywood of the South. So it's a definitely strong market. And it's also actually the hub for commercial print. So a lot of the catalogs, a lot of the major brands all shoot there. It's like a super hub for both the print and also the TV and film industry. New York is obviously the hub for fashion, editorial, and then also more for TV versus film. And a lot of the reason New Orleans used to be a huge hub, New Orleans was actually really on par with Hollywood many years ago, probably about 10, 15 years ago. And the reason why, the Hurricane Katrina kind of like wiped out that whole market. Atlanta kind of took that place in. Disney, all the major studios are down there. And the reason why people always wonder, like, well, how did, you know, Atlanta become that big hub? Detroit, Michigan actually tried to be the hub. And it kind of fell through. They weren't able to get the financing. What it comes down to is the tax incentives for the film industry. So when you're producing a film, or you know you're working in the industry, you're bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars into the economy. So what they do is they give them tax credits back, and it helps offset cost the films. In Detroit, that kind of fell through. They were actually going to use a lot of the auto manufacturers, a lot of the larger plants there to start building studios, and it just never went through. And it was something like a $400 million investment that never went through. And the reason why I'm just going over this with you guys is I want you to understand the deeper level of how the industry works. Like at the end of the day, it's a business. Like, you know, for those of you who want to be in this is a career. Like this becomes a career. It's no different than being a doctor, no more different than being a lawyer. Now, it doesn't mean we don't have people who dip their toes in and they're doing this part-time. Obviously, we have a really strong community, but our goal is to place talent, not only with our agency, but with larger agencies, and to have them consistently booking work. Like if you follow our, you know, Instagram, you follow our Trello boards, you know, on social media, you see I consistently post success stories every single day. And it doesn't matter if it's a huge success story, like a major film, or even the smallest success story. To me, a success story is success because everybody has to start someplace. And the greatest thing that I found from, you know, working in the community and seeing the success of people is at the beginning of your career is when you have to put in the hard work, right? There's that old saying, would you be willing to, you know, invest 2 years of your life to have the rest of your life living the dream, right? Being able to have that home, be able to have that car, being able to take care of your family, being able to do all of these things. And so many people work hard their whole life with a dream, and they never get to live it, right? They have a dream and they just never live it. And I'll give you an example of somebody. I had still a very good friend of mine. He's in the technology sector, and we were having a conversation last week at the event, and we were just talking about family and the different things, the things that were the same in our businesses, the things that were different. And he told me a story, and I just wanted to share it with you guys because I think it's really important for you guys to understand the value of time. And he's very successful, millions and millions of dollars. He has a $20 million home, down right on the ocean on the west coast side of Florida, right over the Gulf of Mexico. And he's created a life where he balances it out between his family and his work, right? He put in the hard work at the beginning, right? It's just like a lot of our talent. When you're brand new, you're putting in that hard work. You're learning your monologues, you're learning your reels, you're getting your photos done, you're attending events, you're networking, right? There's so many intricacies, learning voiceover work, learning the tech, not only the technology, but the verbiage of the industry, the hierarchy, how casting works, how auditions work, how agencies work, contract negotiations. And these are all things we teach everybody. These are all things we go in very detail orientated. And if once you get to see and know a lot of our talent, you'll see how versed they are in the industry compared to somebody who's brand new. But anyway, I had asked him, I says, so many people at your age are still consistently grinding. They're still hustling. Like, how did you find this balance? And he told me it was really interesting. The reason he decided to do this, and this is what I think applies to everybody here on the call, no matter what your age is. He told me that his father's dream, right? His father came from Europe, from another country. They moved here, similar story, very difficult life. And his father, his only dream that he ever wanted was for himself to go on a tour of the United States on a Harley. Like that was his dream. Like his dream was he wanted to retire. He wanted to buy a Harley, and he wanted to spend his retirement years traveling around the country on a Harley Davidson. Pretty cool, right? Like if you think about it, that's a pretty cool experience, right? Having that freedom, being on the back of, a motorcycle, and you're seeing, all these different states and small towns and so forth. And that's one of the things, like, for Atlanta, I love Atlanta. The food is so amazing there. The people that are there, the culture, it's such an amazing city to be in. If you've never been there, it's absolutely so exciting to see the studios and, the people that are there. It's incredible. Right. But think about being able to travel like that, right? Having that life where you're just traveling around the country. And so his dad worked his entire life. Like he worked his entire life. And then literally the day of his retirement, he was in his late 60s. He went out and he bought the Harley. And on the very first day that he got the Harley, he dropped it 3 times. And if you're not familiar with dropping a bike means, a motorcycle, it means that the bike falls. And he didn't drop it while riding it. He dropped it because he had reached a point of strength at his age where he couldn't ride the bike. So this man waited his entire life for this journey, for this trip at the end of his life, right? That he wanted to spend this next 10, 15, 20 years, 30 years, hopefully, right? And he wasn't able to do it. So I want you guys to realize something, like, when we offer these experiences, when an opportunity is there, you say yes, right? You figure it out, you make it happen, and so forth. Because time is the most precious commodity you have. Money you can always make again, but time is irreplaceable. And if there's one thing I want you guys to remember, that value every moment of time you have. Even between speakers at the event here, Denine's she's reading that book. Like she's maximizing her time. She's very aware of her time to make sure she's always learning. She's always pushing herself forward. The same thing with Alicia. She's always consistently going out there, meeting new people. You see all of our talent, they're entrepreneurs, they're successful in the industry, they're successful in life. Okay. So I want you guys to realize, when we say, new year, new you, I want you to realize that it's a brand new year, right? It's a brand new opportunity to start fresh, to start new. Anything that happened to you in the past doesn't matter. That's the story you're telling yourself. Like every single person in the world wakes up, they have the same 24 hours. They have the same 60 minutes. They have the same 60 seconds, the same 7 days in a week that you have. They're just maximizing that time to consistently push forward, to live the dream that they want. And you need to have a why. Like, you need to have a big why. And your family is great. So many people say, my family's my why. That's awesome. But what's an even bigger why, right? What could you do to change the world? You know, yesterday we spoke about the comedian, right? Yakov Smirnoff, right? He never expected where his life would lead, that he would be, you know, a person in a small way help change the world, right? To end the Cold War. Or, you know, even Christine talked about it today, you know, with having this opportunity to kind of change how the NFL operates, right? Well, like, just you just never know. Like, when you meet people at this level, like, so many doors open, but you have to consistently surround yourself with positive people that are passionate. So the way this process works, I will go through everything that we're doing in Atlanta. I got some surprises, of course. This is something you're only going to see this here on today. Once today is done, this is it. This closes, it's off the table, and so forth. So just so you guys are aware. What we're looking for is the people who go through this have to be passionate. This is something you want to do. You have to be willing to put in the hard work, the time, the effort, right? You know, if I throw you a life jacket, you have to be willing to grab it. You can't be swimming away, okay? You have to lean into positivity. You have to lean into, this is something you want to do, that you're willing to show up. You know, if you're just kind of battling those voices in your head that everything's going wrong, you know, Colin should have taken care of that today. And I know, again, it's something we can work on, but we want to work with people who are going to accelerate and really want to be successful. And if you know that's not you, that's fine. You know, this whole weekend was here to educate you how the industry works, you know, what to look out for, right? You guys should be a lot more educated now and have enough experience to really start this industry, right? You know, read the book, you know, take notes. Like, you have everything it takes. We're going to go over even more, a little bit more later on, you know, some different software and some different ideas to kind of help you along with that. But with that thought in mind, I don't want to go over my time limit because I know Ryan's going to be, he just came off the shoot with Ben. They were shooting for Japanese Vogue. I know you guys got to see a little bit of the behind the scenes earlier. He sent me a lot of photos. If I get his permission, I'll post them later in the group. I'm just not sure where Japanese Vogue is with releasing anything prior to the actual issue coming out. And that's another thing, like, when you're working in this industry, you know, a lot of times you could be shooting for a major film, and guess what? You can't talk about it until the film comes out or until the publicity starts. You know, so a lot of times you have to be aware, like, it's a business, right? It's a multi-trillion-dollar worldwide international business. You know, movies launch now, they don't just launch in the United States, they launch all over the world. You know, there's a lot that goes into this industry. So I want you guys to kind of have that appreciation for it, because it give you a great life. You can have that balance of family. You can have that balance of financial abundance, right? You know, I know yesterday we talked about people saying, I want to be rich. What does rich really mean, right? You should never say the word rich, because rich puts a cap on it. Financial abundance is a better way to be able to have an abundance of financial ability to do whatever you want, wherever you want, to be able to write $1 million check out if you wanted to a charity, to be able to buy your parents a home, to be able to do whatever it is you want. That's a goal. And you have to have a reason why, right? We help kids with sex trafficking. We help feed the homeless. You know, we're building art schools throughout the country. One of our big events we have coming up later next year, a year from today, actually, a year from today, and by the month, I don't know the exact date yet, we'll be in Cancun, right? So we have all kinds of experiences and so forth. But the next one that's open to the public is going to be VIP Atlanta, New Year, New You experience. This will be September 27th to the 29th, 2024. And if I have your permission, let me go through everything that's a part of this. All right. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to have the 3-day VIP Model and Acting Networking event. This will be a live event in Atlanta. You're going to have the opportunity to meet with some of the most powerful people in the Atlanta market. So these are the producers, the casting directors, the head of the studios, the head of the agencies. You know, at our events, we don't bring in the person who works for the owner. We bring in the owner. Like, you know, in our New York events, we bring in the head of Ford Models, the actual founder of Ford Models. We bring in the vice president of Warner Brothers Casting. So for Atlanta, this is an incredible event. And one of our special speakers is actually going to be the woman who was actually responsible for the entire Atlanta film industry. So this is one of the most powerful people you'll have the opportunity to learn from, to network with, have the opportunity to have her be a part of your resume, a part of that. Like, when we were searching around for publishers for our book, I had the opportunity for a lot of different publishers. Our book was very unique. It was very specific. We had some very high profile people in it. And we chose to go with Mark Victor Hansen and Mark Victor Hansen's publishing, because not only had I become friends with him, but he had written a book that had over 500 million copies sold. And I cannot tell you, like, that was probably one of the best decisions I've ever done, because there's not a single person, I could pick up the phone and I can now get them on the phone. Like, there's not a single person I couldn't reach out to, because the moment we send over our media kit, or the moment I send over my resume, like, I get that phone call back. And that's just through one relationship, right? So imagine coming out to, Atlanta, having the chance to not only to be discovered, to be able to be placed in these, major opportunities, but building this incredible network of people that now become a part of your life, right? You're getting the opportunity to get decades of knowledge in days. And this is what we do. Like, this is what we've been doing for 18 plus years now. So our networking events are the most incredible events. And there's a process to them. It's not like you just show up. There's all types of preparation calls, making sure that you're prepared, the right questions, going through your resume and so forth, because we're preparing you to go in. We're preparing you to go in, and we have a 98% success rate. And the reason why is because of the preparation, right? The devil is in the details. It's a small little details. The questions that you ask, how you ask those questions, what you're wearing, what is your style, how your social media is being handled. There's so much that goes into this. And we have an entire process for this. We call it a framework. So not only are you going to get the 3-day VIP modeling acting networking event, we're also going to do a photo shoot, right? So we're going to have celebrity photographers there, celebrity hair, makeup, styling. So you're actually going to get to work with some incredible photographers that are there to help you through the entire process to get those iconic shots, to get the shots that people like Tanya want, that casting directors are looking for, the shots that show versatility, right? And we lean in, we spend hours upon hours going through everything. Ryan handles and oversees all that, picking out the right clothing, making sure that you're ready. We have our production team there on set, making sure, going through your posing. And for people who's brand new, the first photo shoot, it's kind of scary, right? It's a little bit terrifying. It sounds fun, but once you get in front of that camera and you're there, it gets a little bit nerve-wracking. I'm not going to lie, but we want to make sure that we take those butterflies and we make them learn how to fly them in formation to get the best possible photos. Not the photos for your grandmother, not the photos for your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your significant other, but the actual photos that open doors with castings, with opportunities and so forth. And, Ryan Colby, he's, former art director of Vogue magazine. He's been involved in this industry for over 30 plus years. He brings in some of the most powerful people. The photographers we work with, they're not available to the general public. These are people who've shot in 10, 20, 30, 40 covers of Vogue magazine. He's on set today, right now, with a major photographer shooting for the cover of Japanese Vogue. So now you're having the opportunity to work with people that are even that they're brand new, that work with iconic people in the industry, that work with some of the biggest celebrities, some of the biggest models in the world. What that means is you're getting the best, right? I've learned a long time ago, when you want something done, invest in the best training, surround yourself with the best people, right? That's why I surround myself with people like, Bill Walsh, Mark Victor Hansen, Les Brown, the vice president of Warner Brothers, 50 Cent's acting coach. If you really look at even our coaching programs, I did the math the other day, like our team combined, like we talk all about winning 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, but our team combined have won hundreds of Emmys. Okay, we were responsible for our team have won 15 Academy Awards. Like, these are the people we're putting you in front of. These are the people that are becoming a part of your network. And what's great about this is when you're working with people at this level, you're getting exactly what you need. Like, these people know it's like going to a 5-star chef and he understands the flow of the kitchen, right? It's the same thing having that celebrity makeup artist. They're putting the time, the effort, the dedication, because it's their brand. See, it's not only about you, but it's understanding you're representing their brand, right? You're representing them because now you become a part of their portfolio, which means, there's a whole process of saying thank you, right? You know, last night I got 2 wonderful emails. I'll give a shout out to the 2 individuals sent me some really beautiful emails just saying thank you, right? And when you're on a photo shoot like this, we go through the whole process of showing how you share this on social media, how now they're tagging you on social media. Now you're being exposed to their entire client base, right? Like look at the detail I'm going in just for the photo shoot. Forget about the networking event, just for the photo shoot. And the best comparison I can give you is think about like if you're in the music industry and you're struggling, and Taylor Swift decides to share your music to her social media. And she says, hey, check out this artist, download her song, buy her record. Okay. Do you not think that literally one post, your entire life changes, right? Or a Lady Gaga, right? Just like that. So think about this, like just in being in proximity to people at this level, how fast people now start taking a notice of you. You get inside of that exclusive club. So now you're going to get the 3-day VIP modeling and acting networking event, which is life-changing, the 3-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup, styling, but you're also going to have truth management representation. You'll be represented for both our commercial division, which is magazines, billboards, catalogs, right, which is 80% of the industry, and then also our TV division, okay? So that means you have the opportunity to now be submitted out for both commercial and TV. We're also going to be something new we're going to be doing in 2024, and I think a lot of you guys will be really excited about this, is we're also going to be expanding our fashion division to be more diversified. And let me explain what that means to you. For those of you who are familiar with high-end, high fashion, we went over this yesterday, and I'll just briefly touch upon it. High fashion editorial like New York, Paris, Milan is very exclusive. You have to be exact measurements. You have to be an exact height. And the reason why is because of the clothing. The clothing is very expensive to make. They're very labor intensive to produce. And at the same time, you can't have everyone being a different size, right? For high fashion shows. These shows, like when you do a show in New York, by the time you rent out the studio, the cameras, the lighting, the staging, most designers are spending $1 million+ dollars. Like $1 million is like the entry point for a fashion show. That's before the models even show up. So that's why you see Dior and Gucci and Versace and so forth. But there's a whole subdivision of designers who don't have that $1 million budget. And what we really want to start pushing for 2024 is obviously, of course, having the exclusivity through Colby for the high-end fashion side of the industry, but also now working with up-and-coming designers and being able to place talent in fashion shows. So having the opportunity to be able to do that. Doesn't mean Paris or Milan, but it means some really great shows and great exposure. And I think it's time for the industry to be more diversified. And I've seen it kind of trickle down through some of the designers, kind of like testing it. But I think just like when we first started Truth Management, we went after that diversification. We want to represent a wide variety of people, and it worked. And I think now it's kind of the time. We built the brand to a point, and now the relationships and the connections we have can allow us to start doing that. And I'll tell you a little bit of the behind the scenes to that is not only being able to have the talent being able to work within that sector of the industry, but actually now it's being able to represent designers. So actually being able to find those next designers, being able to take some of our higher end celebrities, being able to have them wearing the clothing, and also having a lot of our talent. We're going to talk a little bit about user generated content, being able to also become like representatives of those brands, right? Being able to get those clothings, being able to get those opportunities with designers to give them that type of exposure, because you kind of, when you're working with a high-end photographer, you're sitting down with, major people in the industry, your social media starts picking up that traction, right? When you follow the framework, if you're just randomly posting, it doesn't work. And I know we talked a little bit about yesterday how to understanding of algorithms and so forth. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But Truth Management will actually be your mother agent. So we'll actually represent you. You'll be set up. We have a multi-million-dollar website for submittals. This is not like some site where you're just throwing up photos. Everything is run by us. There's an app you can download. You'll have access to the calendar, which means that you're going to have responsibilities, right? We go through a whole training. There's an 8-week training program. I actually just got around to doing the first 2 weeks. I got like 6 more weeks to film. but we're kind of doing it in sequence. So we're doing them live, and then we're going to be recording them for our database. So you'll have access to all of that. So for those of you guys that are on here now, this is now moved up on my to-do list. So you guys will get to actually go through the live training, and the live training will go through contract negotiations, rights of usage. We'll talk about artificial intelligence, how to sign contracts, how to not sign contracts. Obviously, as your mother agent, we're handling all that for you. But that doesn't matter to me because I want you guys to be able to take care of yourselves. I want you that no matter where our relationship goes, whether you're with us for 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, I want you guys to be able to understand that. A lot of the larger agencies, they don't really give their models that type of information. They just, they just show up. Like that's all they always say. And even Ryan, it's taken me a little bit of time to kind of get him out of that mentality because he's worked with the biggest agents, worked with IMGs, worked with Ford, worked with Wilhelmina, Click, DNA, Women, Storm, the biggest names in the industry. He's personally and close friends with, every single person imaginable in the fashion industry, TV and film. So we want people to understand, like, we're going to represent you. So we'll be your representation, which means on a go forward basis, anytime somebody's reaching out to you, anytime somebody wants to work with you, you just, you're like, do I know this person? Do I not know this person? Great. You just say yes, right? Just say yes. Here's my agent's information, right? Follow up with them. They'll take care of and they'll handle everything for me. So whether it's booking travel, hotels, working with the client, making sure, they're legitimate. How much are they paying? What's the day rate? A lot of this is done in, Deneen is the head of the agency. So she handles that with her team. And then also Ryan also makes a lot of final decisions on that. So that's going to be something that's going to be really important for you guys to be able to have the right representation. You'll have access to the entire database where I was headed with before. So you'll have an app you can download. It'll give you access to the calendar, your booking schedule. It's a two-way street. You do have to work with us in this. So if you're not available, you need to block out your calendar, right? Because the last thing we need is we book you for an opportunity or something comes along and then you're just not available, right? So you'll learn how to do all of this, but I just want you guys to understand it's just not only the representation, there's a lot that's going to go into that. And we're really going to be putting a lot of our focus on that in 2024. So in addition to the 3-day VIP model and acting networking event, the 3-day 3-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup, styling, truth management representation, commercial TV division, and now also our new fashion division, which is going to be working with also signing designers. So that's going to be a big push on that. So that'll be very exciting for you guys to be able to do different shows with legitimate upcoming designers, not shows that you pay to be there. That's never going to happen, where you're either compensated financially or you're compensated in clothing or compensated also just for exposure too sometimes. So again, that's, going to be really cool. So in addition to that, Ryan's going to be doing something. This is something he's done this very few times, but we're going to be doing a virtual weekend where he's actually going to go and prepare you for working in the industry as both a model and an actor. So he's going to be overseeing this. So everything from helping you put your reel together, making sure you're prepared for your photo shoot, just as something as simple as taking digitals, right? A lot of times you can have the most amazing shoot in the world, and the client's just like, oh my God, he's perfect, but he's just, if I could just see him with his hair slicked this way, or could he shave his beard, or I need the girl, pull back her ponytail. So those are what's called Polaroids. So Polaroids is an old school terminology. Agencies still use that for where you would just take a quick snapshot and the little camera, right? Your Generation Z or below, you're probably familiar with those they got like a little bit of popularity there for a short while. And used to kind of shake the photos. So they're still called Polaroids or digitals. A lot of times agencies will call them digitals. This is like literally where you're standing up against the wall. You're getting a front face look, turn to the left, turn to the right, hair pulled back in a ponytail. Last one, no smile. But just on whatever is needed, that you get that text message within 5 minutes, you can send back the right photos, making sure that you understand lighting, you understand angles, you understand triangles, you understand this the same exact way. If Giselle's agent called her and said, sweetie, I need 5 photos right now, this is what I need, she gets it done 1, 2, 3. Or the same thing, hey, I'm sending you over some sides, for Stranger Things or for a new show or for a new movie. I need you to shoot this. You have an hour to do it. So Ryan's going to be going through that as if you're signed with him. So as if you are signed with him, this is going to be the same preparation, the same training that some of the biggest names in the industry have had. And he's going to spend an entire weekend doing this. Okay. This is going to take place right after the holidays. So we're literally kicking this off right after the holidays with this. So this is something you'll have advance notice. It will be recorded, but I suggest that you figure out your schedule to be there live. Okay. So this will be live, online, virtual for this. So not only are you going to get the preparation with Ryan for the actor, model and actor training virtual weekend, you'll also have the 3-day VIP modeling acting networking event live in Atlanta, September 27th to the 29th, the 3-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup, styling, truth management representation for both the commercial TV division and fashion, the model preparation and actor training virtual weekend. But I'm also going to be doing a special training, and I usually do these once every 6 months, but starting in 2024, I'm going to start doing these quarterly, because ChatGPT is really changing the game, like how things work. Social media is really, think about it. We don't use MySpace anymore. A lot of people don't use Facebook. Instagram's kind of where's that at? TikTok is very popular, but is TikTok really a business tool, right? Are you really doing business on it? Obviously, it's filled with a lot of influencers, and you see most of it, probably, 90% of your stuff is content to kind of keep you engaged, but then the rest of the content is these short sales products. Social, just to guys to let you know, for those of you guys who kind of, some people like make fun of TikTok, right? Or maybe like the older people in your house, like TikTok, what's that? TikTok has their TikTok store, just so you know. So before TikTok, you'd have to send your traffic. So if I was selling some type of gizmo or gadget, I would take that I would create the ad on TikTok, right? So I'm an influencer now. So put on your influencer hat, and I would send that traffic to a Shopify store, or I would send that traffic to Amazon. So I would make an ad. Hey, here's this new soft drink. Check it out. I'd light myself on fire, whatever, to catch the person's attention, right? I have a couple of dancing monkeys, whatever it is, right? To catch your attention in the hopes of sending that traffic away from TikTok to somebody else to purchase. Well, TikTok is now in testing, and they're going to go full with this. TikTok is going to be their own store. Okay. So they're going after Shopify, which, if you guys are not familiar with that, billion-dollar brand, and they're going after Amazon. Okay. And some of you guys, oh my God, Amazon, nobody could ever topple Amazon. Yeah, life changes. People said that about Rome, and Rome's not around anymore. People said that about MySpace. MySpace is not around. People said that about, Napster and every other crazy site that have billion-dollar valuations is no longer around. So TikTok is going after that. So my point being is with ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, I just put ChatGPT there because most people are familiar with that. But everything from Claude to Bing and so forth, Microsoft put in multi-billion dollars into ChatGPT for ownership, to be a part of their software. Just so you know, for their security, their own internal teams can't access ChatGPT, which means there's like security flaws in there. So how you're using it. So there's a lot that we're going to talk about it from a business standpoint, but then also from how do you leverage this for your modeling and acting. And it's going to be something that's going to be consistently evolving and changing. And the same thing, really understanding how to dominate social media and a really deep understanding of how to leverage that, like literally in less than like an hour a week. So I know a lot of people, like, they're always like, oh my God, I got to spend so much time. Da, 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 da. I'll actually show you some different ways today where, like, you can literally create 500 blog posts that can be automatically put out onto every single social media platform in less than 5 minutes. Like, that's where this technology is right now for that. And it's going to keep evolving. So this is like Atari 2600 compared to, like, a high-end gaming PC. For those of you who got that analogy, some of you guys are like, what's Mike talking about? Right. So not only are you going to get that, that's going to be an incredible thing. And I'm going to do those quarterly. So I know here as a weekend, I'm putting it down as a weekend, but I'm probably going to be doing these quarterly now, because I think it's going to be really important for you guys to stay ahead of that. And I want you guys to really, social media is going to play such an influence in getting really great brand deals, getting like better opportunities in film, TV, and the modeling industry, commercial print, especially for brands and so forth. There's lots of ways in the industry, and it's almost in a small way. And I'm not going to say in 2024, 2025, but probably by like 2030. I think like a need for an agent might not be there. Like I think that the way things are headed, you might not actually need an agent. I know it sounds crazy, and I'm glad Tanya's not here, and hopefully Ryan didn't hear that. But I think there's going to be a need there, but the way that position works is going to change. Like a lot of responsibility, because now a lot of things that an agent's doing for you is kind of falling on the shoulders. Like agents make 20%, right? So if there's $1,000 booking, how agents get paid is they make $200, right? Which means you make 800. So which means if you're making 80% of the money, you should be doing 80% of the work, right? So a lot of times, for people, this is a lot, right? You need a whole team, a whole army. But now the game is being leveraged down, right? Through social media, through ChatGPT, and how these two technologies work with each other. So that's going to be really interesting. So now you're going to get all of that. But in addition to that, you're also going to get access to our 21-day challenge. So for the past 4 years now, we've been doing virtual trainings and online trainings. We have live coaching 3 times a week, 4 times a week, from Emmy Award winners, Academy Award winners, the Phantom of the Opera. We have some amazing people. And we created this huge database, right? It had like 600 plus hours. There's like another 200 hours waiting to be indexed and organized. And we kind of put it up in sequences of how we were doing it. And as talent, we're coming on board, and we have like an onboarding. So you go through an interview process, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. So this is not something that's just, hey, Mike, where do I sign up? No, you go through an interview process. The entire weekend was an interview. As you saw throughout the week, some of the numbers went up, sometimes the numbers went down. Some people disappeared, they didn't come back. So there were people that were removed throughout the weekend, right? I already got a few emails. How come I was taken off? Well, you just weren't what we were looking for right now. So there is an interview process that you'll go through. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But my point being with this is we did a lot of, we do a whole indoctrination and like an onboarding, right? So we have to go through everything from truth management, getting you all prepared, getting you into all sequences, our systems, and so forth. So this was very chaotic. Like it made sense to myself because I went through all of these. I've been there live at the events. I've been through all this training. But then we saw for some of the talent, it was like out of sequence. So what we did is we created a 21-day challenge. And this is literally like your first step. So this for those of you, this is something you'd be starting tomorrow. It's online. It's a membership site. You'll be given a username and password for it. But what it is it's an exact sequence to follow to get you the foundation of everything you need to know. So like those, 200 questions that you saw throughout the weekend, it was cute because for those of you who are part of the company, okay, I know that question. That's like day 2 of the challenge. Oh, I know that question about, monologues. That's day 4 of the challenge. Oh, how to get the right reel. Oh, great. Yeah, that's day 7 of the challenge. That's actually done by, the one of the girls from The Walking Dead, right? So it was funny to see that because the challenge is designed to get you through everything. And it's some incredible people that you'll have access to that, from 50 Cent's acting coach to cast members from America's Next Top Model, like the actual people who have lived it, done it, breaking it down for you. So by the end of the challenge, you'll understand everything. You'll have a foundational understanding of acting, improv, writing your monologue, posing, being on set. There's a 6 days to it dedicated to everything from the contract negotiations to rights of usage to understanding the entire hierarchy of how castings work to agencies. And it's fun, right? It's fun. It's gonna take you to 21 days. And if it takes you longer, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Like it can take you longer. You take your time with it and you can go back and visit this at any time. Once you complete the 30-day challenge and you have that foundational understanding, the next thing you'll have access to is called the 30 and 30 challenge. And the 30 and 30 challenge is a 30-day program where it's a little bit more advanced. And the goal of it is for you to be able to have an understanding of what it takes to book 30 jobs in 30 days. Okay. And it really breaks down from the Dream 100 to more deeper understanding of the industry, right? Think of this like like attending the Yale School of Drama and like being able to work with some of the top agencies in the world as your professors, right? That's what you're getting access to. And it's done in a fun, easy to absorb way. There's challenges and homework and so forth. And you see it's very interactive. So now you're going to get the 30 and 30 challenge, the 21-day challenge, the ChatGPT training, social media domination, the model preparation and actor training, truth management representation, commercial TV division, celebrity hair, makeup styling, 3-look celebrity photo shoot, 3-day model and acting networking event. But then you also, this is now launching in March, right? So for those of you who start the program and those of you who completed the 2, you're going to have what's called Elevate Your Life, Wealth, and Career Challenge. This is going to be also a 30-day challenge. So this is going to take the foundations of what you've learned. And I want you to kind of think of like Colin today, like that type of training. So this is going to be a training that's going to be based upon wealth and asset management, overcoming like obstacles from mindset, motivation, like some of the most incredible speakers on the planet. I'm talking people who offer masterminds to work with them that are like $350,000 a year on the high end, on a low end of like $85,000. Even somebody like Tony Robbins to work with him on a one-on-one basis, there's like a 5-year waiting list. It's $1 million to work with Tony Robbins one-on-one. You get 10 hours. 10 hours. Now you don't call Tony at 3 o'clock in the morning. You make a predetermined appointment with him, you get 1 hour, 10 of those. It's $1 million. He's worked with some of the biggest people in the world. Okay. He's changed people's lives. So I'm going to give you people access to some of his top coaches, people from fitness, from health, and so forth. And here's the reason why, because I think I can teach you the mechanics of the industry. I can teach you how to become a great actor. I can teach you how to become a great model. I can teach you how to pose. I can teach you all of that. And that's all external, right? Those are frameworks, right? Think about if you worked in a restaurant, I can teach you how to become a chef. With experience and wisdom, you'll understand like the difference between heat. Like I lived both in Florida, and I also go back to the East Coast. On the East Coast, I have gas ranges. Florida, where I'm at, we have like electric. There's a difference cooking between electric and gas, but eventually you learn those little differences. It's the same thing as you're doing this, you're in front of cameras more, you're going to learn how to do this. You're going to master the craft. But internally, how do you master that? What do you start doing once you start making an income, balancing your budget, understanding all these things? So I think this here, like honestly, is like to me priceless. Like this is going to be an incredible, incredible opportunity that will come at the perfect time in your life. So now you're going to get access to the new challenge, which is going to be launching March 2024. You're also going to get the 3-day VIP modeling acting networking event, the 3-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup styling, truth management representation, commercial TV division, and fashion model preparation, acting training, virtual weekend, Ryan Colby, ChatGPT training, social media domination, the 21-day challenge, the 30 and 30 challenge, Elevate Your Life, Wealth and Career Challenge. But then you're also, this is something that's going to be special. This is only for this weekend, and that is it. This is not going to be offered anywhere else. And I'm going to go through the values of each of these in a moment, just so you guys understand. But we're also going to be doing a certified production assistant training in Atlanta. Okay, and this is only for this weekend's attendees. So you're gonna have to schedule and go through the interview process if you want this bonus. This is probably the coolest thing I've ever done. Like if you could only see yourself 6 months from now or a year from now, will you really understand the modeling industry, the acting industry? When you combine that with being able to work behind the scenes, and as a production assistant, the opportunity is unlimited. Like it's just literally unlimited to get yourself on set, to produce a full-time income. Like just even part-time, you can earn $65,000 to $100,000 a year, easy, because you're working behind the scenes. You're working with the photographers. You're working with the casting directors, the producers. It is such a great way in. Like so many times, like I'm going to tell you like how this came along, and I have a whole training I do on this. It's like literally like 8-hour training that you guys will have access to. But you know, I realized, you know, like a lot of the things I was doing when I was on set and working with people, I was kind of like being a production assistant. Like me and Alicia, every time we showed up, what can we do to help? How can we be of assistance? You know, when we were attending other events and so forth. And that just opened up so many doors. So I want you to think about like the industry is like there's different doors. Like you can come through the front door, the back door, through the windows. There's different doors into the industry. So having this kind of training, even if you never used it, even if you said, hey, Mike, I want it. I think it's great just to have the knowledge to understand lighting and camera equipment, to really be able to do this full time. Like you're on the inside, like the talents show up and you're like, okay, we'll sit there. You're working, like you have access to understanding the day's shoots, the scheduling, like you're like there, like you're like one of the most powerful people on set. And like this literally, like the level of advancement, you even saw it this morning. It was when the casting director was speaking. He's like, he kind of fell into this, right? He was like an associate, and then he wanted to do casting and all that. There's no schools you can go for this. Like, it's just like hard knocks. But we've created an entire framework around this, and I think it's one of the best training programs we've done. I'm really so proud of it. So now you're going to get access to that as a bonus, and this is only just for this weekend's attendees. Certified production assistant training in Atlanta. You're going to get the 3-day VIP modeling, acting, networking event, the 3-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup, styling, truth management representation, commercial TV division, the model preparation and acting training virtual weekend with Ryan Colby, the ongoing training with me quarterly for the ChatGPT training, social media domination weekend, the 21-day challenge. You'll have immediate access to that. 30 and 30 challenge. You'll have immediate access to that. And then the Elevate Your Life, Wealth, and Career challenge. That will be in March. Okay. And what's great about that one is that's something you'll be able to go back to over and over again. Like I have access to all Tony Robbins training, and I'll tell you, there's not a day go by where I don't go back and I listen to it, because the person I was the first time I listened to it is a different person than I am the second time, right? You became more, right? So a lot of these trainings, it's great when you're able to repeat them. It's like being a model in front of the camera. You're just going to keep getting better and better, right? Everyone has to start someplace, right? Location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. We've learned all that. And then, of course, the super bonus is being able to have the certified production assistant training in Atlanta. So I'm going to go through the values of each of these just so you guys can have a full understanding. But I just wanted to break it down with you so that way I could kind of make sure I'm staying on point with Ryan, because I know he's coming in. So these are the actual values, and these are not something I made up. These are actual values. I'm going to do something so special for you guys, but I just want you to understand, like if you were trying to do this on your own, you would invest a lot more, right? So the 3-day VIP modeling acting networking event, $24.97. Obviously, you're getting to meet with some of the most powerful people in the industry. 3-look celebrity photo shoot with the celebrity hair, makeup, styling, $29.97. Obviously, working with somebody at that level to me is priceless. Truth management representation, again, priceless. Ryan taking the weekend, being able to work with somebody at that level. Ryan is like the celebrity stylist for some major A-list actors. So a fair value on that's $19.97. Just to do styling for people, he charges a lot more. Of course, the ChatGPT training and social media domination weekend. The things that I learn and the time that I put out there to learn this, I spend tens of thousands of dollars on this. Okay, just to let you guys know, like I go out and I invest hundreds of thousands of dollars. Myself and Alicia, we've spent well over $1 million in our training, like minimum. And we literally take that training, those connections, and we built our brand around that. So literally, we're giving that to you. Okay. So value that $29.97. To me, that should be priceless. 21-day challenge, $9.97. That program alone, the investment we made into that, the speakers covering their time, their compensation, was well over $500,000. So I put a value of that there just to be realistic, $9.97. 30 and 30 challenge, same thing, $9.97. The Elevate Your Life, Wealth, and Career challenge, value of that's $19.97. A lot of super high-end speakers, like even Colin today, he owns 22 businesses. Like Colin's done like $500 million in business. Okay. So even something as simple, that training he did today, you guys received a lot of value. Like you can't put a price on the value that changes your life, right? If you could pay $1 million to be given a piece of paper that had something that changed your life. Think about people at the end, they spend, $500,000 on college. At the end, it's just for a piece of paper, right? It doesn't even guarantee you a job, right? The education system in the United States here doesn't prepare you for the world. This prepares you for a career in the entertainment industry. So this here, the mindset training and so forth, you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get access to the content that we're going to give you. So to put a value of that, $19.97 is ridiculously low. And then, of course, our certified production assistant training in Atlanta. The cost of that's retail value is $9,997, but I'm going to do something special for you guys. So if you total all that up, you're looking at a total of $24,476. And that's real world money. That's without even putting inflation in or anything like that. And for some of you guys, you might be looking at that like, Jesus Christ, that's nothing. For some of you guys might be like, oh my God, I don't think I could do that in a lifetime. Well, that's your mindset talking, right? Because I want you to look at something. Even if one connection changed your life, one opportunity, right? That everything you see us doing wasn't started with one opportunity. It started with one opportunity, hosting that one event, finding that very first speaker. For those of you who read the book, know how the company started. When we had the first get speakers and people, we didn't know anyone in the industry. Those initial 10 speakers that we worked with have now everything you see started with 10 speakers, 10 people, everything. 18 years later, $30 million company valuation, $30 million company valuation. That's what our company is valued at. Okay. And started with just 10 speakers. It started with one. So I want you guys to understand something that we're literally giving you that when you're coming to this event. You're sitting down with the person who literally created the entire Atlanta film and TV market. There's not a single she could sit, she'll get the president of Warner Brothers on the phone, and you're building a relationship. This is not where you're just sitting across the table. You're building a relationship with these people, right? You're having the representation, you're having the right photos done the right way. You're getting access to these individuals who spent decades of their life building their brand, right? Think about this. I want you to think about, imagine you spent 20 years of your life building your brand. You worked so hard, right? And then some little whippersnapper comes along and tries to knock you down, right? Like you wouldn't allow that in your life. That's why we do this, right? It's not our brand I need to protect. Our brand is solid. We're #1 bestseller on Amazon. And I'm not saying that to impress you, I'm saying that to impress upon you. We're introducing you to people that want to work with you, right? But we want to make sure the people that they're working with are passionate. And I want you to think that if just one of these opportunities, right? You create a business, you create an opportunity, right? You never know, right? Yakov Smirnoff, he had no idea that he was going to be sitting down with the president of the United States. He had no idea he's $100 million real estate investor. Like when you're in this industry is changing so fast. There's so many opportunities. Look at all the actors, right? Their main outcome now are business related, owning tequila companies, right? Owning bottled water companies, billion-dollar valuations. Okay. Even in the music industry, billion-dollar valuations. I want you guys to think bigger. I want you guys to see that the world has an unlimited abundance, but you have to be able to front load the hard work, the investment, the time at the beginning to reap the rewards, right? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree, today. Okay. So when you think about this as a valuation, it's priceless, right? You're getting not only decades of our knowledge, the access to train the best of the best of the best, but all the people's lives that we've touched. You're getting access to the community, right? Our inner circle, they're there to help, right? They're there. You see the people, the kindness leading from the heart, grace, gratitude, blessings. Okay. And I want you to think if just one of those opportunities change your life, would it be worth it? Okay. So you're going to get all of that. It's not 24,476. Okay. Breakdown value is $49.97. Okay. For fast action takers, it's only $29.97. So you're going to get all of that. Okay. You couldn't do photos for that in New York or any major city. You can do half-ass photos. Who's seeing them? What are you doing with them? Right? You can waste your time. You can sit there and be a tire kicker. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people whose lives we can change, people who want to be that success. Okay. So there is a link. You do need to schedule. Okay. They're going to be dropping the link in the comments. And you see then, for those of you who understand, I always do $1 million guarantee. And a lot of people are like, $1 million guarantee? What the hell, Mike? That's the coolest thing. And actually, I learned this from Tony Robbins, taught me this. He says, you have to believe in your product so much you can offer $1 million guarantee. And what it's called is a no risk guarantee. That's what people call no risk. That means there's no risk to you. What that means is invest in us, We're going to invest in you 10 times. Think about these past 2 days, right? And it's still not even over. I got a training coming up, guys, going to blow your minds. Ryan Colby's coming on. He should probably be arriving any moment. I'm waiting for Deneen to wave to me that he's here. Oh, he's here. Okay, perfect. Hi, Ryan. I'm wrapping up. So anyway, the $1 million guarantee, what that means is go through the training, go through the entire program, come out to the event, come out to Atlanta, right? Take everything, go 21-day, all of it. Take everything, get signed, get us out, work, do everything we promised. Let us over deliver by 10x. And by lunchtime on the third day of the event, 3-day event, by lunchtime of the third day, you feel that I did not give you $1 million in value, come see me, and I will be more than happy to refund you. Which means there's no risk to you. You have zero risk. You have nothing to lose. And of course, people will always say that, like, well, Mike, that's crazy because people could take advantage of you. Yeah, you're right. People could. But you know what? I believe that if you've been here for 2 days and you're serious about that, you're not that type of person. And I've reached a point in my life where I see the world that if there was that type of person on the call, great. I'd rather give you a refund and not have you in my life, right? Life is too short. I want to surround myself with people who elevate, right? A rising tide raises all ships. That person who's negative or that person who's trying to, take advantage. There's nothing wrong with hustling. Hustling's great. Putting the grind in, putting the work in, I got that. But somebody who's going to take advantage, I don't want that in our community because it's not only a reflection on myself, Alicia, Deneen, and our team, it's a reflection on you. I don't want that reflection to reflect, Ryan talked about yesterday shortly about, the president, the head of Mac Casting, president of Mac Makeup. Literally, one of his talent didn't show up for a shoot. He literally got a call from the woman on her honeymoon in South Africa. Okay. Go through all of our success stories. Guess which one brand 20 years later we don't have a success story for? Mac Makeup, right? Because it was done. That person, not only did they hurt their career, they hurt Ryan. They hurt everyone here. Every one of you guys got hurt by that, right? So now we've learned, hey, you know what? I want the best, okay? So you do have the schedule. You go through an interview process. The interview is really fun. There's nothing super scary about it. They'll send you everything you need to prepare. It's done on Zoom. You either meet with one of our team members or maybe even Alicia herself or Janine and so forth. The appointments for this week are going to be scheduled on Monday and Tuesday. So I know there's, 70 plus people on this call. There's not 70 plus appointments. So if this is something you want to do, schedule now. Alicia does have her, show. We're all going to it. All right. Obviously, I'm co-writing the book with Kevin. Kevin doesn't actually have an actual physical copy, so he asked me to actually bring him a copy of his own book. Okay, that's Kevin Harrington, right? Billionaire. That's what billionaires, right? I get to be Kevin Harrington's book guy, but I'm glad to do that, right? Because I'm bringing him value. I'm really excited to be with him, and there's a lot of other things I can announce, but I'm dying to tell you guys like what's about to happen. You guys have no idea. And some of the surprises we have in Atlanta that are going to blow your minds, but I can't yet, right? But schedule now. But wait, there's more. Okay. So again, this is something that's just for everybody who's on this call. We're actually going to be doing one extra bonus for you guys. We're going to be doing what's called a done with you brand identity. So we're actually going to help you create your link tree, your online resume, your manifesto, your whole entire brand. So we're going to go through your brand colors. We're going to do a whole psychological assessment of your values, what you stand for, to literally come up with your brand. Like, what is your representation as a brand, right? Think about everyone today. They're brands, right? It's brands, like even actors and models. What do they stand for, right? What are the values they have? The colors, right? Branding is so important. Like when you think of like a company like a FedEx or any major brand, a Coca-Cola, even McDonald's, right? It's a brand, the Golden Arches. Okay, did you know McDonald's owns that red and yellow? They legally own that. They copyrighted those two colors. You can use something close, but if they use a little icon, a little color picker, you can't use those colors. Okay, companies will invest $100,000 in creating a logo alone. Okay, because they want it done right. So this, I'm putting a $25,000 value. You guys, this is going to be something we're going to be doing a weekend for this. I'm going to have some amazing people. I'm going to have some like people that have been responsible for marketing for billion-dollar brands. and I'm bringing this to the TV and film and fashion industry. And you guys are being able to have access to this first. So not only are you going to get access to everything I spoke about, the photo shoot, the events and all of that, but for those of you that are on the call this weekend, this is our final 2-day event for the year 2024. We're kicking off with some exciting things. This is where it's at. This is your next step. Okay. So with that thought in mind, I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen and Alicia. I will be back later to do a training. I'll go through this one more time with you guys because I know it was a lot for me to go over, but make sure you schedule because once those appointment slots are done, they're done. And with that thought in mind, we're going to bring on Mr. Ryan Colby. And I hope you guys enjoyed this and I hope you guys learned a lot from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I can't wait to see everybody in New York City in a few weeks. And I definitely can't wait to share 2024 with you guys. It's going to be our best year ever together as a team. We call ourselves the Fearless Rebels, and I can't wait to welcome each and every one of you guys here personally. All right, guys, I'll be back later. Bye, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Saba. Good to see you here, my man. Thank you, Solange.
Hi, Saba.
That was a lot. Oh my gosh, are you guys excited? Who's going to Atlanta? Type Atlanta in the comments. If you're going to Atlanta, type Atlanta in the comments. Just so you know, to Inner Circle, you guys do not have to schedule for this. This is a part of Inner Circle for 2024. So everyone, all Inner Circle, celebrate! That's going to be awesome. It's going to be an amazing experience. So
is cheering.
we're really
Look at her.
excited
She's
about
excited.
this.
Yes,
So we're going
Tia's
to, like
excited.
Mike said, we are going to answer questions. You guys were like so. People were scheduling before we even dropped. I mean, we dropped the link once. So the secret word is action, because this whole weekend has been about action, taking action. You guys are here because you're action takers. So let's just keep reaffirming that. Is that okay with you guys? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you.
I have to say something
okay.
funny.
So
wait, really quick.
Again,
So
like
I
Mike
saw
said,
some
we're going to
people-
come back. We're going to answer any questions. Mike's going to go over this with you one more time. But we do have a very special guest in the house who's like, I'm here. And don't tell Mike, but he heard Mike say that in 2030, agents may be irrelevant. There's going to be some kind of fight at Thanksgiving, but don't worry, I'll document it on TikTok. All right. With that thought, I told you we're going to have fun. I told you guys that yesterday. All right, so let me find the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby to get him on here because, you know, we realized that some of you didn't get evaluated yesterday in Model Garage. So how would you guys like to do that today? Well, let's add pin. Oh, hold on, Saba. Hi, Saba. I didn't mean to add you as a pin. I do apologize. It's good to see you, though. We'll see you in a moment. Okay, Ryan Colby,
Well, while you're pulling up Ryan Colby, we're all going to do our
Alicia, if you can also
grow thick
join.
skin. Everybody, we're
Hold
growing
on
thick skin.
there.
Really quick, everybody, we're growing thick skin because
Here we go. Add pin. I know. Thank you guys for believing in me. I felt the good vibes. Come on, Deneen, you could do it.
we're growing. We're growing.
All right.
thick
Hello,
skin.
Mr. Colby. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hold on.
What's up?
You're up, Mr. Colby.
Back home?
Slightly, yes, I'm back home. Slightly delayed. I had to rush home.
Oh, fashion
Shoot
emergency.
ended earlier than I thought, so we just ran home.
Oh, okay. All right. So how was it?
It was fun. Yeah.
Well, I know you usually don't go to shoot, so why was today
I
special?
usually do not.
I know.
Well, Nayo is one of the biggest photographers out of Japan, and I've never met him. He's done about 10 jobs with me, and I've never met him. So I figured, why not? So
doesn't that just sound so amazing, guys? Why not? Just
I've never
paint that
met
picture,
him.
Ryan.
I mean, there's a lot of photographers I've never met. They book the people, and I don't particularly like going to shoots. So unless it's a free day and I really just feel like going, or unless it's a good amount of money involved, or unless it's, a good reason, I don't go to shoots. But I felt like I should go because he's been booking my people regularly lately. And I figured if I go, then he'll just continue. So I just went. So that's why.
I think everybody on this call appreciates you going because you're
Yeah.
planting the seeds today for a better tomorrow for every single person on this Zoom call, right?
Yeah, and this guy's work is sickening. He's one of the best photographers out of Asia. He's very, 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 very good, and every frame is flawless. And he thinks about every frame. He doesn't shoot a lot of images. He shoots about 30 per look, and that's it.
Okay.
Then he moves on because he thinks about the picture, he practices it, he shoots it, he looks at it, he shoots it, and then next.
So
it's really
he's
good.
here from Japan, right? I'm going to pick your brain a little bit. So what does that mean for someone to have images from somebody like that, to have the
Oh, that's
proximity
great,
to
because
add that to your book?
that opens up another market for you, because he is so popular in Japan that when the Japanese people see it, the model, who happens to be Ben, they will see him, and if another Japanese client uses him, another one, the Japanese market is one of the hardest markets to break into. So if you can get in there, Japan is not having a financial crisis like the United States is, so they have money. So they are fine. They're laughing at us. China and Japan are like silly Americans.
You guys heard that first. This is international news. Japan is laughing at us. I repeat. But Ryan, when you book,
they really are. You think the Chinese are giggling at us right now? Of course they are. So
but when let's say Ben books work for Japan, kind of like when Caden, my little boy, who you guys saw, he's 3 now. He booked his first campaign overseas when he was 1, but he didn't travel. We did it here. So could Ben essentially book work here, or would he have to travel to Japan?
I know here here. But you never know. I don't know. Someone could call tomorrow and have a gig for him anywhere in the world. But I like the models shooting with foreign photographers that travel, because whether they're Japanese, whether they're Spanish, whether they're German, I don't really care. Mexican, whatever. But I like them doing that because it opens up the market there. Because when these photographers go home, they start posting and whatever, like the model isn't local. You never know who sees it. They could be like, I like that model. Where'd you get them? Where'd you shoot him? Oh, I shot him in New York. This is his agent. They could want to, that's a very plausible thing. So I really like them shooting with foreign photographers as much as possible to make sure that they are seen everywhere, not just in New York or LA. Because even though I love New York and LA, it's not the world. There's still other places.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that about New York City. I'm a little bit like I'm from that. I don't know if I'm really over that. New York is not the world. Okay.
Well, it is and it isn't, but there's still other cities to do stuff in. Yeah. It's not all about New York. There's other places to go.
Okay. All right. Well, we learn something new every day. Okay. So the proximity, the proof, the power equals authority. So somebody like Ben, who isn't a traditional like high fashion model by any means.
No, he's not.
How tall is Ben?
Ben's upset that you said that.
Oh, Ben. Hi, Benny.
Ben, come here. For 1 minute. He's like 5'7.5", 5'8".
5'7.5". But I mean, when you think about male models, sometimes you're like, oh, 6'1", 6'2", but he has an impeccable body. I mean, that sounds creepy for me to say that out loud, but I saw Ben in Miami, and he's built. And hi Ben. Ben's from Texas, right? Texas?
Yeah, I live in Houston right now.
Houston, and you have a child, right? You have a little.
I do. I have a 5-year-old daughter.
5-year-old daughter. So again, you hear these stories. Oh, well, I have kids, or my family's not supportive, or I don't live in New York. Okay, those are the stories you tell yourself, because now Ben is here in New York. You also last boot camp, Ben. Who were you hanging out with for Ryan Colby's birthday party?
Liv Tyler.
Liv Tyler, Steven Tyler's daughter, star of Pearl Harbor, Armageddon. Cool, right? So you live in New York City right now.
She was in Armageddon, but she
Armageddon.
There was another brunette that looks just like her.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kate Beckinsale. You're right.
They look the same. They look the same.
But Lord of the Rings, which is like one of Michael's like go-to
Which they
movies,
talked
right?
about. He's a Lord of the Rings freak. And I actually forgot about that. He told me about that months ago. And it kind of went in one ear and out the other. He dressed up as Gandalf and played the theme when he was in the
You
army.
didn't show that to her, did you?
When he was in the Navy.
I did. I should have.
And I actually
Oh,
forgot about it. And then when we found out we were going to be staying with her, he was like, "Oh my God, I love Lord of the Rings." I was like, "Well, I like it too." He's like, "No, you don't understand. I love it." And then I remembered the video he showed me months ago. And I was like, "Oh, that's right. You dressed up as Gandalf. You played the theme on your guitar."
This is Ryan Colby's birthday party. You were in Maine, right? You had a lobster dinner, I want to say.
Yeah, we did. Lobster bisque.
Yeah, and I laughed because I was like, "Oh, you're with Liv Tyler. Where is she? Oh, she's cleaning the kitchen and doing the dishes." I'm like,
She
and
was.
literally he walked and showed us. How many of you guys were on that call when Liv
Yeah,
Tyler ended up saying
kitchen.
hi to everybody? Right? That was so cool.
Yeah, and she was really nice and everything. And Ben was really thrilled because, and I felt good giving him that gift because even though it was my birthday, I'm like giving out gifts. Even though it was my birthday, even though it was my birthday, I felt good about it because I forgot he was a fan. I really did. I mean, I really wasn't thinking about it. I meet a lot of celebrities, so to me, meeting her was normal. I meet a lot of people, so it wasn't a big deal to me. She's very nice, but for him, it was a little extra because he hasn't done that.
Yeah.
And she gave you a lot of great advice too, right? She was signed to a top agency at a young age, even though her father is Steven Tyler of Aerosmith. But you know,
she was like 15 when she went to IMG, and she was giving advice.
Yeah.
She was giving advice to him about the industry.
And Ben, you've also you've been to New York, obviously. That's where you are right now. You've been to LA, correct?
Yeah, I've been to LA. I've shot
work nonstop.
Yeah, I've shot everywhere. I've shot in Florida, Texas, Georgia, New York, LA, Illinois, Connecticut, like all over.
All over. And so today you had a big shoot. So how was that?
It was awesome. It was really great. It's really nice to work with such great photographers who just know exactly what they want, and you don't waste any time testing things out too much and just taking a million photos. It's really nice to work with somebody that just knows what they want and can just get it really quick. It's nice.
Yeah. So Ryan, is he also getting submitted out for TV and film, or are you strictly modeling right now?
No, he's getting submitted. He already has a TV job lined up for next year. That is a kind of a, what's the word? Secret, but
well, being that this is being streamed on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
But yeah, it's a good TV show, and it's a limited series, and he's already doing it. It's already happening.
Cool. Ben, I'm going to ask you in closing really quick, as a dad, and again, thank you for your service. I know you're former military, but when you told your friends and family that you wanted to get into modeling, did you have any feedback or anybody naysayers?
Not really outwardly. I'm sure I have some people in my family who maybe don't agree with it fully. Yeah. I'm also divorced, so my situation is a little unique, I guess, where there's just times I can't be with my daughter, so I use all that time to shoot as much as I can. So my situation is a little different than some people's. But
there isn't much to do in Texas, so you had to go to New York, you had to go to LA, because again, Ryan, we've talked about this. People, it's easier for me to stay in Texas. There is no work in Texas. That's why you need to go to New York and meet the top agents.
To sustain a life. I mean, there's agencies in Houston and Dallas, and they do their local work.
Not enough.
There's nothing wrong with that, but you can't become a name there. You can work there locally, and if you want to do that and that's your choice, there's nothing wrong with that. Dallas is cute.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But you're only going to shoot once a month, and that's it.
Yeah. Hair shows and indie films.
You're going to do a job once a month, and that's it, and that's your life, and that's fine. There are plenty of people like that who do not want to shoot more than once a month, and that's their right.
And I think I think that's one thing
But
that
if you
we
want to get a
do.
name in this industry, yes, you cannot be there.
Yeah.
Pretty much is what you're saying. If you just want to work every once in a while, you can stay in Florida, you can stay in Texas, you can stay in Chicago. But if you want to be a name and you want to be on TV and you want to do something amazing, you've got to be in New York or LA.
Yeah, and I really want to stress this to you guys. Even working here with VIP Ignite, you don't have to move. But the cool thing is yes, a lot of this is done on Zoom. But even for a company like us, I mean, this is 20 years of building relationships, getting a chance to go to New York, getting a chance to go to Atlanta, getting a chance to LA, and meeting the agents, getting the right photos from the top photographers, getting the trainings, so that when you go back home and you're continuing those relationships, that's what you're doing. You're planting the seeds for a greater tomorrow, right? Because it's gonna harvest. That's why we do what we do.
Yeah,
All right,
and
perfect.
going to the cities for a week, for a couple of days with VIP is good, because then you actually can see, do I want to do this for real? Because if you're sitting in Kansas and you come to New York,
and your idea, you think it's a good
you may
idea.
fall in love immediately and be like, oh my God, I really love this. Let me start planning the next 12 months of my life so I can get to New York again and, you know, stay longer and do more and stuff like that.
Well, let's play Model Garage with Ben really quick, just because he's right there. But other than modeling, when you first saw Ben as like a casting director's perspective, what type of roles would you submit him out for, and how would you dress him? Because if I look at him
When I
right now,
first
he's wearing a
saw
Nike sweatshirt. I wouldn't know he has like an amazing Adonis type body underneath that.
When I first saw him, what did I think? I don't remember. I guess I saw him more as a body guy, yes. And that was the visual. I saw him more as athletic body, you know, more movement. But once I got to know him, then obviously he has different facets. Now I can submit him for those things because I know him. He's not just some guy that emailed me.
Right.
So it's different. So when when you become a person that emails an agency, or you're doing a Zoom call with an agency, it is kind of one or two dimensional, where I really only see one or two things that you can do. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I can start there. But once I'm representing you or I get to know you, then I can see, oh, you can do this, you can do that, you can do this, you can do that. Stuff that you can't tell from a photograph or from a Zoom. So
as far as
now
like
he
photos,
juggles. I didn't know he juggled. I didn't know he juggled until he did a shoot in LA like 2 months ago. And the photographers were like, Ben is such a good juggler. He juggled all these lemons. I was like, he does not juggle. And he's like, yes, he does. And I was like, excuse me? I had no idea. So I'm like, he were in the house in LA and he took a bunch of oranges and started juggling them in front of me. I was like, okay, did not know this.
Well, I cannot wait to see you at the next VIP party then. That's going to be so fun.
So,
okay.
I mean, you get to see facets of someone as you get to know them. I had no idea he juggled until like 2 months ago. And I've known him for over 2 years. And I was like, you know, it is what it is. So now I know
what would you dress him in, right? Like as far as like for actors headshots or for like TV
actors headshots, I'd keep him in t-shirts, maybe a jean jacket. I'd keep him as young as possible. He looks much younger than he is. He's almost 30, but he looks 21, 22. So I would keep him in that collegiate jean jacket, t-shirt look, a hoodie, make him look sweet, but also make him look like the bad boyfriend. He could do both. So I would have him look like both. He can definitely look very sweet. I have some photos in this book where he looks very innocent and nice, but then he also looks like, you know, he's gonna, you know, ruin your day and, you know, break your heart.
Okay.
Bad boyfriend, good boyfriend.
Okay. Well, that takes juggling, so that's great. Well, Ben,
so
it's
yeah, I
always
would
nice
do
to see
both.
you.
I mean, I would keep him very young. I don't really push him in the whole business lifestyle dad thing yet, because he can still pull off the young hot guy look. So just keep him there for now until
And as far as market,
further notice.
yeah, and as far as market, I love the fact that he's dabbling New York, LA, Atlanta, Miami. I mean, that's smart. You know what I mean? You want to go where the blue ocean is. So many people, oh, I want LA. I like the people. I like the way my hair looks. That's not why you go to LA. You go to LA based on what you qualify for, not based on how your preferences. So as far as for you, where's his best market?
Here, both New York and LA. He equally
Okay.
is liked by clients on both coasts, so it doesn't matter. Both are fine for
Okay.
him.
Okay.
So whatever one is. Right now, New York is just a little easier because I'm here and it's just easier. But when I go to LA, he'll be going with me. Yeah. So
Yeah. Cool. All right. Awesome. All right. Let's see. Who can we call on?
Randy Model Garage. This is
Doing
Ben's
Model
favorite thing
Garage.
that I do, actually.
I love this part. This is
This
the
is
best.
so fun.
Yeah, when I did it in Maine, he was giggling and cackling behind me, and I didn't. he loves Model Garage.
It's a great segment. All right, Ulissa. Hello, Ulissa. Okay. Okay, so go ahead and introduce yourself, and Ryan Colby, go ahead.
So I'm Ulissa Medrano. I'm 5'7". I'm from Fort Collins, Colorado.
Fort Collins, Colorado. How tall are you?
5'7".
And how old?
18.
18, 5'7". Okay. You have a really nice, pleasant look. Are you American Indian?
No, I'm Mexican, but I do get that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have a good look. 5'7" is actually kind of tall for traditional Mexican women. So that's a good thing. What is your dress size? Just if you don't mind me asking.
I'd say 6.
6. Okay, so like an athletic, body. Okay, good. So I would start because you're 18. I would definitely young you up a bit and put some color on you, make you 15, 16, put a ponytail or two, braid, maybe one big braid, just make you look as young as possible. Because you could probably pull it off. I believe that you were 15 or 16, but you kind of have a medium sophisticated face. So I could also probably age you up to 21, 22 with the right clothes and the right lighting and with the right hair and makeup. I could definitely make you a believable young executive 22-year-old as well. So I would definitely run that whole 5 to 7 year gamut on you and make you 16 to 22 by what you wear. And you have a good face for that. So I would definitely work those both angles because there's so many things going on for teenagers, but there's also so many things going on for young, pretty, young executive girls. So I would definitely push for both with you.
And do you speak multiple languages? Any special skills we should know about? Obviously, we learned Ben juggles.
Do you speak Spanish fluently?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that's great for like the telenovelas, for all of those things. A lot of those commercials are shot dually. Coca-Cola, all the food commercials, Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, they all shoot those commercials twice. They shoot them in English and in Spanish, and they kind of use the same people because it's cheaper for them because they can just do everything in one day. And they don't have to have a second cast that they have to pay. So it's good to speak both languages, especially the Spanish language, which is pretty much 40% of what people speak in this country. It's growing every year. So a lot of things are done twice in Spanish. There's a lot of voiceover in Spanish for Netflix, Amazon, HBO, where the big shows are redubbed and you can make a lot of money doing that. No one will ever see your face, but you could be making money. You're speaking in Spanish. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities for people who are bilingual. And when those Spanish, those shows, here's something that you may not know, but when they're dubbing Game of Thrones or Friends or any of the big shows that are dubbed in 20 languages, they must use actors that can speak both languages. They very rarely both languages, whether it be French, Swedish, Spanish, like you have to be able to speak English in order to overdub Friends in Swedish. You know what I mean? So the fact that it does open doors when you can speak both languages nicely, because when there is an American show that needs to be dubbed, they don't want to have to spoon feed you the words. They want you to read the dialogue in English and spill it out in Spanish. So if you can't read English, they're less likely to hire you. So that's just a little nugget for anyone that is curious.
And that's great. Okay, so as far as clothing, you said like you would want her
Clothing, I would
young
keep
and
it
then
young. I would put her in
executive.
denim. I'd put her in some color for the younger shots. And then I would probably vamp her up a bit to be like a young 21, 22, 23-year-old executive, some eyeliner, heavier lipstick, wavier, sexier hair. And I would put form-fitting clothes on her. She's a size 6 at 5'7". That's kind of the type of girl that walks to an office and, causes problems. So
She would never do that. And just so you know, even though
yeah,
you
but
are 18, even if he makes you look 21, 22, remember this, bars still card. So it doesn't give you the right to drink. Okay. I just want to put it out there. Okay.
But that type of girl is on TV every day.
All day. Yeah.
All day long. You turn on any channel, you can see that type of girl.
Okay. So you're that type of girl. That's good to know. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right. Let's see. Sadie
Because
Jordan.
at 5'7", if you put
Yeah.
heels on her, she's 5'11", and then she walks to the office in a scene. That's a good scene. You know what I mean? Like that's basically why I'm saying that is because when you're 5'7", 5'8", you're not that tall flat, but you put 4 or 5 inch heels on you, throw you on TV. Well, now you're a glamazon. You know what I mean?
I always love it when I go over high fashion with people and I'm like, oh, well, typically it's 5'9". Oh, well, I'm 5'9" with 5-inch heels. No,
Well,
it's
that's
not
too
how it
short.
works.
Yeah.
No.
You got to be flat-footed 5'9", then we can talk.
Then we can talk. Okay, but 5'7", great. Okay. Sadie Jordan, go ahead.
Hello, my name's Sadie Jordan. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I'm 19 years old. I just turned 19 today.
Oh,
and
happy
I'm
birthday.
5'6.5". Yeah, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Brian Colby's
Okay,
obviously giving out special wishes. Was there a celebrity that you would like to meet? Because obviously he's big into granting wishes.
Oh, wait, you mean me or do you mean Ryan?
No, I was joking around because it was Ben's
Oh.
birthday and okay, but go ahead.
Okay, so you're 19 and you live where again?
Savannah.
I'm from Savannah, Georgia, but I live in Alabama for school. Yes.
You live in Alabama for school. Okay, how long is your hair? Is that natural?
Yes, all of my hair is natural. It can reach right here when flat iron, but it's all pilled up in a ponytail and stuff because it's really thick
so it's
and curly.
and curly. Okay, I see. Okay, well, you have great hair, you have good skin, you're very commercial, you have nice big eyes, so that's really good. Do you have good teeth? Can you smile? Okay, yeah, pretty good teeth. So I would definitely promote you as like a really nice college girl, nice and friendly college girl, and lots of smiles, the natural hair, which is extremely popular right now. I would definitely keep it out and natural and put, some product in it to make it a little bouncier and curlier. I wouldn't straighten it. I would keep it natural just because it definitely is a trend right now. So you might as well get on board. So I would keep it like that, and I would definitely do a lot of smiles with you, lots of color. I would keep you like a young, fun college type of girl. Maybe, working in an office, maybe a young assistant position, stuff like that. I would keep you in that sort of range.
Yeah, because I did notice that like with that exact same type, because I'm an artist myself and I do design characters. I can show one right now, actually.
You design what? I'm sorry?
My own type of characters, basically.
Oh, you design them. Oh, okay. So you're an artist. Okay, great. Those are cute. Those are nice. Yeah, I mean, if you can do other things, obviously that would be something an agent needs to know. You can draw, you can do sketches, and that is a useful tool because you never know when it's going to come up. But I would definitely keep you in the fun, younger zone. You seem like that with the colors that you're wearing, with the reindeer ears you have on your head. That's part of your personality, and that is something that I could use in your photos.
All right, thank you. Oh, your video went out there a bit.
Oh, what happened? How did he end up on mute?
Sorry. Can you unmute? Someone was calling.
Yeah, you are on mute.
We can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, someone was calling.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. So yeah, so that's how I would market you. And at 5'6", that's good. What is your dress size?
I'm kind of around the last girl a bit, around 7'14". I could fit more slim stuff anyway.
Wait, did you say 7 or 14?
I mean, like 6 to a 7, basically. I'm
Oh,
pretty
okay.
small. I
Okay,
can
okay,
wear like
fine.
pretty small stuff, like a 5 almost.
Okay, 6 to 7. Okay, that's fine. 7 to a 14, I'm like, that's a lot. You
Because
can't be the
most of my sisters, like, how in the world you fit a 5? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
Every piece of clothing you buy is different. They're not made the same. So a 6'7" is perfect for 5'6". It's very commercial. It's lifestyle. It works. Clients will love it because the clothes can come from any showroom. You know, sometimes clients, depending upon what they're shooting, if they can get the clothes from a showroom, that to them, especially if they're doing something really quick and simple, is easy for them because it could be done in one day. If they have to go out and buy clothes, sometimes they may have to think about it and think about the direction of the job and the shoot. You know, so when you're a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, those are all showroom samples sizes. So therefore, it's just easier to get the clothes and bring them back, you know. But then when you're above an 8, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being above an 8, but the client has to buy the clothes. And so sometimes they have to decide if, you know, what kind of budget do we have for this job? You know, are we buying these clothes? Like, you know, so all of these things are behind the scenes things that you guys don't know about, but that's how some decisions are made sometimes.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
okay. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. And as far as which coast? New York, LA?
Oh, which coast? I could see her doing both New York and LA or Atlanta. She's got a friendly look for LA, but I could see her being more character driven for New York. Of course, because of her race, Atlanta is popping right now for every Black girl and every Black guy. So I could see her doing both coasts. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Let's see here. Winner chicken dinner. Let's see. Joe Cressel. Hello, Joe.
Hi, how's it going?
It's good. How are you? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. How tall and how old are you?
I am 5'5" and 24.
5'5" and 24. Okay. And you're in St. Louis, Missouri. Okay. I don't know what goes on in St. Louis, but not much. But but you have an interesting look. You have a very character face. So immediately I would say you would start in New York. You know, for sure. I think casting directors would really like you. You have a very unique face. And for New York, that works. LA sometimes is not that interested in completely uniqueness. They do want kind of cookie cutter faces. So, and you don't have that, which is great. I'd have never seen anyone that looks like you. You have a very interesting face, but it's for sure 100% New York. Don't even think about going to LA. It's not worth it. So you would definitely do well in New York. For acting, modeling, you probably are too short, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you can read and you can no, read scripts, I mean, not read like for real read, but I mean read a script believably. When I say can you read, don't people get insulted when I say that. It's not meant can you actually read, but can you read dialogue? That's two different things. Anyway, so if you can read dialogue believably, I think you'd be great for New York because you have a very interesting look. I would definitely promote you as like a club kid, an interesting tech guy, like the nerd at the office who's like fixing your computer, you know, or kind of like the emo guy in high school. Because I think you can go really young. I would believe you if you said you were 17, 18, you know, I would feel like you could be the emo kid in high school, the emo kid in college. I could see you doing multiple things like that. And those roles are really juicy. Sometimes they give you really good dialogue with those kinds of roles. They're very serious. They're not funny. You know, and you can really get juicy scenes out of those types of looks. Looking like that, you can get juicy scenes out of it. So I would definitely go that whole route with you. and make you and put you in dark colors, navies, blacks, hoodies, t-shirts, leather jackets, jeans. I would go that route with you.
Thank you.
Boots, combat boots, Doc Martens, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yay. Okay. And you're coming to one of our events, correct? Hollywood, Joe? Wait, hold on. Let me take you off of mute. Hollywood?
Well, I'm not saying,
Yes.
yeah, you definitely should go to Hollywood. I'm saying for your career, don't go to LA. But for
But getting
the event,
photos done
absolutely,
and even meeting the agents in LA, they book New York, they book everywhere.
absolutely go
Yeah.
to LA for the event. But to live, I definitely would encourage you
Like
to
New York?
look in New York. Yeah.
Okay.
The event's
Thanks, guys.
different. That's different. That's 4 days. That's different.
And I'm going to reiterate, I can tell you that when I moved to New York City, signing a lease for a year, and I think average rent right now in New York City, it's like $5,500 a month right now to live in New York City. I don't know
If
about
you're
you
in
guys, but
Manhattan, yes. If you're in
in
Manhattan,
Manhattan,
it's
is there any other place to live, Ryan?
Brooklyn, Manhattan, the average rent is between 35 and 5,500. So, have fun with that.
But after a year, I'm trying to do this on your own. After spending a year and signing a lease, imagine how mad would you guys be if you moved to New York and they're like, oh no, you're supposed to be in LA. That's where your blue ocean is. That's where you're most marketable, right? Or imagine, Joe, you have a friend, oh, let's move to LA together. Oh, good, I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. And you just heard the former art director of Vogue say, you're meant to be in New York. I mean, that's what we do here. It
People
literally
make
changes
mistakes like
trajectory.
that all the time.
It
I
happens.
mean, I'm not saying there isn't a job he couldn't get in LA. I mean, obviously there's a gig everyone can get, but I don't see him flourishing there until he makes it in New York. Once you make it in New York, LA will just come calling. They don't care what you look like. They will come calling because they're desperate to be included in on the, on the gravy train. But to start, I feel that New York
You can
would
make
be
it in
more
New York,
receptive.
you can make it anywhere. But
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
and Rain, it doesn't matter whether you're plus size, petite, it goes by face. I mean, Ryan, plus size, is
What,
there a
plus
better
size?
market for plus size? Or it's any
Oh,
market?
New York is a better market for plus size.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
But again, it depends on what you look like. LA is fun too. LA has good plus size clients and agencies, but again, it depends on what you look like. The thing with being plus size is like there actually isn't any difference anymore. 10 years and previous, there was a clear difference between the plus size girls and the straight size girls. Clear difference, like night and day. Now there is no difference. You just happen to be bigger, but you still have to have the face to carry a clothing line. And that is something that has nothing to do with your size. So if you happen to be a size 14, 16, 18, whatever, but you have a very commercial sweet face, and you should be in LA, but your face has to carry you. And that is something that a lot of people forget. They just they don't understand that. And it's weird to me but then again, the modeling industry is weird. There isn't a lot of information about it. So therefore I have to explain it to people why your face is more this city than that. And sometimes they get it and sometimes they don't. But the point is that the face is what carries the marketing. The body is secondary, because if you're a size 2 or you're a size 20, you still have to have the same face. If you want to do high fashion in New York, you have to have the same face. That's it. It's period. So.
Yeah. But even like an Anna Nicole Smith back in the day, or even Ashley
Well,
Graham.
Anna Nicole Smith was an anomaly. So she was the only one at the time. That's when plus size girls were different than straight size girls. She was an anomaly. She was plucked by George from Guest to do this, and it worked. She got other gigs from it. She became, a household name. She was an anomaly. There was one, and that's it. There weren't like 5, 6, 8 Anna Nicoles. There was one. Now there's 30 plus size girls. I can name all of their names that are killing it. They're doing really well. And there's literally 24 that I could think of right now. So there's Paloma, there's Ashley, there's Kate, there's Courtney, there's so many girls right now that are doing Tommy Hilfiger, Prada, YSL, they're doing W covers, they're doing Italian Vogue covers, they're doing advertising for Coach, they're doing this, they're doing that. So there's so many, but the face has got to be the same as the girl who's size 2.
And as far as brands, we've talked about this. Victoria's Secrets used to predominantly just have the high fashion. We knew the Adrianas and the Giselles, but now obviously they took a couple of years off.
I don't know what they're doing now, and I hope it succeeds. We'll see. Victoria's Secrets is that's a whole call that we can do. I think they've done it wrong. I'm not really happy with them. So we'll see if they succeed. They really kind of dropped the ball here. They didn't do it right.
They went a little too extreme.
They really just are reaching right now. They're not. They need to. Somebody needs to go up in there and be like, "Let's calm down, people. Let's calm down."
Let's calm down.
We're gonna get a t-shirt that says that. Let's calm down, Victoria.
But Ryan, 20, 30 years ago, you had to, predominantly back then, Caucasian, the blonde hair, blue eyed back. And now you always joke around like, this business has changed dramatically. Height, weight, measurements.
I remember years ago when I said at an event, I said, if you're Black or Latin, don't play games. You better do this now.
That was my first event with VIP Ignite.
It's a hot market for you right now.
I was like, don't play games because it's getting hot now. And if you wait, it'll cool down and then you'll be left out in the cold,
I remember that exact event. And I remember you came up to me and said, "Oh, that's very Hervé Leger dress you're wearing." And I was like, "Did you just insult me?" Because I had no idea.
No, Hervé Leger is one of my favorite designers who doesn't get enough press. He's very understated and very underrated and very unsung. He needs to get more press. He is an amazing designer. And he doesn't get enough press because he only does one kind of dress and he doesn't deviate. Lots of designers do different things every season, different. He does not do that. Every season, it's the same thing. That's the dress you're getting.
It's almost like it looks like just a big like wrap, like
that's the dress you're getting. It's the same thing. He doesn't change it. He may change the color, but that's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad because it's my thing. Because now
if I was a designer, I'd probably be like Hervé Leger. I'm not changing anything. It works. I make money doing it, and I'm not changing it. And that's it.
And that's it. That's it. And speaking of flawless, Ryan, your skin
kind of
looks
like Diane von Furstenberg. She doesn't change anything.
I was going to say that the wrap dress. Yep.
It's the same dress that she made in 1985. It's the same dress she made now. So
I love the wrap dress. I'd like to thank her personally one day.
Ryan, in closing, speaking of what works, stick with it. Can you give us skincare regime because it just works for you?
I've never changed. It's
water.
Because it works.
Ben is doing his imitation of me.
Exfoliating.
Yep.
I just use water and exfoliant and cocoa butter. That's it. I don't use anything else. I never have.
Using the St. Ives apricot scrub. Are you still using that?
Yes, I've been using that since I was about 5 years old.
Good. Okay. All right.
Awesome. Well,
I used to bring it in. I used to bring it in my backpack when I was in ballet, and I used to exfoliate after ballet because I could sweat and everything. And my friends would make fun of me and be like, "What are you doing?" And I'd be like, "But when you're getting pimples and I'm not, we'll see who's laughing."
Yep.
The man who exfoliates first laughs last.
I can count on one hand the amount of pimples I've ever had in my entire life. Probably like 3 ever.
Wow.
So, it works.
It works.
Don't knock it.
Well, it's like the time Ryan stayed with us and Jeff, my fiance, he's like, "What is he doing in there?" Because you were in there for like 2 hours. I'm like, I don't know. But it smells good. I don't know what he's doing in there, but it smells good.
I was doing my face and getting ready to go somewhere.
I know.
It takes like 90 minutes, not 2 hours. Jeff was exaggerating.
But it was still, you take longer than me, but it's fine. It's good. It's good. Okay. Well, Ryan, we're very excited to see you. As you heard, we have a very busy 2024, but before 2024, we got the big New York event coming up in 2 weeks. And we're excited. We got amazing people on this call. Looks like we're going to have some big success stories. This is what we do. So
this week I'll be finalizing the agents that are coming.
Okay.
for New York and et cetera, et cetera. So
Perfect. Good.
Awesome.
All right. Bye, Ben.
Bye, Ben.
Thank you. See you guys.
Bye.
Bye, Ryan.
all right, see you. Bye.
Can't wait to
Thank
see his
you.
photos.
Bye. Bye.
bye.
Yes, they're coming soon. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Awesome. It's always an adventure when you have Ryan Colby on a call because you literally never know what's coming out of his mouth. Never.
Never.
All right. So that was awesome. I see a lot of you guys are scheduled. One of you got so excited you scheduled 3 times. Sarah, choose a time. You know who you are. But before we go, Alicia and I are gonna come back and answer some questions in a couple minutes. But how would you like to up-level your use of ChatGPT and learn how to start creating user-generated content so you can start earning some income, so you can start investing in your future self? How does that sound? On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you guys for that? A 10? Okay, thank you. And you know what? This is what I want you to if we were in a Tony Robbins event, it'd be like, make your move, make your move, make your move. So let's bring up our energy a little bit. We still have a couple more minutes. Let's go. Come on now. Give us some energy. Woo. Look, I've been on my feet for most of the day, people. I see a lot of you sitting. You have no excuses. Actually, you should get up because it'll make you feel better. But I don't want to delay us much longer. So let's bring on Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't have as much time as I wanted, so I'm just going to kind of try to go over as much as I can with you guys. Let me just share my screen here. All right, can you guys see my screen? All right, so I wanted to talk to you guys about a little bit about user-generated content, and I'm going to be going over this a lot with the trainings for the social media domination and the ChatGPT, but I just wanted to kind of get you guys started. So user-generated content is called UGC. There's a lot of companies out there that manage brands, accounts, and they hire individuals to promote products. If you've been on TikTok at all or any of the social media platforms, you kind of see those cutesy little videos where somebody's demonstrating a product. They're like, oh my God, I just got this new amazing can opener. And it's just the craziest thing. I opened up can openers like crazy, right? They're kind of funny. They're kind of interactive. They're really popular. The people that you see promote those, they get paid anywhere from $50 to $150 to post those. So for people, they'll actually, there's sites where brands will reach out to you, and I'll kind of go through those with you guys to do that. That will actually reach out to you. I'll show you how to set up an account or kind of go through some different ones. You guys can choose ones. I'm going to go a lot more in detail with this on the trainings, but I just want to kind of get you guys started with it. But you can see here for ChatGPT, for those of you not familiar with it, there's a couple of different services, ChatGPT, Claude, there's a few other ones. Those are the 2 main ones. They each have they're both similar, but they're used for different purposes. ChatGPT is what's called a Claude or any of these AI. They're not like a super robot or anything like that. Not quite yet. They're getting close there. But what they are is large language models. So the software really doesn't know what it's saying. It just understands language and it knows what word should come next after another word. But you can train these things. So you can train them about your brand. You can train them about your persona. You can train them for a lot of things. 2024, you're going to see a lot of applications that will connect with the ChatGPT software. And for a lot of you guys, you might be on websites where you're chatting with customer service. You might not actually be speaking with the live customer service representative. You might already be speaking with ChatGPT. Is what's called API. So it has the 2 websites talk to each other. But the new applications are going to be a lot of apps. So the software will start knowing you. So it can I don't know, you could start doing your grocery list and then actually go on and Instacart and actually order the groceries for you. So you can almost think of it like a personal assistant. These applications will start talking with each other, and it's going to be a big business. But what I want to talk to you guys about today is a little bit about user-generated content, because I think it's a great opportunity for people who want to do this part-time. So I kind of just asked ChatGPT just to give me an overall concept of, create a business plan for being an influencer for user-generated content for TikTok. And you can kind of see it came back with a kind of just a simplified overview. The ChatGPT, they have what's called prompts, and the prompts can get pretty complicated. So a prompt is like you tell ChatGPT what you want to know or what information you want. You can also, what ChatGPT is really good at is like feeding it information. So like I could take, say, like a book that I read, and if I have like, a PDF file, I can upload the book to ChatGPT. Pretty much ChatGPT instantaneously knows the whole book, and then it's able to create content out of that. So for a lot of social media influencers, they use this to create a lot of their content, right? So like, let's just say, give me a funny script for my TikTok for some user generated content for a brand that sells, we'll do a can opener, right? Since I said can opener, right? See what this bad boy comes up with. Can opener that I am promoting. So you can see here, I'm able to just use like a pretty simple language for it to understand what it's looking for. Now I can get a little bit crazier with it, where I'll say, hey, pretend, so ChatGPT likes the word pretend that you're the CMO, so the Chief Marketing Officer of a major brand, and you now need to create a script for a social media influencer to promote XYZ product, right? So you can give it different types. So that's a prompt. So what I just wrote right now is a prompt, but I just wrote it in a natural language. There's ways to do it a little bit more advanced. So right now I'm just asking it for a script for a can opener. So let's see what it comes back with. So it's understanding the question, thinking about this one. Sometimes it gets stuck in its head, starts hallucinating. Have you ever heard that? Oh, see, now it's searching. Oh, verify that you're a human. That's because I used it too many times. Use the arrows to move the person icon to the colored circle. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this.
Go one more. This is it.
Submit like that. Oh, am I making it match? That looks right. That's not quite perfect. That was not quite right. Let me do that again. To the person to icon by the colored circle. Oh, what does it want to stand on? Oh, I get it. There we go. This is cute. I've never seen this do this before. I like this. At least you guys know I'm live. There we go. I prove I'm a human. The computer, yes, I want to celebrate. Let's dance. All right. So here's a lighthearted, engaging script for your TikTok video promoting a can opener. Scene one, you're in the kitchen struggling with an old manual can opener. Over-exaggerated frustration expressions, you speaking to the camera. Why is opening a can harder than solving a Rubik's Cube? Right? Close-up of a can being butchered by the old can opener, contents nearly spilling out. Ever feel like you need a degree in engineering to open a can? Scene three, suddenly you get an idea. You look excited, reach off screen, pulling in the new can opener. Yes, but wait, there's a hero in our story. Scene four, right? So you can be doing this on a tripod with an iPhone and then just breaking this down into scenes, right? So you can see here, so this is what ChatGPT is good at. It actually wrote a script for an influencer to promote a can opener, right? And that was just off a simple prompt. So you can do the same thing, like for whether it's a YouTube video, an Instagram video, or so forth. And I'm actually, there's two different versions. I'm using, I believe I'm using 4.0, but also 3.5 now connects to the internet. Before this didn't connect to the internet. So you can see here, I have the little thing where it'll connect to web access. If it's not connected to the internet, it'll only pull information up to like October, I think, 2021. But now it'll pull information in like live in real time. So I can also say, hey, pretend you're a CMO, right? Chief Marketing Officer, and create a 30-day calendar for an aspiring actor for their social media, right? So now it's okay, great. So now I'm going to say, pretend you're a CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, and create a 30-day calendar for an aspiring actor for their social media. So now understand the question. There you go. Social media as a CMO playing a 30-day social media calendar for an aspiring actor. Here's a structured approach to maximize engagement and visibility. So week 1, so see, breaking down, introduction post, share your journey and aspiration. Day 2, behind the scenes, a glimpse of daily life for training. Day 3, throwback Thursday, share an old performance video, so forth. So you can see here, like you can sit here and have fun with this all day. The basic program is free. So ChatGPT is free. You just sign up with it. And then they have like a more advanced version that you can like plug in different applications. It'll allow you to do like large scale content. So before it used to be limited, like I couldn't upload like an entire encyclopedia, but now I pretty much can come pretty much close to uploading anything in the world that I want to. So this will do script analysis. It'll write scripts. It'll write social media posts, blog articles. It'll help you with podcasts. It gives you like a really good jumping off point. And then usually what I do is I'll take the information, it'll give me some ideas, right? So I'll come up with some ideas off of it. Maybe I'll have it like, streamline something. It's really good for uploading like large amounts of data and then being able to pull information out of it and being able to summarize things. So I could have like, somebody sends me a PDF that's, 150 pages. I may not have the time to read the entire 150 pages. I can upload the PDF to ChatGPT and then it'll give me a summary. So I get the basic gist of it and it'll like literally do it in seconds. That's the basics of it. Now there's a lot more that this can do, but unfortunately because of time, this is like, we can spend a lot of time talking about this and all the different programs, but I want you guys to just get an idea for it. I know a lot of you guys are already playing with it and have been on some of the older trainings that I've done. Obviously there's going to be a lot more newer stuff. We're going to start with the basics and work our way up because a lot of things are changing in ChatGPT and it's consistently evolving every single week. Creators and influencers. So, to be able to do this, there's lots of different companies out there. I just kind of pulled up a couple of them, but I just want to give you guys an idea of what to look for. I'm going to go through and I'm preparing a list. I already have like 10 of the best ones. But what these are is, again, there are companies out there that work with brands and the brands will actually go in and they'll see your content. So you'll be a part of that. And then you're able to get paid to be able to promote your content. Right? So they'll send you the product, they'll send you payment, and what they want you to do is to create the content. So like that can opener example, great, we have a script now. So I literally set up a camera, a tripod, I find like a busted up old can opener, and I would follow along with the script, and then I would be able to submit that out, right? So you have to kind of start thinking about like what your niche is. So tint is one. There's another one here so you can see, right? Intel influence, right, is another one. So they again, influencers get free products or cash for your reviews. So pretty much what they want is they don't want like a staged review. It's just a proven that, and again, these things trend, right? Like if it was 10 years ago and you wanted to do reviews on a product, you do these fancy commercials, you spend millions of dollars, to create, the whole experience. And if you go on older websites, for hotels, you'll see they'll create these like, amazing videos, but that's not what the younger generation wants. That's not what people like. People just like seeing user-generated content. So it can just be as simple as like, hey, you sign up and they're like, hey, I'm going to be in New York. Great. While I'm in New York, I want to review some hotels. Here's a hotel I'm staying at. I've done this in the past, right? You're ready. You have to build up like a following. Like they don't just sign up anybody, but that's what I'm going to show you guys how to be able to do this like in 30 days. But you can see here, right? There's all different kind of companies that use these, right? So again, this is another one, Intel Influence. And what I recommend for you guys to do is, like, prior to me starting the training, is start like just learning this. Start playing with ChatGPT. Start checking out some of these different sites, right? Get free sneakers, stay at hotels, get the travel. And you don't need to have millions of followers. Just so you know, like, micro influencers start at like 1,000 followers, but they have to be engaged, right? So they have to be engaged. And you can see here again, a good site. So these are trustworthy sites. Up Influence, right? Another all-in-one influencer marketing platform. So you can see here they work with a lot of different companies, from Amazon to Netflix and so forth. And usually you'll see, like, usually if you land on the site, they'll be talking about signing up for brands, because brands are paying them. And then usually when you go to the bottom, you can find the link for being an influencer to sign up for being an influencer and so forth. And there's about 10 really strong ones. So you can see here, so like I was just saying, so like this site here is for brands, but I clicked on the link already, right? So this is Neo Reach. So here your creativity has value. Connect with brands you love and sponsored projects you're passionate about, right? And here they also have a Discord server, which is something I'll add into the training for those of you guys not familiar with Discord. It's an interesting world to be on Discord. It's kind of like a little private chat channels online. I know Sava loves Discord. He's probably got like 30 Discord channels running right now as we're speaking, taking over the world. But once you get used to it, it's pretty cool. But here you can see, so for most of them, when you're signing up for it, they're going to look for your information, where you live. They're going to look for your Facebook handle, and then how much you're looking to charge per post. So what are the fees that you're charging? So for your Instagram, your Snapchat, Twitter, which is now X, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. Twitch is an online streaming platform for blogging, website, podcasting, and so forth. So you can get sponsors, free products, you can get paid, and so forth. Okay, so there's a whole process. Here's something that's really cool with AI, and this is something I'll be going over with you. But this is called ZimWriter. So ZimWriter actually writes AI content. This here, you can actually just give it like some ideas. So like you can upload, hey, I want to be an influencer for, travel. I want to travel the world. Create some content for me to post on my social media about travel tips, things, interesting things like how to pack a suitcase. This can create like 1,000 pieces of content off of just one idea. You can actually find some like great content online, upload the content to this, and it'll actually rewrite it and create 1,000 blog posts. Okay. This may sound like overwhelming for you guys, but here's the thing, like for large companies, they will post thousands upon thousands of blogs because they're trying to get their keywords into Google, to Bing, into the search engines. So when somebody's searching, what is the best suitcase to bring to a safari, that article will come up, right? So, but as an influencer, these are like the tools influencers are using now. Influencers are like big business, like huge businesses. So something like ZimWriter is a great tool. This is actually cool. This is Wondercraft AI. This, you can actually take the content that ZimWriter makes, and this will actually turn it into podcasts with an actual human voice. You can actually now take your voice, right? Record your voice. Like, hello, my name is Michael. I work with VIP Ignite. I'm an author. I'm this, right? I have a certain tonality and accent that I have. It'll take that voice, and now it can create effortlessly thousands of podcasts, right? So now all of a sudden, that same thing, you want to be an influencer for travel. You want to be an influencer for products. Maybe you're a sneakerhead, maybe you're into gaming, whatever it may be. And we'll kind of go through the training, the different products, and how to kind of set this all up. But I just wanted to give you guys some idea of what's out there. I don't want you guys to ever be like, how does somebody do this, right? Because at the end of the day, it looks simple, but there's a lot of tools and so forth that these guys are all using. Another one, HitPaw Photo Enhancer. So again, this is something where it'll enhance photos. You can do all kinds of very simple editing, and this is all done through AI. There's lots of things too. Adobe has one where you can like literally remove anything from the background. You can add in anything just through verbiage. So you can actually just say, remove the tree in the background of this picture by typing it in. So no longer do you have to have editing skills, right? When I went to college, I took Photoshop. Like I'm really good at Photoshop. I'm really good at Adobe Illustrator. I spent hundreds of hours learning all this software, and especially it came in handy when I was working in the, the fashion TV industry for understanding editing and Adobe Premiere. When the company first started, I used to do a lot of that stuff. But now you can literally type in a prompt like, hey, take out the tree, put the person on a beach, take out the person in the red shirt. Like there's so many really cool things that you can do. That's also on the cusp of video editing, where you can literally tell the AI what you want in the video. This is, one of the things why these contracts are only 3 years away. And I spoke about this before, but within like the next 8 to 9 months, you could literally take a movie like Top Gun, and you can say, replace Tom Cruise with me. And literally the AI will rerun the entire movie, 30 seconds. You will not be able to tell the difference. Like you'll be watching it like, holy cow, I'm Tom Cruise in the movie. There's me. Like, holy cow. It's Saba and he's playing Tom Cruise's character. Got the little gray beard going on, right? Got his glasses on, right? So is it really cool? But it's a lot. And it's just, how does this play into business and so forth, right? You can use AI for, here's one time hero, right? The planning out your scheduling, right? Answering your emails, updating your schedules, updating your calendar, right? Planning out your tasks, making sure like, time tracking, so forth, automatic task scheduling and so forth, right? So there's like so much that's on the cusp. Here's another one. And some of these are paid, some of these are free, but this is Social Pilot. This bad boy can take those 1,000 blogs, then turn them into 1,000 tweets, turn them into 1,000 posts, and then post like up to 500 pieces of content across all your social media. So YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, so forth and so on, and literally do this like in seconds. So this makes you like omnipresent. Like if you want to be an influencer, you want to start building this brand as a model or an actor, it's like the game is changing. Like the game is changing. Like the competition's going to be using this, and big brands have the budget, they have the teams. So you guys have to stop being familiarized with all of this, because things are going to start moving a lot faster, right? When I was growing up, there was like 10 TV channels. Now there's 300. It's the same thing. It's just, the world's changing and you need to keep up with it. Great sites to go through, see what people are doing is Fiverr. I know I've mentioned this before, but Fiverr is a really cool site. Like Fiverr, you can hire people to kind of like do some of these things for you. But you can see here, like here's like a whole list of people that are doing voiceover work, right? Professional German voiceover. And we do trainings on voiceover. Actually, Haviland is right now doing a 12-week training for voiceover. So not only when you work with us, you have opportunity to do voiceover work, to learn all this, but there's so much, like there's just so much opportunity out there. Like there's no excuse to not be able to do anything you want. Like with a little bit of hustle, with a little bit of knowledge, and with the right connections, and you can see everything from logo designs to brand guides, social media posts, and a lot of these things are very inexpensive. Some of them can be expensive, but as you start learning this, just because you're knowing this, you're the 1%. Like 99.9% of the world's like, I don't know any of this. Like, I didn't even know any of this existed. Some of you guys might have not known half of this 2 minutes ago, right? Which is great, because it's a way for you to monetize these things, to understand these things. You'll see a lot of these major influencers, like, Mr. Beast and all that, they have big teams. These guys are bringing in millions and millions of dollars. A lot of these influencers, a lot of these, people who generate content, they're bigger than some major brands. Like the amount of income that they bring in, like they're like huge. And this is not even on the cusp yet of what can be, and so forth, right? This is like you're at the very starting line of all of this, and then being able to use and understanding artificial intelligence and all that, being able to leverage all these different tools, all these different opportunities for you is going to make a huge impact. And I don't want to overwhelm you. I don't mean to overwhelm you guys at all. I know you got to, oh my God, Mike, I got to worry about monologuing and posing and all that. But I need you to know that this does exist in the background, and you need to at least be aware of it and kind of start dipping your toes into it. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of like an overview. Like I said, it's 6 o'clock and I know we're a little bit over time, and I know these guys want to do a Q&A. I know some of you guys might have some questions. I'll go over the offer really quick one time. I'm not going to spend all time with it. We are limited on how many appointments, but if you guys got some value out of this, even just a little bit, just type a 101 in the comment, because like I said, this is something I just wanted to give you 100,000-foot overview, but during the trainings, I'll really deep dive into this, and we'll do implementation calls and all kinds of fun stuff to kind of get you guys through all this in a fun way. And again, it's always going to be changing and always evolving. And even if you have to outsource it, or, eventually you reach a point where, you're full-time in the industry, a full-time working model, you're booking out $100,000 a day jobs, you'll have the budget, like you'll have the teams to do a lot of this. And you don't need to do everything, but it's getting specialized in one platform, right? So if it's something for influencer, TikTok is the platform. That's what I'm going to recommend. Modeling and acting and so forth, TikTok, a lot of casting directors are not on there. There's no sense to keep consistently posting content in there when you should be focusing more on Facebook and Instagram, because that's where that market's going to be. So again, when we talk about branding, coming up with your colors, doing all of that, we're going to talk about that. Where is your audience, right? As you're building this, your agent's doing all the work, right? You're meeting these agents, you're doing all this. But I want you guys, when you come to these events, when you come to Atlanta, that you are more prepared and at a higher level than any other talent they have ever met. Like that is one of my, I track what I'm working on, the next 6 months to next year. And that's right at the top of my list every single day. It's how do I take our talent to the next level? I want them to say, like, my goodness, I represent some of the biggest names in the industry. I need to work with you. Like, this is amazing. That's what I want you guys to be able to have, that type of influence and those types of accolades. So when you're walking in, even if you're brand new, that it's just our success stories just get bigger, bigger, and bigger. All right. So again, if you got some value out of that, type of 101 in the comment. And let me stop sharing the screen here real quick, and then I'll go over the offer really quick for you guys. Okay, good. All right, good. So you got a lot of people got value out of that. That's awesome. I love that. All right, and let me just pull up Atlanta. Oh, hold on, let me share my screen. Okay, you guys can see this. All right, so this is the VIP Atlanta. And let me just go back to everything. You're going to get the 3-day event, VIP Modeling and Acting Network in Atlanta, September 27th to 29th. Our events is where you're sitting down with some incredible people. And I can't reveal the entire list, but all I can tell you guys is, like, the one person we have, you're going to meet with some of the most powerful people in the Atlanta market. And when I say Atlanta market, just so you guys understand, when we do these events, whether we're in New York, LA, Miami, Orlando, Phoenix, New Orleans, we're bringing in people that have national and international influence, right? Because the world's changed, right? Yes, is there a market, a demand in that particular market? That's why we're there. For a lot of our talent, we want you guys to have multiple people representing you and multiple agencies working with you. I want you guys to have not only Truth as a mother agent, but I want you to have, representation for your voiceover work, for your commercial work, for your TV and film work. And the highest level talent, they will have multiple representation in different markets, because that person is specializing in that market, right? The people that are in Atlanta, they're working in the Florida, California, New York area, but they're going to be more tied to Atlanta. So when you're coming down and you're creating these connections, you're building a network. You're building a network not just in Atlanta, but throughout the United States and throughout the world, right? You see, like, even somebody like, Ryan, he's a major influence in both the New York and LA market. And he's also an influence in the Atlanta market, the Miami market, and so forth. One of our biggest photographers shot 30 covers of Vogue. He's based out of Miami. That's where he shoots. Miami, Orlando. He travels all over the world, but that's where he lives now. So when you come to this event, you're going to be able to sit down with some really amazing people. You're going to get decades of knowledge within days. So in addition to that, you're going to get the 3-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hairstyling, makeup. Ryan's going to be doing your styling. There's a whole preparation process. Just for New York, we did 4 separate calls. We have I believe one more coming up. It's probably going to be a 3-4 hour call, right? So there's consistent, like, you're never left out in the cold. Like, we have so many outlets to make sure you get the information, and that we're consistently doing live calls. We're consistently on the phone. We're consistently doing Zoom calls. We have Telegram groups and Facebook groups and a whole process to make sure the information is made sure to be there, right? As long as you're paying attention. Otherwise, I could shoot a rocket at you if you're like, not, I can't come to your house and wake you up. Then in addition to that, of course, you can get Truth Matters representation, commercial TV division, now also launching 2024 for our fashion, which is going to be more geared not only for editorial, but also more diversified, because we are going to be working with a lot of designers. And then, of course, you can get the model preparation, acting training, virtual weekend with Ryan. Ryan's going to be a consistent part of your life. Like, he's going to be a mentor. He's going to be a guide, you know, and he has good days and bad days, but I'm going to tell you something. He's professional. Like, he knows his stuff. Like, so the more time you can spend with these people, the more you build relationships, right? It's no different than dating, right? You don't ask somebody, you don't walk into a bar and ask somebody to marry you. It's just not going to work out. You have to build relationships over time, right? You have to invest the time. You have to invest in doing the work. You have to be willing to stand out. You have to be professional, reliable, and so forth. And then, of course, we're going to do the ChatGPT training, social media domination. We're going to be doing those quarterly, so that way you guys are always up to speed. And then, of course, you'll have immediate access to the 21-day challenge, which is amazing content. It's over 600 hours of content. The content's broken down into different modules. You start with the first 21 days, gives you all the foundations to really understand the industry, to understand writing your own monologues. Like, each day you're completing something, right? Like, you're completing your vision board. Like, you're going through, like, what is your why? Like, you're doing everything that you need to do to become the person a major agency wants to work with. And this is a proven business model for 18 years. Like, it's literally like color by numbers. Follow the process, do the work. It works. I've seen this over and over and over and over again, right? And the only thing that can be holding you back is just in your mind, right? Because from there we go to the 30 and 30 challenges, which is more advanced, a step up. And if the only thing that's holding you back is your mindset, well, guess what? Elevate Your Life, Wealth, and Career Challenge, which starts in March. We're going to have some of the top mindset people in the world working with you. We're going to have some of the top people, everything from meditation, right? And you know what's really cool about this? Some of you guys, I just never been into that stuff. You know what? A lot of people you're going to meet in this industry are, right? Some of the most powerful people are. So there's something there, right? If somebody is successful is doing something, right? Every day I meditate. I get into state. I know how to control my feelings, right? Right? You can't control the situation, but you can control how you feel about it. I look at everything. I don't look at obstacles. It's very hard for me to say the word obstacle. I say the word challenge, right? That's a challenge. I'm going to overcome it. I'm going to see what can I do. It's a puzzle that I need to unlock, right? And that's just like, just the tip of the iceberg, but really spending some time with some amazing people going through that. And then, of course, the super bonus is the certified production assistant training in Atlanta. That's only right for this today only. Tomorrow, this is off the table. So make sure if you did not schedule. And of course, you can get all of that, not for $24,476, but for $49.97 for our fast action takers. You schedule $29.97. And of course, there's the link, the $1 Million Guarantee, which means there's no risk involved for you. We're taking all the risk, right? We spent 2 days training you guys, giving you guys the foundation. Imagine what we're going to do when you make an investment in yourself. Like, our goal is for you to be successful. Our goal is to work with you. And I want to work with great people. I've done this for a long time. I'm very selective who I work with. Like, even for our inner circle, there's a whole process. I enjoy working with our inner circle. I love having somebody to throw the ball back and forth with, somebody who's out there, they're moving forward, seeing their success, learning how not only that I can be better at what I can do, but being able to help them, right? So there's levels, right? You're always going to consistently be leveling up. The person I was a year ago is completely different than the person I'll be a year from now. I'm always going to keep moving forward. I'm always going to keep learning. I'm never going to stop learning. And I want you guys to have that same passion about the industry, to continuously want to learn, because you never know what kind of doors can open up, right? And we got some really good doors opening up next year. You guys are going to be super excited. And of course, also the second mega bonus is, which is only available for this weekend. You will not see this again on any other offers in the future. Is being able to do the Done With You brand identity, which is going to help put together your link tree, your online resume, manifesto, brand colors. Obviously, this goes really deep onto how to do that. There's going to be all kinds of questions. We're going to spend a lot of time on this, but you guys are going to be really focused. And this may not seem like super important to you right now, because you're like, Mike, I just started. Like, I don't even have a monologue ready. I've never even been on set. that's okay. Trust me on this. That's okay. Trust the process. Just trust the process. It works. Okay. So the next step is to make sure that you're scheduling. But with that thought in mind, guys, this is the VIP Atlanta New Year, New You experience, September 27th to the 29th, 2024. And I'm going to turn this back over to Alicia. Maybe we'll do some takeaways. I'd love to hear how you guys did this weekend, what you guys learned, biggest takeaways, what you felt that you can put into action right now to start. And also, if you have any questions about the events or anything like that, we're here to help everybody. Yes, it is an interview process, but if it's just not the right time for you, that's okay, right? There are always going to be opportunities in 2024, 2025, and so forth. Obviously, as the company keeps growing, our events will become more limited, more exclusive. So this is something where take advantage of the opportunity that's in front of you. Say yes, schedule. You always say yes, you work out the details afterwards. All right, guys? Hey, I hope you guys enjoyed it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I can't wait to see all you guys in New York City because we got some really cool stuff planned for New York, for Atlanta, and for all of 2024. I'll talk to you guys during the week for those who'll be on the implementation calls and so forth for the coaching program. Bye, guys.
All right. How awesome is that? This has been a phenomenal weekend. How many of you are thankful that your past self had you stay on and now you're your future self? What? I can't help it. This book here, if you work with us, this book is going to drive you bananas because I'm going to keep going over it and over it and over it because it means so much to me. Because my whole goal and Mike's whole goal and Alicia's whole goal for you is to constantly see you up level, to constantly see you growing. We are looking for new success stories. And that's why Mike put this together. I mean, having the opportunity to come to Atlanta for a networking event. How many of you have ever been to Atlanta? Raise your hands. How many of you know it's one of the hottest markets? It's where all the streaming services are, right? How many of you have ever wanted to be in a Marvel movie? And I know I talked yesterday, we're not fans here, but can we be fans for just 2 seconds? Tyler Perry movie. Oh my gosh. Like this is literally where those things are shot, right? It's a hot market right now, right? Having the opportunity to get your photos done, having Ryan Colby style you. You heard Ryan Colby do Model Garage twice. How many of you would love the opportunity for Ryan Colby to style you for your shoot in Atlanta? I personally had him take me shopping. He's not going to take you shopping, so that's not what I'm saying here. But man, is that an experience. Alicia, have you ever had Ryan take you shopping?
Yes. That's all I'm going to say. Yes.
You look like you have the same type of PTSD I do. He made me try on a dress in the middle of a busy mall during the Christmas holidays. I'm not even joking. We were in the middle of the mall. Try this on. I was like, Ryan, I'm not 10. He was like, do it. And I was like, shh. Craziest experience ever. But
yeah, he's a lot. I want to explain this to everybody on here. Going to Atlanta, as much as we love Colby and his Colby-isms, and he's super fun on Zoom, when you meet Ryan Colby in real life, he runs a photo shoot like he ran Vogue. It is business. For those of you that have ever seen Devil Wears Prada, Stanley Tucci's character was loosely based on Ryan Colby. He styles Ben Affleck and, Liam Neeson and some of the biggest names in show business. Deneen, so often I find that talent run and get photos. They get their credit cards and, I want to be a model. I want to be an actor. And they just run out and I'm going to find a photographer. And it's based on what you are looking for. We already know today. I mean, we heard it from Tanya. She sees shitty photos. If your photos are done incorrectly, an agent will A, not sign you, and B, not submit you with those photos. Not all photos are created equally. And I really want to say that because I see a lot of photos. I get people all day. They tag me on Facebook. They tag me on Instagram. You get 1 million emails coming from me. I get people, can you tell me what you think of my photos? Well, I could, but unless you're part of my company, I won't. Because here's the thing sometimes, truth hurts. If you want to be successful, I'm not here. This is not about rainbows and unicorns. This is about you becoming successful. Ryan Colby, when we played Model Garage, as fun as it is, it's more so because when we used to do live open calls in person, not on Zoom, and we used to see people, their height, their body type, even, you know, the way that they would walk into a room. Oh, I only want to do high fashion. Wait, I'm sorry, what? You only want to do high fashion. No, that's not how the business works. It's not up to you. It's not like driving through Chick-fil-A. Oh, I'll take the number one. You know, can you add, you know, a sweet tea? And it's, you don't pick what you are. It's based on genetics. And I'm going to put it out there. It's based on genetics. And that's why I kind of get a little peeved when people go to like these modeling schools. They spend all this money learning how to walk their runway. That's sweet. But we've already heard you can't put that on a resume. Real casting directors won't work with you if they even know that you're doing it. It's cute when you're 9 and 10, but not when you're over 15. So getting the exact photos that you need, it's almost like going to a doctor. What hurts? I wouldn't go to a dentist if I broke my foot. You need to know what you qualify for. So having somebody like Ryan, this isn't your mom or your dad or your best friend giving you constructive criticism. Oh, well, does this make me look fat? Do you think I should wear this for a photo shoot? How do you like my hair? This isn't going to Sephora. Oh, can you tell me how I should do my makeup? This is having the former art director of Vogue, the #1 magazine in the world, style you based on what you qualify for. This isn't throwing spaghetti up against the wall. And the reason why somebody like a Tanya Kleckner comes to our events as a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent and literally puts her credibility on the line for a company like ours is because she believes in what we do. She knows if she signs any of our talent, they have the proper photos, and you can literally start with the ground running. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type makes sense, because it really is a mathematical formula. You know, when people join websites or they pay for pictures or they pay for classes, that's sweet. You just needed a credit card to be able to do that. It doesn't mean that you're special. This is Hollywood. And we hear this over and over again. I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. I want to be a screenwriter. I want to be a comedian. Well, then why aren't you doing it? Yeah. So by going to an event of this type of level, meeting the people, it took 20 years. When Mike was telling you that we've invested $1 million, that's just in Broadway to win 6 Tonys. We couldn't get the head of casting for Warner Brothers unless we had gotten to that level. So now we can introduce them to Solange or Leah Missy Lloyd or Ruby Ann Burton. Hi, Ruby. We had to get to a certain level by investing in ourselves and literally getting the proximity. Zoom, yeah, it's a little bit intimidating. Try opening a business with 0 connections, walking into a room and trying to get real people in the industry to want to work with you. It's not easy. You're not entitled because you want to be successful. No one is going to give you anything. If you were to try to make these connections on your own, how would you do it? How would you even do this industry? Join websites? We already know casting directors, real castings aren't on websites. Now what? Oh, I'm going to go get pictures. Said by who? Who's telling you to get pictures? To be able to go out to Atlanta for 3 days, think about it. You need training. Check. You need real photos. Check. And you need proximity to real people who can actually see you, talk to you. Would you rather sit up on a website or have face-to-face conversations with marketing and training on your resume? If that makes sense, type formula, because that's what we do. It is a mathematical formula. So when Michael is joking around about, hey, you can come get your photos, you can get the training, and if you don't feel like it's worth $1 million, here's a check. We've never had to give anybody a refund because people leave. It's a cathartic experience. When they leave, tears running down their face. Never in a million years. Like, we've had Vivica Fox come to the events, Academy Award winners. You can't just, it's impossible to ever meet these types of people and have one-on-one conversations. You're not going as fans, you're going as equals. Yep. They want to help you. And you know, Deneen, the one thing that so many people over the years have said, man, where were you when I was trying to get started? And a lot of times I joke around, I wasn't born yet.
I hear that all the time when I talk to our speakers.
Yeah, this is organic. It is face to face. So regardless if you have a credit card, regardless of what you want to do or your apprehensions in life, we're looking for people that can literally be trustworthy, reliable, professional. You have to be able to follow directions and you have to be able to listen. Because that's what we're looking for. Kind of like that story about MAC Cosmetics. It takes one person to ruin the integrity of something that like Ryan Colby had booked. We literally lost MAC Cosmetics because of one person. You would be pissed too. We don't sell tickets to the event. Our services are not for sale. You have to go through an interview. You have to go through the interview. And that's it. If you're going to meet these types of people face to face, we want to make sure, is our reputation still going to be intact when you leave? It honestly, for what we're offering, it could be 100,000. It still wouldn't be worth it to me if you ruined what we built.
But I
You
think
agree?
I
Yeah.
agree. And the good thing is that everyone on this call, how many of you, if you are passionate about being successful in the industry, type a 1 in the comments. If you are an action taker, type a 1 in the comments. If you are ready to come to Atlanta to get trained, we're literally everything that you need is right here. It's all on the other side of action. That's why the secret word is action. Because you guys are here, you've been here for 2 days.
Yep.
And let's be honest with you. Where do you see yourself in 1 year, in 5 years? Like, what I want you to do right now is close your eyes really quickly.
Last night.
I know.
You a year from now.
Close your eyes for just one moment. Everyone close your eyes. I'm looking. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? And be really specific. Where are you living? What are you doing for work? What organizations are you supporting to help other people to pay it forward?
Hopefully,
now what I want you to do is this.
Helping our newbies.
Now what I want you to do is this.
Yeah.
Look back to this night. Okay, you have a decision to make, and we're not here to force you. We're not. If this is for you, we're dropping the link. But are you that person who took action tonight so you can accelerate your results to get to that place in 5 years? You've been here, again, you've been here with us for 2 days. You know the connections that you're going to get when you go to Atlanta. You know the training you're going to get. You know that Mike, Alicia, and I are going to fully prepare you because we've been very transparent the whole weekend. What do we want? We want you to be successful. We want action takers. We want people who are passionate. If that sounds like you, click on that link. Make sure you schedule a call with us because you know what? I don't want you to be that person who in a year, what is it? It's November 12th. I don't want you to be that person on November 12th of 2024 and it's like, damn, I saw all those pictures from Atlanta. They're all in Cancun right now building a school. And I'm watching on Instagram. I don't want that to be you. Do you want that to be you? No, because you were put here for a purpose. You aren't put here to be ordinary. You were put here to be extraordinary. So what are you willing to do right now to be that person? What are you willing to do to be that person that when your kid looks up to you and says, wow, mommy, daddy, you really love what you do, don't you? Do you want your kids to admire you, want to be like you? Or do you want to see them still doing the same thing over and over and over again? Like, I love my dad. I just had the opportunity. I just had the opportunity to see my dad 2 days ago I saw him for like an hour and a half. We had cheeseburgers. It was delicious. But every time I leave, it breaks my heart because my dad had a dream when he was younger. My dad wanted to open a restaurant. He's a phenomenal cook. He loves cooking. Like, we exchange recipes all the time. He had a dream that that's what he wanted to do, but he was too afraid to step forward. So he worked for 40, 50 years in a job he didn't like because he wanted security. And you could see it in his eyes when he sees me. He's like, wow, It's pretty cool that you're doing what you do. He didn't understand it at first. But my dad's proud of me because I've moved forward. I have nieces and nephews who they're not settling for average. They all have entrepreneurial spirits because I gave them the courage by working here with VIP Ignite with Alicia and Mike. They've seen the change in me. They're like, wow, you're a little strange now. We don't quite get it. But you know what? We see something in you that we want. And that's the legacy I want each and every one of you to leave. This isn't about doing this because you want to be a movie star. Although we talk TV star is better because it's more consistent income and better. But do this because you want to leave a legacy. Do this because you're passionate about it. It's not going to be an easy road. It's going to be hard. There are going to be days where you're going to call me and you're going to be like, Deneen, I hate your guts. I got another rejection. And you know what I'm going to say to you? Thank God that wasn't for you. Let's keep moving forward because you know what? The next one is. But that's what we're offering you. We're offering you a system that works. We're giving you everything that you need. There's no guessing involved. We're leaving nothing to chance.
Now, I do have to say this. When you schedule, just to let you know, this what we're offering on this weekend, this is only for people that have been on the entire call. So if you don't schedule today and you're like, oh, I'll do it next week, or I'll come on another call, that's great, but it won't be what was today. Okay, we're not going to retro. Does that make sense? Now, at the time of the interview, you're either going to get accepted or rejected. If you get accepted, great. We're filling out paperwork and we're holding your ticket. Okay. Secret word is action, Curtis. Now, one thing I must stress to you, you must be financially able to invest in yourself. It does not matter if you want to do this or not. I want to make sure that this is something that you can do. Does that make sense? Because if given a chance to go to Atlanta, given a chance to meet people that literally took us 20 years to build these relationships, I need to make sure, can you cover basic expenses? Because you heard Tanya today. If given a chance on Tuesday, you need to be in LA by Thursday, it's yes, you're going. Does that make sense? So if you were on this call and you need, a family member to help you, talk to them about it tonight, because if your interview's tomorrow, paperwork, we're doing everything tomorrow because your training starts tomorrow. We don't wait. You understand? We strike while the iron's hot. Training starts immediately. We have to keep momentum.
Awesome. All right. So I'd like to open this up if anyone has any questions or if anyone has a takeaway. If you have a biggest takeaway, please raise your Zoom hand. If anyone has any questions, then also raise your Zoom hand. All right, Sadie.
Hi, so my main takeaway is that I have no problems being financially stable, to be honest, because I'm kind of sort of backed up in a way. And I was like, well, shoot, I can just sell art and stuff because a lot of people like what I do and they can see the passion behind it. And so honestly, for me, like no coolio, no problem. Plus I can always have extra family members to help. So to be honest, my main takeaway from what I got really from all 3 sections, even if I wasn't here yesterday, was just to start, but also make sure you have something to back yourself up if you're also starting. Because often a lot with some of the projects I started up, I was like, man, I don't have enough, or shoot, I went a little too, far and a little bit too idealistic. But now I'm like, well, now with the project that I'm also working on, I have all the scraps and pieces from other works and I'm blending it in and just start off with the writing. Because you can make a character as you go, you can have a persona. But if you don't have no soul or passion behind it, no matter what tools you use, nobody's going to want you, really.
I love that. Be resourceful. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I love
That's
that.
all I have to say. Thanks.
That's great. And you're 19 years old. I wish I had that spirit when I was your age. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing that. I love that. We look forward to talking to you. All right. Leah, we haven't heard you. Hold on. Let's see here. Add pin. There we go. I'm learning. There we go.
Okay, good. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, I just wanted to highlight the training that we had with Colin, and that's just a beautiful thing. And just raising your vibration and recognizing, like, if something is bringing you down, or if you have an old way of thinking that's starting just tearing at you, just believe and believe it and give off that vibration. So that's something that never gets old for me. So I want to thank you guys for that. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I love that. I love that so much because, again, what you believe, you vibrate out into the world. If you think, oh my God, I can't do this, of course you can't. But if you're like, hell yes, I can, then you're going to be a hell yes. And what you need is going to come to you. And I want you guys to think about that too. Like, how many times have you committed to doing something and you're like, what was I thinking? Like, what was I thinking? But then all of a sudden you commit to it. And then all of a sudden, like, you start getting the creative juices, everything starts flowing. Like, you heard Mike Trash. Like, he sat down and he started writing one thing. And then now he has like a series. He started out with a pilot. He's got a whole series because he sat down and wrote the first word. If this is something you want to do, vibrate at a high level. Know that you can do it, but hold on, but don't. There's going to be one thing I'm going to recommend to you guys. Hold on, I took notes. Where are my notes? Even I take notes. We talked about reframing your what you say, because you know what? Maybe if you're like, oh my God, you know what? Right now, I'm not vibrating at the highest level. I'm in the process of becoming the person that vibrates at a high level. Maybe you're not the most financially secure person at the moment. I'm on the path of becoming financially stable, of becoming financially stable. Okay, it's been a long day. You get the idea though. Use those phrases because you have everything inside of you that you need to be successful. You're all resourceful. You've been here for 2 days for the love of everything good and pure. Let's do this thing. All right, Kingston.
I've been on this chat for about 2 days with everyone else, and I can honestly say I agree with everything that she's saying. Because once you're about your passion, you're about your passion. I don't spend I can't even count on like how much money I spent on the IMTAs, the meeting, the flying out the places. I done met the Christy Ratanas, the Kimberly Perez's, the Denise over at Next Star Production. I done been around, you know what I mean? And I feel like as much as we come to these Zoom meetings, we still have to absorb. Our time is coming. It's just not quite there yet.
Yeah.
You get one, and there's still stuff to learn, and that's all I really want to say. Thank you.
I agree with you. And you have great energy. Are we going to see you did you schedule a time to talk to us, Kingston?
Most definitely. That will be tomorrow.
Okay. Make sure you schedule because we only have so many slots. So
He's scheduled.
Oh, he
if
did?
you're not here, he knows I would hunt him down, right, Kingston? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
I've been tough on you since the day I met you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But in a good way. Because what did Ryan Colby tell you on the call? He said, boy, you could book work all day.
Everywhere. Same
Okay,
thing.
now I'm going to say this out of love, okay? Thick skin, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It shouldn't piss you off that you've been doing it the wrong way.
Yes.
And that's the truth.
I take passion.
Had you done it the right way, right? You wouldn't, it's almost like dating, right? Yeah. It's so hard to find somebody. But then when you find the right person, you're like, well, shit, thank God I dated a lot of bad people because now I know what I want.
Exactly. You go through these trends and you see it. Yeah.
So you've been to these other companies. Again, I'm not going to reiterate. We're not going to advertise them by any means here, but the runway classes and the showcases and things like that. And that's sweet. And it's not that it's not real. It's real. You can go and you can attend, but they're not going to give you, the only way you're allowed to talk to somebody at those showcases is if they call your number.
Most definitely.
What does that even mean? And I've done the math. And I've said this many times. And I want to show this to you guys because I'm a little bit of a geek. Well, I'm a lot of a geek, but I'm a former mortgage broker. A lot of those showcases have about 1,000 people that attend, $10,000 price tag. So let's do the math together, shall we? 1,000 people walking up and down a runway, multiply it by $10,000 a piece. That's 10 million. Well, shit. The only people you're allowed to talk to are the people that call your number. Well, I've been compensated. They flew me almost halfway across the world for a one-day event where I saw people walking up and down a runway. By the time I was writing down notes, 5 people walked past me and they all paid 10 grand.
So one thing I could with
God
what you're
forbid you
saying,
sneeze.
I know.
what resonate in my heart, that means
Yeah.
do your homework, get out there and win it. That don't mean play, although there's 1,000 something people there, that just means how much harder I have to perform.
But
Day
you know
in
what
and down.
But they're looking for one. That's it. That's all they need is one. And the only way you're allowed to talk to somebody is if they call your number and you get a call back. That's not okay with me. I would much rather face to face. That is being proactive, getting the most, not even bang for your buck, but the most out of your time.
Yep.
Time is a non-renewable resource. Think about it. So you can pay for all the pictures, you can pay for all the classes, you can go to all the showcases. Yeah, it makes you feel good, but you're sharpening crayons. Or as like my mama likes to say, I see you pushing those mashed potatoes around the plate. You need to eat.
Stephanie.
Right?
Yes.
Mama's always right. And that's the truth.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
I
You're
know.
right.
All right. All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. The link's right there.
Yes, ma'am.
How many of you guys are tired of pushing the mashed potatoes on the plate? Oh, well, I want to be successful. I'm going to go get more photos done. How is it going to help you? I'm going to go take more classes. Okay, sweet. And who are you auditioning for? What's happening? You have to change your network. Change your surroundings, change your life. You need to get in front of the right people. Before you run out and get photos, make sure they're done correctly. Make sure they're done with purpose. You need an expert. Hair, makeup, wardrobe, not to mention photographer. You heard Ryan Colby himself talking about the exact precise with the photographer today.
Yep.
Vogue Japan. Anybody here interested in working with Vogue Japan? If your hand isn't raised, then get off this call. But you couldn't work with Vogue Japan unless you have an agent. And your agent is not going to submit you unless they know that you are going to be able to make this happen. Some of you are still on this call but didn't even schedule. Why? I'm not here to sell this to you. What is it that you want? Somebody type, what is it that you want? I'm writing out prescriptions right now for success. If I told you that my event is going to cure whatever it is that ails you, that would be like malpractice. It would be a misdiagnosis. Some of you said, I want to be famous. Go join OnlyFans.
That takes a lot more work than what we're even telling them to do, ironically.
So the question is, what do you want? You want success. You can't do this on your own. You need a team. But most of all, you need a team of powerful individuals that not only knows what it is that you're going through, but have achieved great success. You need their ins and outs because they know what works. Ryan Colby's been in this industry for 40 years. Even though his skin looks flawless, 40 years, he's like a vampire. He doesn't age.
It's true. All right.
So so here's my question. When you get everything that you want, because power is key, what are you going to do with it? You're going to hopefully come back on here and give back. Tell us your aha moments. Man, I wish somebody told me this. My life changed. My biggest aha moment. When this happened, best advice I got, boom. Think about it. But I'm going to tell you now, for those of you that scheduled, because of the high level people that we're working with in Atlanta, Netflix, Tyler Perry, Marvel, Disney, I need to make sure you are financially able to invest in yourself. At the time of the interview, you're going to need a credit card. We're doing paperwork. We're holding a ticket. If you are unable to eat, I want to know, if I'm holding a ticket for you, are you going to be able to make this happen? Oh, yeah. How? How? I need to know this is something that you really can do. We're not holding a ticket because, oh, well, I was on the call for 2 days. Okay. Well, are you working? No. You have credit cards? No. Well, then why did you schedule? I can't even help you even if I wanted to. Because Lord help me, if you met an agent that works with Tyler Perry and it's $100,000 commercial for something that he's working on, I would be scared to death that I would never be able to work with Tyler Perry again because of one individual. How many of you guys agree? Wouldn't you be a little bit apprehensive? Right? This is why casting directors don't hire off of Zoom. They don't hire off of websites. It's a vetting process. I don't mind working with you, but I have to know that you're going to try to be resourceful. So I want you guys to think about it tonight. Man, if I get accepted, Atlanta, great. I really want to do this. How am I going to make it happen? Come up with a plan. Come up with a plan. I see you with your little notebooks. Come up with the plan.
All right.
That's what you need to do. Figure it out.
All right, Yaz. Speaking of someone who figured it out, what was your biggest takeaway?
Everything is figure outable. I have two big takeaways actually, and the first one is that when you're playing a part in or a role, that it's your responsibility to how it's actually another person that you're talking about. So it's your responsibility to be truthful to that character and who it is and give them life and all of that. That was big. And then
were you in the 21-day challenge? Because that's definitely in day 3 through 6.
Oh, I'm on there. I am on there.
It's your moral obligation to give your character life.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it hit different.
Yep,
The
that's
other
awesome.
one was that getting a part or a role is a byproduct of touching their souls.
Say that again for all the creatives in the back row who aren't listening.
All
I
the
love
one
that.
in the back who didn't hear me. Getting a part or a role is a byproduct of touching their souls.
And you know what? You know how you get that byproduct of touching their souls? By being passionate. That's why we're only looking for passionate people. I love that, Yaz. You just made my whole weekend.
Thank you.
That was
I
awesome.
have one question though.
No,
And
we're not
that
answering any questions.
No, but that was what Mike was just talking about all the influencer stuff. So that is a way I would start to build my social media now, right?
With that it's a little more, it's complicated because
I
you have
know,
to have
but
a certain,
like
in
it's a
order
road
for
I
you
can
to
go.
in order for you to earn money on social media using user generated content, like you have to have a certain number of followers, but there are ways to build your social media. We're going to go over all of that on social media domination.
Awesome.
So it's kind of like which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
Because on some of the sites they do have, it's called a micro influencer, which is like under 10,000. Then they have all different levels. But my suggestion to you and to anyone who wants to do this is just get consistent on posting on social media and then start thinking about these things.
Yeah, no, it's been, I agree with you. And I have been holding back on posting because I haven't been clear on what direction to take it. But now I have the
Okay.
direction,
Do
so.
me a favor, and this goes for everyone on this call. Just do it.
Yep.
Just do it. Because you know what, and I'm guilty of this too. I am the most guilty. Like I will hold up my, you could take my mugshot of being guilty of this. Sometimes I'm like, I don't even know what to do. And then I make a funny face and everyone thinks it's like people hate me and love me for making a funny face. Just do it until you find something that feels comfortable for you, but don't overthink it. Which direction do I want to go in? There's this thing that's called the delete button. So if it sucks, you just delete it. And you're not curing cancer. It's just social media. So just do it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Daisha, I was talking to someone else. You don't have to ask me in the comments. Can I please share my biggest takeaway? I have a process. All right. All right, what's your biggest takeaway?
Did I unmute? Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway came from Mr. Collins' spark today. And that was not putting any negative self-talk into the atmosphere. And that was just cutting off like early in the morning the phone calls, or just picking up the phone and going on social media to see what was being posted or whatever, and just staying consistent in my prayer, in my yoga, in my meditation. I did a baptismal yesterday with my son. Because out of all my 4 children, he was the only one who wasn't baptized yet. So that's why I wasn't on Zoom yesterday.
Okay, we don't need to know that. That's fine. You're good.
Yeah. And I just appreciated how he said, don't put negative self-talk in. And I wanted to say thank y'all for being a part of, I can't be in New York because I have to undergo surgery.
You have some medical issues you're taking care of.
Yes. And I did schedule because I will be attending Atlanta. And y'all motivate me even when I wanted to give up because of this medical situation.
Well,
y'all keep me moving forward, and I appreciate and I'm humbly grateful for that. And I'll continue to show up.
good, because quitting isn't an option. I'll chase you down.
I know you will. Y'all keep me going regardless.
I'm looking at some of the people on the call. I'm like, I have to chase you down and you down and you down and you down. But you know what? Quitting isn't, I mean, if you're passionate about this, quitting isn't an option. You have to be more resourceful. Mike and I thank you for sharing your biggest takeaway.
Yeah.
And my prayers go out to you because I know you're going to be healthy real soon and driving me even crazier than you already do. And I say that with all the love in my heart. But I want you guys to understand something. Like Mike and I were at the grocery store last night and we're like, how is it that people can tell us, oh, I don't have a job? Like, how can you not? Like, if this is something you want, make it happen. Our ancestors like came over from Europe and from all over the place on like wooden freaking ships. And we're like, oh my God, I don't know. I don't think I can pursue I don't think I can do this. Like, why? Like, what's wrong? Like, why not? If this is something you want to do, we're going to drop the link, schedule, figure it out. If you can't figure it out tomorrow, schedule for Tuesday. There you go. Give yourself 24 hours, but don't tell me that you're not able to do this, because if this is something you want, you'll figure it out. Because you know what? You have to get to the point where the pain of not having what you want is greater than the pain of figuring it out. I'm on a journey right now. I've been seeing a lot of doctors. Like nothing crazy is going on, so don't get worried about me. But the pain of not being who I want to be right now, because I know I have a huge goal to achieve. I know my futures. I see my future self in 5 years and 10 years. And you know what? She is running around spry as a spring chicken. But if I continue making decisions like I am now, she's not going to be spry as a spring chicken. So you know what I'm doing? I'm making decisions today for my future self. You all closed your eyes and you had all these dreams, all these goals. What are you doing today to make that person come to life? And I want you to think about this. I read to you guys earlier about empathy. Do you love your future self? Do you know that your future self is not the same exact version that you are today? Do you love that person enough to make some sacrifices, to make some investments today so that you can be that person? Because let me tell you something, Mike and Alicia, they've made a lot of investments. They've also made a lot of sacrifices so that we can have an event like this weekend. What are you willing to do to become that person that you want to be? Are you willing to put some skin in the game? Are you willing to take that step on the yellow brick road to get that thing started? I believe you are. That's why you're here. That's just my 2 cents. Alicia, do you have anything you would like to add?
Sorry, I was trying to catch up on some work, Deneen.
I understand, Alicia. She's like, I'm working. I don't know what you're doing. You're just sitting here talking.
Well, no, I mean, we have
No, I know.
I mean, everybody from today is scheduled for Monday and Tuesday. And as you guys know, we're filming on Wednesday at Fox. So I'm just thinking about everything I got to do, and we're excited and onward and upward. Some of you are going to watch from the sidelines. I mean, you can't be an MVP and you got to take risks. That's it. So the bigger the risk, I mean, that's what you have to do.
Okay.
All right. That's it. It's been fun.
I can't wait to, oh, by the way, for those of you that did schedule an interview with us, I'm going to be reaching out to you tomorrow and Tuesday. 856 are the first 3 digits of my phone number.
Oh, yeah.
Pick it up, respond, confirm, because you know what? We're going to be ending this call in about a minute. You're going to be off stage, but do you know when you're on stage again? Tomorrow morning and Tuesday morning when I go to confirm you're back on stage. All right. This has been amazing.
I really want to say this very quickly. Because of the level of the people that we're meeting in Atlanta, I'll say this again, the call that we did this weekend and what we're offering, this will not be on any other call. And we do not reschedule. That's, I'm going to tell you right now. So if you scheduled an appointment, show up. Okay. Show up. Show up. And make sure you confirm, because like Tanya said, if we even have to even think that we're chasing you down to show up for an appointment that you scheduled yourself, probably not the wisest decision to take you and put you in front of these types of individuals. Do you guys agree? Right? Red flags already. So when you are, think about Mike Trash. Mike Trash lost his best friend that morning, still showed up for his interview. I mean, we don't ever worry about Mike Trash. Would he show up to a casting? Of course. Is he always prepared? Of course. It's who he is. So for those of you that are really serious, you had the power to choose your schedule, choose your time. You're going to show up. Make sure you confirm. Because if you schedule an appointment and you don't confirm, goodbye, good luck to you. I will personally purge you out of our database. That's it. Never mistake generosity as a sign of weakness, ever. We had tremendous people on this call this weekend. Don't let that be the highlight, okay, of your career.
Yep.
Now you got to take the ball and run with it. That's it.
Speaking of that, there's a football game starting soon.
Yeah, I know, I hear it. So I want people that want this. And if your excuses outweigh your dreams, then I download the first chapter of the book and you can read what successful people have done. And a lot of times they've dealt with the world's craziest, shittiest situations, but somehow they persevered, and you can too.
They turn those shitty situations into learning lessons that now propel them forward.
Think about it. Would your life make a good movie? Think about it.
Right.
Nobody wants something. Oh, I woke up, I decided I want to be an actor. Boom, I got an agent. That's boring.
All right.
If you're here, you're serious. It's now 7:00 on Sunday. So it's been fun. As you guys know, I have a 3-year-old. So I am going to go be mommy now, because mommy's going to be gone the rest of the week. So I love you guys. Thank you for being on. I hope that this is something that you're really serious about doing, because I'm going to tell you this. If you get face to face with people that can literally snap their fingers and change your life, if you don't believe in mindset training, you've got to be in the right mindset. Because Tanya even said this, the second she meets somebody, whether or not you open up your mouth, your body language, who you are, your energy either commands a room or drains the room. And you guys know what I'm talking about, energy vampires, right? Which one are you? When you walk into a room, do you command the place? Even without you saying one word, are you able to do that? Some of you can. So I don't even have to wish you guys luck. You're still here. You're going to do great. You're going to kick ass. Why? Because you're going to show us that you're meant to be part of this team. Put me in, coach. I swear. I'm MVP. You're going to see. I'm going to be your biggest success story. Cool. Let's rock. That's what we're looking for. So there is no sale. You have to literally tell us why we should work with you. Why would we want you to go to Atlanta? Because that's what we're looking for. People that really want to do this.
Can I ask everyone just one really quick question? Last question I'm going to ask. Who wants to be our next biggest success story? Type success story in the comments. Okay, a couple of you. Cool. That's awesome.
Yay.
All right, guys. You know what? I love this. I love saying this. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here on the Zoom because we are done. This has been amazing.
And make sure you follow our Instagram this week and Facebook. We have a lot of exciting stuff coming up.
Yes, we do. And you know what? Go into the Facebook group and tell us your biggest takeaway from the weekend, your biggest aha moment.
Bye.
All right. All right, guys. Have an amazing rest of your
Lewis.
evening.
Saba.
See you tomorrow. And
send me a text. Let me know you're okay.
Yes. Well, he was on camera today. I was so excited.
I know. It's so I just miss him.
I do too.
Hi, Bardina.
All right, guys.
Hi, Yas.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Make sure
Have a great night.
your interview.
See you soon. Bye.
Oh, Kaden just said Anthony.
Oh, hi, Kaden.
My kid loves everybody. He's the cheese expert when he goes on set.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Have a great night. We'll see
Bye,
you.
Mikey. Okay.
Bye.
Bye, Naomi. Bye, Bonnie.
Bye.
Bye, Candace. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.